In 5, 4, 3, 2.
All right, another former TYT on-air personality is running for office. No, it's not me. No, it's not Nina Turner. No, it's not Michael Shore. It's Nomiki Konst, and she's joining us right now. Nomi, how are you?
Good, Cenk. How are you?
Wonderful. All right, so this one is for a Senate district race in New York, the 59th district. So tell us why you decided to run for this.
So I live in the 59th district. I live in Astoria, and Astoria is the heart of the 59th district. It's an interesting district that crosses Astoria, Long Island City, Greenpoint, a little sliver of northern Williamsburg, and a part of Manhattan that includes Kips Bay, Stuyvesant Town, which has a great history, and Gramercy Park, sort of around that area, for those who are familiar. The reason I decided to run is just like a little over a week ago, the New York State maps were finalized after many iterations, and a new district popped up in my neighborhood. And my great Senator Gianaris, who's the deputy leader, has his district was split, and he took the other side, and so the side opened up. And I immediately got phone calls that morning from local community leaders who I've worked with on the ground, who I fought the IDC, the Independent Democratic Conference with, who I fought the MTA when they shut down the MTA subway and put so many small businesses out of commission. We fought Amazon here. They reached out and said, we really need to take on the centrist and have somebody strong who has name ID, who has local support, who's been doing this for a while, who knows how to run a viable campaign in 3 months. And now I have over 40 people in our little committee of local supporters who are actively campaigning to make sure that this district stays progressive, because there's a real chance that a real estate backed, very well-known name could win this district. And it is a progressive district. I mean, people don't know this is the most progressive Senate district in the state, possibly even the country. But it's also a very community-driven district. People are very involved in their community boards. They're very involved in the land trust. They're very involved in fighting off innovative queens. There are clubs, there are organizations, there are 30th Avenue business associations and Broadway business associations that are involved. Moms. This is like, old school New York in a Senate district, and folks really want to make sure that we are able to keep our rents low. We stop this speculative market. Long Island City is the fastest growing city in America. It's a bunch of expensive glass towers that no one lives in that are affecting the livelihoods of the largest public housing in the country at Queensbridge Housing. It is really the tale of two cities, as cliche as that's become. It truly is. You can see it outside right in front of your faces. It's the epitome of how real estate's taking control of the city.
So, Nomiki, there's a couple of states where at the state level, very interesting things are happening between progressives and in the establishment wing of the Democratic Party. Oregon's one of those states where the progressive takeover made a big difference, and Jamie McLeod Skinner wound up winning the congressional seat at the federal level because of the state takeover. And so in New York, you have one of those as well. So for people unfamiliar with the fake Democrats that Andrew Cuomo used to control and how they were defeated, can you tell us about that so people can catch up on why the state level in New York is so important?
Well, I have to give credit to you, if I can, Cenk, because you were actually a very big part of this. TYT was a big part of it. When no one was covering the Independent Democratic Conference in, soon after, I mean, they've been around for over a decade. There were 8 Democrats in the Senate who were caucusing with Republicans, even though they were representing overly Democratic districts. And I know you remember, Cenk, but late 2016, early 2017, we were like, hey, this is a big deal. People are paying attention to what's happening locally. We want to raise awareness. And, you sent me out to report on this, others to go out and report on this. You did it on the main show. And as a result, so many activists in New York became really angered and showed up at the protests and pressured and exposed a lot of these fake Democrats, so much so that the very strong candidates that were running against them, those who had been part of their communities, who had organized, were able to defeat the IDC. And it was incredible, and it changed everything in the legislature. Now we have a truly democratic legislature, Senate in particular, and the Senate could potentially, it could stay progressive. It's definitely going to stay Democratic, but it doesn't mean it's going to stay progressive. Our district is extremely progressive, and it could be a little bit more conservative. And it's why I think a lot of folks have said, we need to make sure our community is preserved. We have someone from the community who understands the issues, who knows what it's like to fight at the state level, who knows what it's like to run for office, who's tested, experienced, understands the issues, knows the deep-seated needs of this community and the state, and also the implications, as you said, on the nation. You can't pass a lot right now. Congress is frozen. They're completely, unfortunately, because of the systemic issues that Congress and the Senate face, they're not able to get a lot of things done. In California, they can. In New York, we have a really progressive Senate that we need to keep progressive because we just started to do things like codify Roe v. Wade. This session, just a couple days ago, we were able to expand some of our already pretty strict gun regulations, but there's a lot more to do. We have to pass the New York Health Act. We're only a few votes away. And beyond that, we need to expand much more access to make sure that our healthcare system is racially and genderly just. I mean, it's still weak in terms of research, in terms of accountability of doctors, making sure that they give the same proper access to people in communities that may not necessarily have access to the most wealthy doctors or the best doctors in the country.
So Nomiki was a huge part of covering the IDC, and the IDC was the original Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema, but at the state level in New York.
Exactly.
And so just Trojan horse within the Democratic Party to allow corporate donors to do whatever they wanted, and they were decimated by progressives in New York, which is wonderful. Just when you gave me credit for it, I was taken aback because no one ever gives me credit for anything. So I was like kind of surprised on it.
I remember pitching you, and you were like, "Go for it."
Yeah.
And no one. I mean, I say this. I'm not trying to, make you feel great, but I know that we were pitching on the side media in the centrist media, and they weren't having it. They picked up on it later. But it really started with you guys, and that makes a huge difference. I mean, our entire livelihoods are shifted because the IDC was defeated, and a big part of that was exposing it and letting activists know that there was this issue. So I do thank you for that as a New Yorker, not just a former TYT employee.
No, I appreciate that, but it's absolutely true that it was Nomi's idea in the first place to focus on that, and that's why it matters to have someone who's been in the fight for a long time, has seen these things develop, and has helped to put a spotlight on the bad guys, help defeat them, etc. So Nomi, let me go back to what's going on in New York, because in California, we have a supermajority of Democrats, but we still can't pass things like single-payer health care and so many other things that California is, the voters themselves are massively progressive, according to the polling. But we can't get most of the things that we want passed because, again, as always, the corporate donors. So in New York, for example, you mentioned the New York Health Act. Tell us a little bit more about that. What would that do, and why is that important to pass? And I know you need more progressives, not just more Democrats, to pass it.
Well, luckily our leadership, and I think this is the difference between our leadership in New York than California. Our leadership is actually very progressive in the Senate. We have Senator Andre Stewart Cousins, who's been a great leader. My former senator, he's now in a different district, and now I'm in a open district. Senator Janaris has been a very strong leader. We have Gustavo Rivera, who is the carrier of the New York Health Act in the Senate, and Dick Godfrey, Assembly member, who has been an advocate for this for decades. We are now at a point where we could pass that if we have the political will. But beyond that, I mean, let's not forget, and where I live in particular in Queens, in Northwest Queens, we were ravaged by COVID. I mean, outside of my apartment, just a couple blocks away, you had a hospital in which there were body bags being placed in trucks outside the hospital during COVID. And we are pretending like this, number one, doesn't still exist. Almost 70,000 New Yorkers have died of COVID. We are pretending as if the pandemic is over and no pandemic relief is needed. We just hit another COVID surge here. Maybe people who have been vaccinated and boosted are not dying, but they still have to leave work. I know at least 5 or 6 friends right now who are home with their kids, not able to work, who still have to worry about paying their rent. Some people who still haven't been able to pay off their rent from the first shutdown and won't have pandemic relief for that rent. In the meantime, we have a mayor who's talking about raising rent-stabilized apartment rent. I live in a rent-stabilized apartment. I can barely afford to live here right now. And they're gonna talk about raising the rents at this time when income inequality before COVID was the worst it's ever been. So we have a set of issues that, there's been a backlog of issues that have not been addressed. And now that we have a Democratic legislature, we really have to speed up that backlog, which they've been doing, especially now that Andrew Cuomo is not the governor. But we have yet to address the real systemic issues that led to this crisis with COVID, the economic barriers, the economic problems, the housing issues that we already faced as a city that were exacerbated with this pandemic, and now are going to be much, much worse. And real estate and other big industries are just coming in and saying, this is an opportunity, disaster capitalism. We're going to take advantage of those who can't afford to live in their apartments anymore. We're going to push them out, renovate those apartments, build high rises, and create speculative markets. It's not healthy, it's not safe, it's not good for New Yorkers, it's not good for anywhere in this country. And, to make it global, New York is also a place where a lot of oligarchs are placing their money. So the fact that this pandemic and our lack of response to a health crisis, which has hurt so many New Yorkers, health-wise, livelihood-wise, economically, housing, it is being taken advantage of by people who want to hide their money. We really, as a legislature, need to crack down on this. And so we may not have a California issue, but we have a backlog, and we need to make sure that we have aggressive, independent progressives who are not beholden to special interests. This is ultimately it. We have a progressive legislature, so there are a lot of folks who are trying to chime in and make sure their agendas are pushed. That's not the case with me, as you know. That's not the case with some of my allies, like Senator Rivera, who's in the Bronx right now fighting off the Bronx machine, and others who've been doing this for a long time. We have an opportunity, not just for New Yorkers, but for the rest of the country, to make sure that we pass some legislation that will really solve these real disparaging issues that have been exacerbated by the pandemic.
All right. The website's nomiki4newyork.com, nomiki4ny.com. Candidate for New York's 59th Senate district, and we just explained to you why that's so important, not just for New York, but for the whole country. Nomi, thank you for joining us again. Thank you for running again.
Thank you, Cenk. August 23rd, guys. That's the date of the election. Come volunteer if you can. It's a huge deal. It's a 3-month-long campaign, and very important. Communities matter. The community really wants to make sure that they have somebody from the district who understands the issues, because it is, like we said, the largest public housing in the country is in this community. They need someone who understands what's happening so that these big developers in Long Island City aren't completely taking advantage of the income inequality, especially post-COVID. So I thank you, Cenk. I thank everybody else, TYT family, TYT Army.
All right, thanks, Naomi. All right, now let's talk to Corbin Trent. He is the former communications director for AOC and for Just Democrats. He's also the founder of No Excuses PAC, co-host of Building the Dream podcast. Corbin, welcome, brother.
Hey, thanks for having me. How are you?
Good, good. So Corbin, let's talk about the future and the past. I'm going to ask you about the most important progressive races left in the primary season. But first, let's start with what have been the biggest wins so far?
I mean, I think the biggest one so far in terms of garnering attention would probably be Fetterman in the PA Senate race. I think Summer Lee, also in PA for a House seat there, was a huge win. There's several in Texas that are kind of, I think Greg Casar is going to be he's going to be the next congressman from Texas 35. I think that's a big win. They're starting to build up. They're starting to really, I think, gain some momentum. The squad, or whatever you want to call it, is definitely growing. That ideology seems to be winning some of these primaries. Obviously, we're not winning them all. Senator Nina Turner lost her race there. A bunch of folks, we saw AIPAC pouring money into North Carolina, all across the country. But then I think, there's a couple like Jimmy McLeod Skinner in Oregon beat a long-term incumbent, kind of AOC fashion, running on progressive ideas and sort of Medicare for all, stuff like that. So I mean, there's quite a bit of wins happening, and I think they're just going to be we're going to be getting more and more as we go along. So I think even with Fetterman's health scare and everything, we saw that happen last week or two. I think he's going to be able to pull out a win. I think Lucas Kuntz. That's the future, right? We haven't gotten to the future yet. So, but yeah, I think there's some really exciting things happening out there.
All right, hold on, Lucas, because that is interesting. There's actually a middle ground between the past and the future, because one race is still in a recount, and that's Jessica Cisneros versus Cuellar, and she's down by about 170 votes, and then that's so close that you have no idea which way the recount's going to go. But if Cuellar does wind up pulling it out, it almost certainly has to be because Pelosi and Clyburn stepped in to legitimize him, so that he didn't seem like he was a guy under FBI investigation that would definitely lose the general election for them, but he seemed like a credible member of the Democratic Party. Do you think that probably made the biggest difference?
Even in this world. I mean, I think that, that's one of the things I've been kind of surprised about this cycle, is seeing how close some of these races are. I think there was a Texas 23 race that looks like it's going to go towards a progressive with like 23 votes. Summer Lee, we mentioned in Pennsylvania, obviously a very narrow margin, less than 500, I think, is going to be the final count. Jessica's down by less than 200. Seeing these things so close means that every single phone call was made, every door that was knocked, every ad that was run, every bit of earned media, and yes, every bit of Pelosi and Clyburn and all these other schmucks going out there and legitimizing people that, are basically not Democrats. I mean, even in this sort of convoluted, weird scenario where Democrats are right now, where there is no real ideology that sort of defines a Democrat. What is a Democrat? Who knows? I still think Cuellar ought not be the person you're backing in this sort of way. But there they are. Nancy's going to back her incumbent, she says. So we'll see if that's the case with some of these other incumbents that are getting primaried.
She, of course, did not back. She, of course, did not back Ed Markey, who was an incumbent in the Senate, because he was progressive and for the Green New Deal, and so she's a hypocrite. And by the way, if Cuellar wins the recount and he loses the general election, that will be 100% Nancy Pelosi's fault and Jim Clyburn's fault, and not a single person in the mainstream media will make note of that. Not one. I guarantee it ahead of time.
No.
You could email this clip
to every people are taking bets on that.
Washington,
let's lay it down.
And they still wouldn't do it. They still wouldn't mention it.
No.
So
it doesn't fit the narrative for that they want to tell, which is that she's this sort of master statesman and stateswoman, this master architect of the Democratic Party, and that's for whatever reason that's the story they want to tell. So.
Yeah, I know what the reason is, because she takes the most amount of corporate money. All right, so master legislator, she could barely put together 2 sentences. Anyways, so we're going to talk about communications in a second, because that's your expertise. But tell me about Lucas Kunce and some of the more exciting races coming up.
So, so Lucas Kunce is running in Missouri for Senate, right? This is he's running in a primary. They just had this sort of billionaire heiress jump in the race because he's looking good. He's looking like he's going to win the primary. And, in some of the polling, he's within 6 points of the person that's leading the Republican primary. So he's got, and the funny thing is, like, all these states that we just assume can never be held by progressives or held, even by Democrats. These states, used to be solid blue states in some cases. And, even Claire McCaskill held that Senate seat for a little while until she decided to be, full bore corporate. Tennessee, where I'm from, Al Gore's from here, West Virginia, it was a super majority Democratic state house for a long time. These places that we've given up on as a party, they were democratically held within, the last 15, 20 years. It's not, we're not talking about going back to the Depression era. This is something that's, less than 20 years old. And, I think Lucas has got this kind of interesting way about him. He's a former military man. He's got that sort of rugged man, masculine thing happening, but also he's a solid blue Democrat in all the ways you'd think. He's pro-choice. But then he's got a way of talking about the economics that have sort of devastated, the Rust Belt, devastated Missouri, and how we've sort of sold the farm off over the past 30, 40 years and let businesses sort of globalize. We've let this supply chain get away from us, and sort of the impacts that that's having on communities there in Missouri and across the country. And I think that that's, maybe the way to start talking about this. But then in more than that, he's talking about how energy independence through renewables, through building stuff in America again is the path to it. Similar, I think, vein to what Tim Ryan's attempting to do, except I think he's got a little bit more je ne sais quoi, or whatever that quality is that lets people be kind of appealing than, in my opinion, than Tim Ryan does. But hopefully Tim will win in Ohio too. So.
And plus, Lucas Kunce is more of a populist than a progressive. Tim Ryan is a corporate Democrat with the veneer of,
seems kind of full of it sometimes.
Rhetoric of middle class without really backing it up. Obviously Tim Ryan would be infinitely better than J.D. Vance. I don't want anybody to get it mistaken. He's just not overly progressive.
I think he'd even be a little bit better than a handful of these folks, even like than a lot of these Democrats that have been running. But obviously, I think what we're looking at right now, unfortunately, is a map that's sort of stacked against us, and it looks like the House may, end up in Republican hands. We've got a handful of. That's why I think that this is a cycle that even if we lose the House, it's still a place where progressives can build power. You got Keena Collins running Illinois 7 against Bobby Rush. I think that could be one of those sort of sleeper races that people aren't paying attention to. Amy Villela, obviously, is coming up in Nevada. And then there's, a bunch of really interesting folks running in California. And, that's obviously this, top 2 primary, right? So if folks they advance to the top 2, then they're going to the general. You got David Kim in 34, I think California 34, running against Jimmy Gomez. Now, Jimmy Gomez isn't the sort of representative that you'd think, oh, this is a guy we got to go after. He's basically progressive as far as the way he votes, but he's not out there really trying to build anything. And I think David Kim, this is his, second, maybe third run. He came within 4 or 5 points last time in the general of unseating Jimmy. And then you've seen really ramping up the TAC ads and mailers that are going after. I think my guess is their campaign see some possibilities in November. So I think that's an interesting race too.
Okay, so Corbin, being former communications director for AOC and Just Democrats, let me ask you about communications. So is there one thing that you would counsel progressive candidates to do in their communications that you don't necessarily see that often?
Yeah, I was talking with one of the Senate campaigns today, and one of the things that I was identifying as, at least what I think is part of the problem, is that people don't really see voters don't see a path to any of the stuff that they're selling becoming true, right? So the message is really good in a lot of cases. Even Tim Ryan's message of competing with China or rebuilding our infrastructure, rebuilding our reshoring our supply chain. Lucas Kuntz. There's a lot of folks that are doing this sort of more rebuild America's economic engine kind of message, right? But I think one of the disconnects is the reality. Right now Democrats have the trifecta basically, and nothing's happening, right? So there's this, I think, disbelief that the Democrats can do anything, even if they have power. And I think also you're coming up against this disbelief that the federal government can be effective. We've just gone through the pandemic where we've largely been, incapable of dealing with that, supply chain, blah, 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 healthcare, all the problems that we're having. And I think one of the things that I've been trying to get folks to do is rekindle people's imagination that the government is something that we can control a little bit, right? That we can have some input on, and that can direct us in a way, right? We can actually move in a direction deliberately.
All right, we got to go. Corbin Trent, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thanks so much.
The concept of the Young Turks means the audience, they are the Young Turks. They are the go-getters. They are the ones making the emphatic change happen in their local community. The reality is that we've always, young and the not so young, we've always cared about news. But when you do not see the messengers of the news look like you, when they do not share your experiences, exposures, and environment, and there's a disconnect between you and the news. I lecture in mass communications. One thing I tell all of my students, there is no such thing as non-biased news. It never has been. Non-biased news has always been an illusion. Let's go back to the 60s and 70s, where people would say that was the purity of non-biased news. News has a segment. That segment has a time. That time, you must do your story and be finished. That means the producer, the writer, the orator has to take out what they don't think is important and only leave in what they believe is important. They have a limited time to tell the story. They do not have time to tell everybody's version or everybody's side. And they get to choose the facts that they bring to you, as well as the nuance, which really is a word for opinion, that they bring to you, the context they bring to you. So we've always had a level of bias in news. Here's the issue. The issue is to not deceive individuals as if you don't have some level of opinion with your news commentary. And that's what TYT has never done. They've always been authentic in their approach to progressive ideology and their news analysis and political breakdown. And I think that's how you actually win the heart and soul of individuals who are consuming information from you, because now they see themselves in you.
This is where it all began for many elected progressive leaders. The Young Turks was one of the few media outlets to cover the races of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Jamal Bowman, Cori Bush, Rashida Tlaib, and many, many more. We know a great majority of the country is actually progressive, and TYT is here to amplify these issues so that we can have better policies that a majority of the country actually supports. We want to drive positive change, and then we've been doing that for 20 years here. That's why we're launching Canvas 2022, a campaign to get out the vote and amplify progressive candidates, the progressive agenda, and their primary races. The midterm elections are fast approaching, and we know mainstream media won't cover progressive voices, but because the TYT audience is too strong, we can make a difference in the midterm elections to help progressives get elected and make sure our priorities are heard. Support our mission to drive positive change. Visit tyt.com/canvas2022.
There is so much heinous news out there. That's why We've got to laugh, not to cry. So join me, Francesca Fiorentini, and some of my progressive friends, comedians, actors, experts, and activists as we deliver an hour of laughter and analysis every week on my podcast, The Bituation Room. The Bituation Room is an invitation for all of us to take ourselves a little bit less seriously while still giving you some concrete ideas for action. New episodes are available every single week, so join the Frantifa and listen to The Bituation Room on Google Podcasts, Apple Podcasts, or wherever you get your TYT network podcasts. And make sure to subscribe and give the show 5 stars, because I like stars.
All right, all right, all right.
All right, well, the Young Turks, yeah, you guys is elected day. What the heck? I drop it, guys. I'm in a mood. And she's in a mood.
Got a lot of work to get to.
Yes, but we're in different moods.
Yeah,
different moods.
Definitely in different moods.
Okay, guys, at the end of the show, we have an election spectacular for you guys. So tons of states, New Jersey, California, Montana, and on it goes tonight. So it's normal show, 6 to 8 p.m. live as it is Monday through Friday. And then 8 o'clock, we start a gigunda election coverage, including our own Michael Shore up for election tonight in a 5-man race. It's fascinating, you're gonna love it, so stay right here all the way through to like 1 in the morning East Coast time. Jesus, Lord, mercy, Casper.
All right, well, we begin with a story about corporate welfare in America, something that doesn't get much attention in our corporate press. A new report published by the Institute for Policy Studies lays out just how badly corporations in America have screwed over their own workers in 2021 while doling out cash to themselves, to their executives, and to their shareholders. And to make matters worse, a lot of the money that they utilize to do just that came from us, the US taxpayers. So among their key findings in this study, CEO worker pay, the CEO to worker pay gap, I should say, has grown even wider since 2020. For instance, the average gap between CEO and median worker pay at a sample of 300 low-wage US corporations surged in 2021, rising to 670 to 1, up from 604 to 1 in 2020. 49 of the publicly traded companies examined in this IPS study had CEO to worker pay ratios above 1,000 to 1 last year. So as we know, inequality in America was already pretty terrible, and it exploded further during the pandemic. Just a few more statistics for you to show you how bad this problem really is. Specific examples, like Amazon, for instance, they paid their CEO, Andy Jassy, a staggering 6,474 times more than it paid its median worker in 2021, a year in which the e-commerce giant spent $4.3 million on anti-union consultants. Also, CEO pay at the 300 corporations increased by $2.5 million to an average of $10.6 million last year, while median worker pay grew by just $3,556, rising to an average of, get a load of this, $23,968 as inflation soared to its highest level in decades. So let's just pause for a second. I want you guys to just let those numbers, like absorb those numbers, understand those numbers, understand what it's like, as many of you already do, what it's like to be a worker who shows up every day, works really hard, generates this revenue for these fabulously successful corporations. And you see that disparity between what the executives make and what the median worker makes. And now that you've absorbed that information, let me remind you of what Joe Rogan thinks the real problem is. Let's watch.
One thing that happened during this pandemic was it opened my eyes about human nature. Like, I used to be very pro universal basic income. My thought was, wouldn't it be great if you just had enough money so you could eat and you could pay your rent and then you could pursue what you wanted to? But the reality of human nature came fully into focus when I realized that when some people got all that money from the government, the COVID money, and then they got unemployment, they didn't want to work. You see a lot of people that own businesses that have a hard time finding people work for them. So there's pros to that, right? The pros are people. It's a marketplace that favors the worker, so workers can ask for more money. So you're seeing a lot of places like bars and restaurants and stuff that have to pay more money per hour, which I guess is good as long as the restaurant can stay open.
Now, of course, there's no conversation there about the amount of government money that was funneled into these corporations during the pandemic, while ordinary Americans were actually nickel and dime. So the fact that he's pointing to the meager amount of money that was given to ordinary Americans to assist them during the pandemic and just completely ignoring the reality of the inequality that exists in the corporate world, I mean, it tells you everything you need to know about a man who has chosen to surround himself with a bunch of right-wing idiots who only care about saving money in their taxes while screwing over workers.
Yeah, I want to talk about how I think Rogan got hoodwinked and is a perfect propaganda vehicle, although I don't think he realizes it. But first, the context is super important, guys. The part of the trick there with Rogan is that he's talking about a small business owner, and a lot of us have empathy for small business owners. Some of us know small business owners, and a bar sounds so relatable, right? You want the bar guy and the restaurant person to be able to succeed, etc. But that is not the majority of cases. The majority of cases are giant corporations. So, and it makes it seem like, oh my God, are they well, if they could stay in business. But wait a minute, here, I'll give you graphic 4 here. 67% of those firms that they studied spent a total of $43.7 billion on stock buybacks.
Billions with a B.
Yeah.
In 1 year.
Which benefit company shareholders and help boost the stock-based compensation of executives. So these are not, the overwhelming majority of these giant corporations are not ones that are like barely surviving. Oh gosh, I hope the local bar owner makes it. They're putting away tens of billions of dollars for the richest people in the world. Meanwhile, the average workers, as Anna explained to you, and now granted, in this study of 300 companies, they looked at, generally speaking, low wage working companies, okay? But even so, $23,000, that's the average, that's not the lowest. That's the average they were paid. Now, if you say 23,000, okay, that's really low, but their CEO only made 35,000. No, but their CEOs on average made over 10 million. And on average, they're giving away billions in buybacks to both shareholders, executives, etc. So I'm gonna take one more example, and that's Lowe's, okay? So I'm gonna read graphic 5 to you guys. So they did buybacks too, and they explain here, with the $13 billion that Lowe's alone spent on share repurchases, the company could have given each of its 325,000 employees a $40,000 raise.
Isn't that amazing?
Instead, its median pay fell 7.6% to just $22,697.
But American workers are lazy, Cenk. American workers are lazy. I mean, they're the ones generating the revenue for these corporations. They're the ones who make these CEOs and these executives incredibly wealthy, along with corporate welfare, by the way, that's given to these corporations from the US government. That's also a part of this equation as well. But like, I don't understand it. Why wouldn't they show up to work every day, get slapped in the face, and then ask their boss, please, sir, can I have another? I don't understand. It must be because they're lazy, right, Joe? They must be so lazy. They don't want to work. They just want to sit around and collect government checks and do nothing. But he doesn't bother to look at the wage theft, the greed of these executives. And look, quite frankly, we should expect this. The system is actually working the way it's supposed to, right? I mean, the reason why executives are paid with shares of the company's stock is because, like that means that they're literally invested in the profitability of the company. The more profitable the company is, the more money they get to make, right? And what's the biggest cost within any company? It's labor. So they have an interest, like that tension between the worker and the employer is there, not because it's by accident, but on purpose, right? And so they always try to find ways to nickel and dime their own workers, even though their workers are the ones generating the revenue for them in the first place.
Yeah, so now he complained about the loopholes. Say, oh my God, because of unemployment, they do work to 20 hours, they get a little bit of a paycheck, they get the unemployment. Can you believe the average guy is taking advantage of a loophole like that? But wait a minute, the stock buybacks used to be illegal back in 1982. They then made them legal, and how is it a loophole? Well, when you buy back a lot of your own stock, it creates artificial demand, which drives up the price of your stock. And if you're an executive whose bonus is dependent on the stock of the price of the stock, you're gonna make extra millions of dollars, even though your company isn't doing any better. It's a giant loophole for corporate executives. And they don't just, hey, I barely got by on unemployment in 20 hours, etc. They're shoveling billions of dollars to themselves. And is that talked about 24/7 on Joe Rogan's show or any other show on the right wing? No, it's never discussed, never discussed. The reason why I get frustrated with Rogan is because it's ironic.
Because there used to be hope for him?
Yeah, it is. No, because guys, look, Ben Shapiro is part of the fraud. Ben Shapiro is perfectly smart. He knows all of these things, and he doesn't mind helping to rob you. That's the whole point of Ben Shapiro, right? He's supposed to do propaganda, and he's perfectly aware of it. Joe is not aware of it. He gets spoon-fed this stuff by people like Ben Shapiro, because 98% of his guests are right-wingers, right? And so, oh, no, I had some fake left-wingers on, like Jimmy Dore, who agreed with everything the right wing says, right? And so, since he's captured by, and we talked about this before, by his guests, and it's usually audience capture, in this case is guest capture. He's like, oh yeah, man, that bartender story Shapiro told me sounds really good, man. Oh, I'm worried about the bar owners and the small business owners. and he seems more relatable. And that's because he doesn't necessarily have bad intent. When he says like, well, I mean, I hope the workers make more, I think he genuinely means it. And it makes it easier for people to swallow, yeah, I mean, he's rooting for the worker, but it really is the son bitch lazy worker that's the problem, right? So spoon feeding him the propaganda helps spoon feed the propaganda to a larger audience, and that's how everybody gets tricked. But at the same time, I don't want you to get too discouraged, because it turns out, generally speaking, everybody's on these sons of guns. So I just said son of gun. What am I, Joe Biden? Okay, anyway, I'm trying not to curse. All right, so CEO pay, is it too much? The American people say resoundingly, yes, of course. And I want to get to why that's important, but Anna, tell us about it.
All right, well, if you look at graphic 8 here, it'll show you how Americans feel about CEO compensation specifically. And as you can see, the vast majority of people who took part in this survey, 73%, believe that CEOs of the largest companies are compensated too much. Only 13% say the right amount. 6% of people who are probably CEOs and executives who took part in this survey say that they're paid too little, and 8% say they're not sure. But it's the classic disconnect that we see are experiencing, what Americans are feeling, and what's portrayed in our media. It used to just be corporate media, and now we're seeing honestly, the smearing of these workers and upholding this system that's just inherently unjust and unfair by independent sources now, like Joe Rogan, who might not have raised his hand to be a journalist, but people actually tune in to get the news from him, which is a little terrifying considering how impressionable he is depending on who's in the room with him at any given time.
Yeah, and so of the people who think CEOs get paid too much, hold on to your seats. 71% of Republicans think the same thing. But when you say the growing gap between CEO pay and worker pay, is that a problem in this country? That's graphic 7. And you see it's an even higher number. So overall, 87% of Americans agree that it's a big problem, including a whopping 77% of Republicans. Now, if you ask people on mainstream media, they would say people saying CEO pay is too much are radical leftists. How do you know it's too much? These are the people who merited it. We live in a meritocracy. If they're rich, they totally deserve it. How dare you, you radical leftists? Well, it turns out 77% of Republicans are radical leftists. Who knew? So guys, that is why they do the culture war. Because even Republican voters hate the fact that the CEOs are robbing them. And they notice, that's why you see Tucker Carlson doing fake populism about, big business. The real problem with big business is they like gay people. No, the real problem with big business is they're robbing you blind. That's the real problem. And that's why they do the transports and the Dr. Seuss books. And this is Anna's major point, and she's absolutely right. The culture wars are a distraction from this robbery.
Absolutely. All right, well, let's go to one of the people who also regurgitates pro-corporate talking points, mostly because he's an executive himself, Elon Musk. Elon Musk is making it abundantly clear that he wants to pull out of the Twitter deal. Let's just keep it real. And he's looking for any and all excuses to do it. But he is really latching onto this idea that, well, it turns out that there might be bots on Twitter. There might be gambling at this establishment, and I didn't know that. And so as a result, I might not want to go through with this deal at all. Now, anyone who spent 10 minutes on Twitter knows that there's a bot problem on Twitter. He knows there's a bot problem on Twitter. He stated that very point as he was announcing that he had struck a deal with Twitter to purchase it. But on Monday, Musk's lawyers wrote to Twitter claiming that the company had not properly disclosed the number of fake users on the site. Here are some excerpts from that letter. Mr. Musk is entitled to seek, and Twitter is obligated to provide information and data for inter alia, any reasonable business purpose related to the consumption of the transaction. Mr. Musk believes the company is actively resisting and thwarting his information rights and the company's corresponding obligations under the merger agreement. This is a clear material breach of Twitter's obligations under the merger agreement, and Mr. Musk reserves all rights resulting therefrom, including his right not to consummate the transaction and his right to terminate the merger agreement. Now, Twitter has denied withholding any information from Musk. They claim that they're acting in good faith and they're giving him the information he wants. But it's pretty clear that Musk is spooked from going through with this deal. And to be fair, this isn't the first time he's waffled on his deal with Twitter. We had previously reported that he had raised this concern earlier, where he tweeted that 20% fake/spam accounts, while 4 times what Twitter claims could be much higher. My offer was based on Twitter's SEC filings being accurate. Yesterday, Twitter's CEO publicly refused to show proof. This deal cannot move forward until he does. But I think this probably has a lot more to do with what happened to the stock value of Tesla and also of Twitter following the announcement of the deal. So we also shared these details with you earlier, but just to check it again, Tesla stock is still down. You could take a quick look at the graphic showing you how it's been down. And that was immediately after the announcement of this Twitter deal. Same with Twitter, by the way. So Twitter is also down. And so maybe that's why he's second guessing this. Yes. Maybe it was just a publicity stunt to begin with. Who knows? Cenk, what do you think?
Yeah, so this was a roller coaster. Musk is right about some things and he's wrong about some things. So let's see how it turns out. So first of all, when they talk about material breach of a contract, that means we're trying to get out of the deal, period. The reason you say it's a material breach is because that voids the contract. If it's a smaller breach, you can fix the breach and then continue on the deal. But when you say it's a material breach, you're trying to get out of the deal entirely. So why is he trying to get out of the deal? Well, the price of Tesla dropping and his value, his net worth dropping is a huge part of it. And he basically realized he rushed into it and Twitter ain't worth anywhere near that much. So oops, he's got buyer's remorse. And remember how he claimed that he was like heroically standing for freedom of speech and all the right wingers were like, our hero, our knight in shining armor is here. And he wants to protect principles. What happened to principles? Cash, a little bit more important than principles. Of course. So all of a sudden, whoever wants to stay, whoever want to run, right? So and I like that clause about, well, this gives him the right to not consummate the deal. Okay. So you know what consummate means. Take that any way you like. Okay, now here's the part he's right about. Twitter's totally full of crap. Okay, under 5% are bots. Have you ever been on Twitter? Okay, I mean, and Elon Musk is right that it's at least 20%. I mean, the only reason I believe the 20% number is because there's tons of accounts that are not blue checks, etc. But if you're in a blue check account, especially one that's in the arena of politics, most of the folks interacting with you are bots. I mean, it's close to 60%. Okay, so
yeah, I mean, like he knows that. He knows that.
I don't know that he does.
No, he does.
No, I'll tell you why. So you're more likely to be right, but the counter argument to that is, like right now, Ken Paxton, who's an official in Texas, is like, well, we should investigate the bots because he's trying to kiss Elon Musk's ass because he's like, oh, donations, sir, please, sir, right?
Yeah.
Do you not know that most of the bots are right wing?
Yeah, exactly.
The overwhelming majority of the bots are right wing. See, the reason I think there's some chance they don't know is because they're all right wingers. They're like, oh yeah, man, the bots, what the hell, man? You idiots, the bots are on your side, right? There's a couple of Democratic centrist consultant BS bots who are like, oh no, I think Nancy Pelosi's doing a brilliant job. They're super obvious, but they're much smaller compared to the giant right-wing bots down there and Russians and et cetera, and that's totally real. Okay, now, and by the way, Twitter, if you want the deal to go forward, tell us how many bots there are. Be honest, and they're definitely hiding it, okay? The last part of it though, and this is important to the contract and whether he's gonna be able to get out of it. I was leaning towards Musk here. I don't like Musk, I don't like his political views, but contractual and legal things are different and business is different. But what's right and what's wrong? Well, this seems material to me. On the other hand, some legal experts made some good points. Musk rushed into this and he did not put in a specific clause saying, hey, the bots have to be under 5%. He made no mention of bots. He made no mention of anything close to it. So he's relying on really broad general clauses in the contract to try to get out of it. And that's not a sound place to be legally. And then finally, he should have done due diligence And in that due diligence, before he offered a price and before he offered to buy it, he could have then figured out how much bots they have.
I mean,
but he didn't do that because he's rash.
Because he's a genius, Cenk. Do geniuses really need to like get into due diligence? He's a genius.
Yeah, well, oops, it turns out maybe not such a genius. And yes, you need to do due diligence whether you're a genius or not. And rushing into a deal before you know what you're doing, definitely not smart.
Not smart.
Not smart.
You should have read the contract. You should have thought about the bots ahead of time. What were you doing, Musk? What were you doing? Anyway, well, that's something for Musk to ponder as we take a break. When we come back, the Washington Post is in the midst of a kerfuffle involving a retweeted joke. What's the real problem here? We'll get into it when we come back.
Back on TYT Social break here. All right, first, I got a super fun announcement in a second, but we're going to Twitch first. Depressed Progressive writes in, Anna's hair looks extra awesome today.
It really does, thank you.
She's just doing the news.
No, I nailed it.
That's factual. It's factual. She's just delivering the news, unbiased.
I did my hair literally like 10 minutes before we went live.
Okay, the awesome is capitalized, by the way. Dog Barker says, if you can't afford to pay your workers a fair wage, you don't deserve to own a business. Sorry. I think that certainly at a certain point, right? Like when you're first starting a business, it's super tough to get it up off the ground. But once you've reached a certain level of number of employees or revenue or profit, et cetera, that statement is 100% right. Okay, so Too Strong Kofefe writes in the member section, any time someone in the right-wing media starts pretending to care about small business owners, squirrel. Exactly. They don't get a lot of money from small business owners. In fact, they help corporatists destroy small business owners through basically creating monopolies at the national level. So it's a giant squirrel. They never mean it. It always means big business. And by the way, I love your handle, as you know, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. All of a sudden, Father's Day specials. I mean, if you're not getting your dad Too Strong coffee so he feels too strong and has the best tasting coffee and helping progressive causes, are you really celebrating Father's Day? Do you really love him?
When's Father's Day? Is that coming? It's coming up, right?
It is coming up.
Next weekend? Or weekend after?
No, I forgot. I don't even know. That's the funny part. Anyway, go panic. toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
Adulthood is like a never-ending stream of obligatory stuff for other people. Like,
yeah.
I love my dad and my mom. Like Mother's Day, Father's Day, I don't mean to complain about that. It's like the billionth birthday, like,
I feel like you do mean to complain about it a little bit.
I miss the COVID shutdowns. Come back.
So she can say shut in, you're such a shut in. Okay, that's hilarious. All right, look, food for thought trivia. Guess what? Twitch and Facebook members, you're qualified now. Okay, so you gotta go to tyt.com/food to make sure that you're in and can do it, because every week we're giving away 200. We gave away some yesterday because we had a glitch on Friday and people rushed in, grabbed it, gone. It's okay, we're gonna do it again on Friday. But as people found out last week, these questions are getting tougher and you really gotta watch the live show to be able to get it right, and you gotta be a member. But it is a real $100 gift card, true gift card. You don't have to put your credit card information. It's the Blue Apron, free food, no joke. Definitely get involved, become a member, tyt.com/join, or hit the join button below on YouTube. And then when you're a member now on Facebook and Twitch as well, go to tyt.com/food to qualify, or to see how you qualify. We'll be back. All right, back on TYT. Cenk, Anna, and Chris and Blake with you guys. Chris Hutchinson and Blake Cavaney just joined by hitting the join button below on YouTube. We love you guys. Thank you for being part of TYT. You could do likewise if you're not on YouTube, tyt.com/join. Casper.
Buckle up for some spicy takes, because that's about to happen.
Yes.
So, the Washington Post has suspended one of its political reporters for 1 month without pay after he made the grave mistake of retweeting a joke that one of his female colleagues didn't like.
Oh, heaven forfend.
So obviously we need to take his wages away for a month and make sure that he knows he's a naughty, naughty boy. And I'm talking about Dave Weigel here, a political reporter at the Washington Post. We've covered his stories. We've actually talked about him specifically on the show before. What he retweeted is this following tweet: "Every girl is bi. You just have to figure out if it's polar or sexual." Now, immediately after that, a Washington Post national political reporter, Felicia Sonmez, shared her displeasure with that retweet, okay? And wrote publicly, of course, in a quote tweet, "Fantastic to work at a news outlet where retweets like this are allowed." And the whole situation kind of snowballed from there, okay? Now, Weigel immediately decided to do away with the retweet, so he reversed the retweet and immediately apologized publicly, where he said, "I just removed a retweet of an offensive joke. I apologize and did not mean to cause any harm." It turns out that there was also some internal conflict taking place. There's the public display, and then internally at the Washington Post, there was a back and forth. For instance, Sonmez also confronted Weigel in an internal company Slack channel. She tagged him and wrote, "I'm sorry, but what is this?" She then added in the Slack channel that the retweet sent a confusing message about what the Post's values are. Okay, before I move forward, because there's so many little elements to this story, I also want to note that Weigel both publicly apologized and then personally apologized to Sonmez. I'm really sick of these stories, okay? I think the fact that they suspended him without pay for a month over a retweet over a joke that some of his colleagues don't like, Sonmez doesn't like. It's his personal Twitter page. You don't like the joke, you don't have to like the joke. I thought the joke was kind of lame, right? Mm-hmm. But I'm not such a delicate flower that seeing someone tweet that or retweet that makes me fall apart. And I would venture to say the majority of women in this country are also not delicate flowers who lose their minds over a joke they don't like. It is amazing to me that the Washington Post, that provides cover over and over again for the very corporate politicians who screw over the American people, including mothers in this country who desperately need paid family leave, who desperately need affordable childcare, who desperately need housing in this country. Those are the people who, by the way, get screwed over by the Washington Post every day. Every day. We did a 20-minute long segment on that yesterday, where Jeff Stein and Tyler Pager decided to write like this super lengthy piece accounting this supposed melodrama between Joe Manchin and Joe Biden, and that's the reason why the Build Back Better agenda fell apart, completely ignoring the fact that Joe Manchin has personal financial interests and was going to blow that piece of legislation up no matter what, because he's looking after his own pocketbook. They completely ignored that information. To me, that is far more offensive than Dave Weigel retweeting a joke you don't like. If you're that delicate, get off Twitter, log off. Log off. Yeah. We're dealing with our rights being stripped away from us, and this is what your focus is right now?
Yeah.
You're offended by a joke on Twitter? Come on, ladies, wrap it up, move it along. We've got bigger fish to fry. We're not weak, delicate little flowers, okay? And for the prominent reporters who make a big deal out of nothing day in, day out, I've got no interest in it. And I certainly have no interest in pandering to that ideology. It's pathetic.
So look, the original tweet by Sonmez is no problem. She objects to Weigel retweeting that. I can totally see.
How about pull him aside and have a conversation with him privately?
Yeah, I agree.
How
That
about
is
that?
the way better way to go. And then he would have apologized to you and taken the tweet down. He wasn't reluctant to do it at all. But okay, you did it publicly, but I'm not gonna get on her for that. Okay, she's frustrated by that and she thinks maybe it's how women are treated overall, and Weigel's an important reporter at Washington Post. She puts out the tweet. He then immediately retracts and apologizes both publicly and privately. That is when you go, okay, hey, that worked, great. I'm glad that he retracted it and lessons were learned and women are not going to be minimized here in their work, etc. Nope, nobody can let it go. No apologies ever good enough.
Yep.
There is no redemption ever for even the slightest offenses or the most ancient offenses. It doesn't matter, everything's a capital punishment, okay? And by the way, they suspend him. I don't know if she's still satisfied. No one is ever satisfied with anything, okay?
That's why you can't apologize. That's why we live in a climate now where, honestly, and this sucks because I think in some cases an apology is necessary. But if you apologize, you are admitting guilt, and it's never good enough. And in this case, Weigel apologizing to her internally, directly, not good enough. Apologizing publicly, doing away with the retweet, not good enough. So let's get to that really quick because I came across this response to Weigel's apology, and it absolutely makes sense. So a guy named Rob Henderson shares a study that was done on what the outcome is, what the response tends to be after someone apologizes, a public figure apologizes for something that he or she has done. Overall, the evidence suggests that when a prominent figure apologizes for a controversial statement, the public is either unaffected or becomes more likely to desire that the individual be punished. Yeah. And that is exactly what happened with Dave Weigel, where he is now suspended for a month without pay. So that's the other half of this. We now celebrate doing away with people's income, right? Making sure that people either get fired, suspended without pay. Does it make you feel better? Does that make you feel really good to know that someone is being deprived of their income over your hurt feelings? Over a joke that you didn't like? I don't like the joke either, again. But I sure as hell would not be this advocate for firing one of my colleagues or doing away with his or her income for a month because of my hurt feelings over a joke I don't like. What's going on? We're dealing with very real problems in this country right now. And the dominant discussion, the big divide over at the Washington Post is whether or not retweeting a stupid joke is acceptable.
Yeah, so later in the story, we're gonna do a story about how cops let a guy drown, he's dead. They were suspended for a little while, but with pay. They still get paid, but Weigel doesn't get paid. So that's the crazy disparity in the country overall. But let's talk about media specifically. I remember Martin Bashir made a joke about made a reference to Sarah Palin that people found to be a little too over the top. Now looking back at it, Republicans make references like that literally 8 times a day on cable news. Nobody ever does anything about it. But he was made to apologize profusely, and then they fired him right afterwards. No, apologies never ever work. In fact, I've seen internal polling that shows, no, it doesn't move the numbers at all. All it does is cement the idea that you were guilty,
right?
Okay, so Trump and the Republicans are right, politically speaking and strategically speaking, to never apologize. So, but our side, in an uneven playing field, apologizes nonstop and gets fired anyway, gets punished anyway, gets their income taken from them anyway. Now, and this is important, Dave Weigel is not on our side. Dave Weigel is a mainstream media reporter. Sometimes he does good work, which separates him out from almost all the other reporters. But a lot of times I get super frustrated by his reporting, right? And I've defended people like Megyn Kelly, who I don't agree with at all. So she does something that had a statement that I 100% disagreed with. But that was on NBC and they fired her over that identity politics, culture war issues, etc. But NBC brings on former generals who are defense contractors to hawk their own products. Oh, the Abrams tank is great, and they don't tell anybody the guy's representing Abrams tank. And he's doing propaganda on NBC. It's never an issue. And how about insulting people? Well, does it depend on who you're insulting? Of course. Chuck Todd on NBC called Bernie Sanders supporters brown shirts. He called us Nazis.
That's okay. That's okay.
No, not even a discussion of whether he should apologize, whether he should have his pay docked. No, you can call progressives anything you want, and there's going to be no repercussions. So the hypocrisy is out of control, and not to the right wing. They're celebrating it. Well, first of all, you don't even know Weigel's reporting, okay? You're just like, yeah. Wait, what happened? I thought you guys were freedom of speech.
The right wing is celebrating it.
Oh no, it's all over my account. You know why? So I defended Weigel a little bit in the same way that we're doing here. They're like, oh yeah, it's about the time, it's your turn. Weigel's not on my side, okay? And second of all, it's not my turn or his turn.
Man, these people have no freaking principles at all.
At all.
Like they run around crying about cancel culture day in, day out. And then once someone they don't like is canceled or whatever.
They love it. They love cancel culture.
But for me, this is not about personalities. This is about principles, and it's about what actually matters. And I'm so sick of the nonstop distractions. I'm so sick of people who have prominent positions in corporate media of all places, like making the story about them. Me. I was offended. Women are being raped. Women are being sexually assaulted. Women are having their entire bodies taken away from them by the government, which will get to decide whether or not they get to have abortions, whether or not they can take specific types of birth control. But hey, everyone, Felicia Sonmez is very offended by a retweet. Log off Twitter, homegirl. Log off. Again, bigger fish to fry. I'm so sick of these stories. It's endless stream of I'm offended. Be offended. There's no constitutional right against you being offended. We live in a country that's diverse, that's full of hundreds of millions of people who have their own thoughts, their own views. There's nothing protecting you from being offended, okay? If there's evidence that you're working in a hostile work environment, which by the way, she has sued the Washington Post over that, and that case got thrown out of court. She's filing an appeal.
Oh, forget about it. No, I didn't even know that part.
That's a very relevant part because it seems like she's trying to bolster her appeal here.
Yeah, and she's not, by the way, Sonmez randomly, I don't know if she has anything Turkish background at all, but in Turkish means one that won't turn off. Okay, so
she definitely will not turn it off.
Like I said before, if she had made that first tweet, no problem, okay? But guys, I'm asking the whole country, when is it enough? When is it enough when someone apologizes and retracts? Or do we have to fire them all? Guess what? Everybody's gonna get fired. And the funny thing is, we're the most unbiased people here because you can't fire us. I own the company, and I get to make the decisions. So I'm not worried about cancel culture at all on a personal level. At least 12 times different wings, right wing, left wing, middle wing have tried to cancel me. I don't care, they can kiss my ass, okay? I'm actually looking out for other people. I know it's a wild idea. Firing everyone over the smallest offense and the most ancient offense is nuts. And Sonmez, did you ever complain about the corporate bias at Washington Post?
No, that's totally
fine.
Let
me analyze all of your stories and see if you were like, hey, Washington Post, how about that one that Anna mentioned just yesterday, Jeff Stein and Tyler Page, this outrageous article that pretends that money in politics doesn't have any effect at all. It doesn't even mention Joe Manchin's millions that he's making off of coal and pretends that it's about his hurt feelings. Weren't you outraged by that? Because that screws over the American people 1,000 times more, 1,000,000 times. We don't have child tax credit. We don't have paid family leave. We don't have lower drug prices because of propaganda that the Washington Post did just yesterday. Are you bothered by that? No, but you got a lawsuit and you got to get famous. So you're gonna pretend to be super outraged by a slightly off-color joke instead of the real cancer that's in mainstream media.
Exactly. All right, well, we made ourselves clear on that. We're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we've got more news, including additional allegations in regard to the religious cult that Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett happens to be part of. We've got that story and more coming right up.
The Plumber.
All right, let's go to member comments. Little Mac McGee writes in, it's simple, Anna. The Washington Post doesn't want to take on corporate interests, but they're more than happy to dive headfirst into any culture war type issue if it'll keep the masses busy from getting worked up. Of course, totally right. Kid tested, Politburo approved says, can you imagine saying that a CEO is paid too little? That's like watching Star Wars and saying that Darth Vader is too nice. By the way, a great story in the Atlantic. I interviewed the reporters. Check out the conversation. Get the podcast of the conversation. You'll love that. Anyway, yeah, the new right now is fans of Darth Vader. They think Darth Vader was right, okay? So it actually does happen. And a CEO being paid too little, I have heard of that. Colorado Blue Blazer Regular says, Weigel just got more severe punishment for retweeting a bad joke and apologizing than the dozens of copsters who watched 19 kids being slaughtered combined.
Correct.
100%. Dion Peters Lawak says, I'm gonna say it again, US taxpayers are the only corporate investors not to get a return. That needs to change yesterday.
Yes.
100%. Every time I challenge a guest on it, they're like, well, I mean, yeah, wait, I never thought about it that way. Why are we putting billions of dollars into drug research and then just handing it to the drug companies? And then they gouge prices on us and we get nothing out of it. Why did we bail out all the banks? If you were a private investor that bailed out the banks, you would have gotten the profits. But the taxpayers never do. You know why? It's a literal robbery. Okay, that's why they bribe the politicians. But corporate media, shh, don't talk about that. Pretend to get annoyed by tiny little jokes. Warlock says, any upcoming coverage of Matthew McConaughey? Damn, I hate spelling that last name.
Yes.
It's coming up in a second. And good speech for once again, one, upholding the unholy Second Amendment in twisted form, and two, trying to appeal to Republican leadership's decency. The last one is utterly laughable. Warlock's hang in there, we're gonna talk about that in a minute. And then I'm going to Sigma Comics on Super Chat. It's not about her being offended, it's about getting her name in the news, being admired and improving her marketability. Sad, sad times. Honestly, that is so true.
And think about what she's doing. And think about what she's doing. Like, aside from Dave Weigel and the impact it has on him, I'm tired of women being represented as weak, delicate flowers. We're not weak, we're not delicate, and we're about to engage in the biggest fight of our lifetimes. So we're ready. We're not losing our minds over a joke.
But it worked. Now no one knew her, now everybody knows her. And she's probably gonna get a big deal, and etc. So it's disgusting, honestly. We'll be back. All right, back on TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. One comment from Super Chat. Matthew Petronovich writes in, Anna doesn't even have kids and is standing up for mothers' rights. I love it. Strong women stand tall.
Thank you. I mean, it's not just about mothers, it's about Americans. Like, we all see how much all of us are suffering, right? And the corporate media has aided and abetted the very goons who have caused the suffering and perpetuate the suffering. So to me, that is worth being offended by. That is worth springing into action in response to. But no, these corporate reporters over at the Washington Post, it's all about them and their hurt feelings over jokes. Okay, anyway.
All right, let's do it.
We now have more details about the serious allegations of abuse against a Catholic cult that Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett happens to be part of. Now, the founder of the People of Praise was described as exerting almost total control over one of the group's female members in a sworn affidavit in the 1990s. The Guardian has now reported on the details of that affidavit, and I want to share them with you. Now, the court documents also described alleged instances of a sexualized atmosphere in the home of the founder of this group, Kevin Rannigan, and his wife, Dorothy Rannigan. Cynthia Karnick stated in these documents that she had witnessed Dorothy Rannigan tie the arms and legs of two of the Rannigan's daughters, who were 3 and 5 at the time the incidents were allegedly witnessed, to their crib with a necktie. She also said that the Ranigans allegedly practiced sexual displays in front of their children and other adults, such as Dorothy Ranigan lying with her clothes on and rocking on top of Kevin Ranigan in their TV room. Now, again, this was all part of a 1993 court proceeding in which Cynthia Karnick had stated that she didn't want her children to have visitation with her ex-husband because he was part of this religious cult and she was concerned about their safety. Now, Karnick also described inappropriate instances or incidents involving the couple and the Ranigan children. The matter was actually eventually settled out of court between the two parties, but there have been others who have corroborated similar accounts or those accounts and have detailed similar accounts. So in an affidavit that supported Cynthia Karnick's written statement, Colette Humphrey said that she had lived with Kevin and Dorothy Ranigan from 1973 to 1978 when she was a member of the People of Praise, and confirmed that she had witnessed incidents of inappropriate sexual expression. She said this: when I was part of the People of Praise, I was in full life submission to Kevin Ranigan, under full obedience to him, and he expected his authority over, exercised his authority over most areas of my life. For example, we were in common financially, which meant that I had to hand over my paycheck to Kevin Ranigan, and he would decide on how that paycheck would be used. Kevin Ranigan controlled my dating relationships, deciding who and when I should date. Now, there was a third woman as well named Susan Reynolds who also shared abusive accounts herself. But the reason why we're giving you these details is because understand that, again, Justice Amy Coney Barrett is very much part of this Catholic cult known as People of Praise, and she actually worked and she lived with the Ranigans while she was in college for about 2 years.
Guys, there's tons of disturbing allegations. I want to give you more of them, and I want to give you their defense as well, of course. So let me go to graphic 6. Members of the People of Praise have entered a covenant commitment, they say, to live together and are expected to share portions of their income and regularly attend hours-long private prayer meetings, which can include exorcisms and speaking in tongues. Now, wait, did Barrett ever do that? Well, let's go to graphic 5. Barrett, 50, lived with Dorothy and Kevin Ranigan in their 9-bedroom South Bend, Indiana home while she attended law school, and according to public records. The justice, who was then known as Amy Coney, graduated from Notre Dame in law school in '97, and 2 years later married her husband, Jesse Barrett, who also appears to have lived in the Ranigan household. So she believes in these covenants, and that at that point, Kevin Ranigan makes all of the decisions for her. Later, her husband makes all the decisions for her. So is she consulting him for the Supreme Court decisions? I mean, look, it's gone. She's on the court. This isn't about like, oh, this is a political hatchet job or anything like that. So this is just a conversation about what are we doing?
Yeah, what are we doing?
Like, so nobody was allowed to ask about our religion, but why not? It's definitely a cult. Here, let me give you more disturbing elements so you begin to get a sense of it. Let's go to graphic 8. In June 2021, 4 victims of alleged sexual or physical abuse in the People of Praise published an open letter in the South Bend Tribune calling for reforms within the faith group. The suggested reforms included public acknowledgement that there had been, quote, a systemic failure to protect the People of Praise children from abuse, publicly naming of all individuals who have been, quote, credibly accused of abuse or concealing abuse within People of Praise or its schools, and placing an equal number of women in their highest leadership positions in the group and giving them an equal vote in all the group's decisions. So there's 2 different elements here. One is the abuse and the other is the rules overall. Women cannot be part of leadership. So Amy Coney Barrett is part of a group that says a woman is just not capable of leading. Yet she's on the Supreme Court.
Yeah, what's up with that?
And no one even asked her about that? The group, of course, is very against gay rights. And then there's the issue of abuse, including the allegations that Ranigan showered with his kids who were like 10 and 11 years old. Okay, so that's super weird, let alone that there's a number of people saying definitely child abuse going on here. That's their allegations. So we're not allowed to ask about that? And so no one did. No one, Dianne Feinstein, when Coney Barrett was up for a lower position in the federal judiciary, once asked about her religion very, very generally. And what did the Republicans do?
They lost it.
They're like, how dare you? This is persecution. She didn't even get into any of the details and go, wait a minute. Is your husband making the decisions or are you making the decisions? Because it's not my cult, it's your cult that says the husband should make all the decisions.
And we know what the treatment would be if the nominee happened to believe in a different type of religion, maybe Muslim religion, if
100%.
If the nominee wasn't a pro-corporate contender for either the federal courts or the Supreme Court, we know what the treatment would be. Wouldn't matter how egregious the question would be in regard to that individual's faith, right?
Yeah, no, we have a right to know. So she's obviously has massively anti-gay views. That's going to affect her decisions, and in a sense, by stripping away the right to privacy in reversing Roe, which she signed on to apparently.
Yep.
She has begun to do that. She obviously has no respect for women's rights. She's willing to give away all of her rights to a rando that she lived with in Notre Dame, a weirdo cult leader who's accused of abusing children. So she has women's rights. She doesn't even necessarily think women have rights. That's unbelievable. She's on the Supreme Court. And not a single Democrat had the courage to ask her, hey, what's going on with your cult? What are your actual beliefs?
Oh, the Democrats are worried that Republicans might yell at them.
Yeah, oh my God. And then, oh my God.
Can't have that.
Oh, no, we're more religious than the right wing. We're more fundamentalist than the right wing. We promise. You losers. You think you're getting the Southern Baptist vote? You ain't getting it. You think you're getting the evangelical vote? You're not getting it. So just goddamn it, do your job. This is also, the people at the top are not any better than you. There's a bunch of wackos up there. The ship has sailed. There's nothing we could do about it. It's important for you to be informed now that we have all the information.
All right, well, unfortunately, the next story doesn't get any easier. It involves cops standing by and watching a person die. It's an ongoing trend, especially after what we experienced in Uvalde, Texas. A man drowned to death in a Tempe park as cops essentially just watched it happen and refused to help. The cops have been placed on administrative leave, as always, but their union is actually defending their decision to literally stand there and watch a man drown to death and refuse to intervene. Now, first, let's set up the story. What happened? Well, police responded to a disturbance between Sean Bickings and a woman who's now been identified as his wife. Apparently, they were in some sort of dispute at the Tempe Center for the Arts, which actually sits on a promenade along, I should say, the Tempe Town Lake. Okay, so that is a reservoir, and the cops show up. They try to figure out what the dispute is. His wife tells them everything's fine. We just had a disagreement. There's no abuse. Nothing's wrong. Body camera footage released by the city shows officers approach and speak to a woman who identified herself as Bickings' wife. As she picked up her belongings off the ground, she explained that she and Bickings sometimes have disagreements, but said that he did not physically harm her. By the way, Bickings was described as unsheltered, so homeless. And so 2 of the officers then walked over to Bickings, who was seated on a bench facing the water, according to the body camera footage. By this point, the officers were running the couple's names for outstanding warrants, which is apparently standard procedure, according to the city. The police later said Bickings had 3 outstanding warrants, but this is important. Those didn't actually come up during Bickings' encounter with the police. They found out about the warrants after the fact. Now, that's when Bickings decided to slowly climb over this short fence dividing the boardwalk and the water. When one of the officers asked, like, what are you doing? Bickings said, I'm free to go, right? And so what you're about to see is what happens next based on the body cam surveillance. Let's take a quick look at that and then I'll explain more.
I'm free to go, right? You can't swim in the lake, man. I'm free to go, right? You're not allowed to swim in the lake. How far do you think he's going to be able to swim? You gotta keep an eye. Yeah. Well, you guys got to stay here in case he gets out. I'll get that and get you with the boat. All right.
I'm pretty sure there's like turbines at the base of the dam that could suck him into the water. Got it.
So they cut the body cam footage after that, right? They say it's too disturbing to release to the public. I think they should release it. And the reason why I say that is because the public deserves to know exactly what happened. They released a transcript of what happened afterwards, and I want to get to that transcript. Cenk, let me read the transcript first, and then I'll go to you, because I think that's the most important part of this story. So Bickings told the officers he was going to drown, according to the transcript. "No, you're not," an officer identified as Officer 2 replied. Officer 1 then directed Bickings to go to the pylon and hold on. "I'm drowning," Bickings said. "Come back over to the pylon," Officer 2 said. "I can't," Bickings said, "I can't." "Okay, I'm not jumping in after you," Officer 1 said, and he didn't. Okay, and as you guys can probably already tell, the cops have not been identified yet. Bickings then begged for help and said moments later, "I can't touch, oh God, please help me, help me." And they did not. And eventually his partner got involved and begged them to help her husband. And of course they refused to do so. They were annoyed with her demands. And it's just incredibly tragic. And the union, of course, is defending the cops to say, well, you know, it would have been very dangerous for them to jump in the water. And you can hear from the video that we played that one of the cops was concerned about possible turbines in the water that could have been sucking him down into the water. Because in the beginning of the video, you can see him swimming and he looks like a good swimmer. I don't know if the turbines really exist. That's unclear at the moment. But what I do know is you have 3 cops there. 3 cops are now on administrative leave who just refuse to do anything.
Okay, so let's understand the logic of the cops here. They said it was too disturbing to release to the public, the video of him drowning. But apparently it was not disturbing enough for them to actually try to save his life. So we can't even see how awful it was as he was drowning. But the cops saw it in real life and were like, don't care.
Not going in after you.
Don't care at all. You're dying, what am I, a cop here to save you? So which one is it? If it's so horrific that the public can't see it, well, obviously the cop did something wrong, right? Nope, cop did something perfectly fine. They say, well, if he had gone in, he might have lost his own life. Oh my God. If you're a cop, you might have to risk your life? Yes, that's supposed to be part of the job. But this is, I've told you guys this 100 times, 1,000,000 times, and no one's ever going to fix this. Biden, all the Democrats, all the Republicans are too busy kissing the cops' asses and shoveling them more money towards them.
No, but you're being super unfair to them because they also kneel in kente cloths and do performative politics and theater. So great job with that.
So the reality is all the cops in this country are trained. You're more important than the citizens. Do not ever risk anything, even any kind of harm, to save the life of a lowly citizen. Well, of course, unless they're rich, then you must risk everything to protect them and their property, okay? But if you're middle class or poor, just let them drown, who cares? You're not gonna get in any trouble at all. Better to be judged by 12 than carried out by 6. Who cares? That's what we teach our cops. Because I'll tell you guys, most people jump in to save the guy, unless they're trained to be callous, unless they're trained to not give a crap about other people's lives. And that's what we do with our cops. We're like, remember guys, no one else is important, only you. You are the most important. No, your whole job is supposed to be to risk your life for others. Otherwise, go be a goddamn accountant. It's a perfectly noble job. You just sit there with numbers. You don't have to risk your life at all, okay? So look, now let's get to the horrifying details. He might get sucked in by turbines. That wasn't a cop, that was a citizen that was there. The cops are like, yeah, whatever, man. Okay, you say, look, I get it in the beginning. You go to this to look into a disturbance. Maybe they fought, but now they're telling you they aren't. You're looking up the warrants, no problem. The guy jumps in, that's a giant pain in the ass. I got it, no problem, okay? And then you tell him not to swim out and he's still swimming out. That sucks. Am I getting on the cops for not jumping in at that point? No. But when the guy says I'm drowning, maybe you don't believe him in the beginning. Okay, give him as much leeway as you want, right? But when you don't see him come out of the water for 30 seconds and you say it on the tape, and you start to worry that he's gonna drown, that's when you jump in. You've got to jump in there. But then you don't see him for minutes. You gotta jump in. You gotta jump in if you don't see him for minutes. Hurry up, time is ticking. He told you he was drowning and now it looks like he is drowning. Get in there. They say, oh, no, I might get a hangnail, I might get a paper cut. I'm gonna get wet, that's a kind of a pain in my ass. To save a life? That's not my life, what do I care? I'm a cop. And that's the actual decision they made. And if you're looking for consequences, it would be shocking if they were fired.
Right, as I mentioned, the police union has already run interference on behalf of the cops. I'll get to that in 1 second, but I just wanted to give you a statement from the transcript from Bickings' wife. So she's begging them to help, begging them to save her husband. And she says, quote, "He's everything I got, I can't lose him, he's going to die." Now, since he was described as unsheltered, I'm gonna assume that she's also unsheltered. Imagine having literally nothing other than your partner, and you're standing there with people who could help save him, and they just watch him die. And you watch him die along with them, begging them for help, and they refuse to do it. Now, in the aftermath, as I mentioned, they've been placed on administrative leave. The Tempe Officers Association, the city's police union, said in a statement that Bickings' drowning was an awful loss of life. The union argued, however, that the officers were not trained or equipped for a water rescue and said that an attempt to rescue Bickings from the reservoir would have been dangerous. You know, what I'm also curious about is they didn't even bother to call anyone else for help.
Yeah,
right?
no, they claimed that they called like a boat and a fire department, et cetera, but it's gonna take hours for them to get, you know when they fished them out of the water? 6 hours later, nobody jumped in. Nobody jumped in, nobody cared. They say it might be dangerous. Yeah, your job is supposed to be dangerous. It's like the fire department going, what do you want us to rush into a burning building to save kids and people? That's the job, yes, that's the job. If you don't want to do the job, then go away and get fired and go do something else. I'm gonna read you the exact quote from the Tempe Officers Association. They said, quote, "Attempting such a high risk rescue could easily result in the death of the person in the water and the officer who could be pulled down by a struggling adult. Oh, wow, you could be in a little bit of danger. Yeah, that's why you're a cop. Don't ever tell me the cop is the most dangerous job. It's the easiest, cushiest, least risky job in the world. We teach them to be callous monsters who should never ever take any risk with their lives and let civilians die and go, oh my God, hey, look, it's a 12-year-old boy. What are we gonna ask him if it's a toy gun or if it's nothing? Just shoot him dead, who cares? That's Tamir Rice, and we can give you hundreds of examples. So now people have lost faith in police. I mean, if you're rich, you haven't lost faith. They'll protect your mansion, don't worry, right? But if you're poor or middle class, now you're stuck. You have criminals everywhere, but you're afraid that if you call the cops, A, they're not gonna show up, and B, if they do, they might hurt you. So we're all screwed, and no one is going to do anything about it. This is as dark as I have ever seen America.
Yep.
Because the Republicans love all of this dysfunction and that the fact that the country has turned into a barbaric hellscape, right? Where poor and middle class are crushed by corporate rule.
Day in, day out.
And the only people that are protected are the rich and the powerful. The Republicans love it, they live for it. And the Democrats are indifferent. They just cash checks. Oh, did the corporate donors send the money? Yeah, great. No, we're not gonna do anything about police reform. Let them drown. Let them get shot in a school. We're not gonna do any gun control. We're not gonna do voting rights. We're not gonna do higher wages. We're not gonna do any things that we lied about. And the corporate media comes in and says, it's all okay, everybody. Move along, everybody. Move along, it's all okay. This is perfectly normal. It's not normal. This is barbaric.
When we come back from the break, we'll get into Matthew McConaughey's speech during a White House press conference today. Some powerful words from him that Newsmax did not take kindly to. So we've got that and more coming right up.
All right, all right, all right.
You know what the progressive movement needs? It needs a little energy, a little pizzazz, maybe a little caffeine. Oh, coffee. But what if it was Too Strong Coffee? Yes, new, toostrongcoffee.com/TYT. Look, this helps progressive causes. It's also organic and fair trade, so you've got peace of mind that it was done right, and it happens to taste great. So check it out right now at toostrongcoffee.com/TYT.
300 million is a pretty good number, Well, that's the size of the US population. You know what our next target is? The size of the entire world.
We just crossed 5 billion views on YouTube.
I mean, imagine 10 years ago thinking one day.
We looked at you like, are you nuts?
Young Turks has just passed another milestone, 20 billion views.
Damn.
All right, lots of comments. You guys are the best.
I'm gonna read a few comments from our members.
Mr. Methuselah says on YouTube, super chat, thanks for all the important work you do for TYT for the movement.
Do you know who had the first super chat when I got back from vacation? You won't be surprised to find out. Rob Shively, what do you know? Rob says, rejoice, for Dragon Daddy has returned.
This question sent to us by Izzy Sanchez Jr. Is it me or is Meghan McCain talking as fast as Ben Shapiro? Is that the way the right tries to look smart and intellectual? Well, yes.
Michael Nathan writes it on Twitter. Did Anna choose Cenk's outfit today? I'm sure it wasn't Cenk himself. Man Bun Cenk and Skinny Jeans says, so now Anna has pointed out, okay, that's just handled.
T. Joyce, 1971, saying Donald Trump is good at pulling out of things, NAFTA, the Iran deal, NATO. It's just too bad Fred Trump didn't.
Do something. Do something so that people don't feel apathetic, that they see something coming that makes their lives better. I think the country is in a state of emergency. I think that January 6th was the tip of the iceberg. I'm Michael Schur, and we're on the road to revolution. So one thing that's great about the Young Turks and why I love being involved in them, I mean, everybody looks at Cenk and then looks at me. They see two different people. They see fire and bluster and voiced passion from Cenk, and they see kind of a reserved side to me. But Cenk and I believe in just about all the same things. The Young Turks has taught me a lot about how to message, how to be myself, that I can not be Cenk's brimstone and fire and still care in the same way.
Here's what we do. We go beyond the headline. We are willing to engage in transparent conversations with those who do not think like me. We also make sure that you know what's happening not only nationally, but in your local area. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
Cool news, shoptyt.com now has books. There's a whole bunch of books there. You're gonna be shocked to find out that they're largely progressive. Of course! Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People, is there. It's a fantastic story from Jesse Jackson to Bernie Sanders to AOC that explains the progressive movement probably better than any book I've ever read. Speaking of awesome books, my dad's got a book out called The Original Young Turk, where he goes from the poorest olive farmer you ever met in your life to living the American dream.
All right, all right, all right.
Let me tell you this, the older you do get, the more rules are gonna try to get you to follow.
TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys. And oh, look at this, SM Nostwick. There's no way I said that right, but we appreciate you. Thank you for becoming a member. Hit the join button below on YouTube or tyt.com/join. Casper.
Well, let's get to our next story.
Sir, thank you. Thank you. When you spoke to the president, can you finish about this?
Are the changes that are being discussed enough for you, Mr. McConaughey? What was your message to the president?
Actor Matthew McConaughey, who is from Uvalde, Texas, spoke out about gun violence in America, especially because it impacted his own hometown where 19 elementary school kids were gunned down by a mass shooter. And as you could hear in that video, a reporter from Newsmax asked him, "Are you grandstanding?" Now, I would venture to say that some people actually have, some emotions, actually are worried about human lives being lost, are concerned about children being gunned down in 4th grade classrooms, and aren't really engaging in grandstanding. In fact, the only grandstanding I see is on behalf of the gun lobby and weapons manufacturers in this country. But the speech that Matthew McConaughey gave, and this was part of a White House press briefing, was pretty powerful. In fact, why don't we go to the next video where he discusses just how important passing common sense gun legislation really is.
We also met Anna and Danilo, the mom and the stepdad of 9-year-old Aida Rodriguez. And Aida wanted to be a marine biologist. She was already in contact with Corpus Christi University of A&M for her future college enrollment. 9 years old. Aida cared for the environment so strongly that when the city asked her mother if they could release some balloons into the sky in her memory, her mom said, "Oh no, Aida wouldn't want to litter." Aida wore green high-top Converse with a heart she had hand-drawn on the right toe because they represented her love of nature. Camilla's got these shoes. Can you show these shoes, please? Wore these every day. Green Converse with a heart on the right toe. These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting.
Well, he used an assault weapon, as you all know, and what that does to human body, especially a small 4th grade human body, makes the body unrecognizable, to say the least. So I don't know, was he grandstanding when he talked about that? Or should we ignore the fact that these children's bodies were unrecognizable during this mass shooting using a weapon that an 18-year-old should not have had access to?
Yeah, so I'm really worried that the right wing just doesn't have empathy.
They don't. They don't, 0%.
And so what do you do when 40% of the country says, I don't care about your kids? I mean, Tim Pool's going around saying, no, I got a hobby, I don't care. We're gonna have that story later. Later, John Thune, or one of the biggest Republican senators in the country, is like, well, we're shooting varmints, so what? So your right to shoot varmint is more important than those 19 kids getting shredded.
Yes, that's what he's saying.
That's literally what they're saying. And so then people say, oh, no, you can't have an honest conversation about this topic because it'll hurt the feelings of the right wing if you call them monsters who don't care about our kids being murdered. Well, what's more important? Whether the right wing gets offended or that poor girl, 9-year-old girl, has so many holes in her body that are so large, they can't even tell who she is except for the sneakers. Remember the other story of the little girl who came out and said she had to cover herself in the blood of her friend so that she could play dead? I care about her and her friend 1 billion times more than the feelings of some scumbag Republican politician who says, yeah, but I got a couple $1 million from the gun lobby, so no, I'm not gonna do any gun control. I'm gonna let everybody have AR-15s and murder your kids daily. I don't care about your feelings at all.
Are you grandstanding?
No, F Newsmax and F every right winger who thinks, oh, well, I got a hobby. I like having fun outside, and your dead kids don't bother me at all. You're monsters. You're terrible, terrible people. Have I offended you? I don't care at all about you. I care about, by the way, you know what I care about? Your kids. I want to protect them. I want to protect your family, unlike you monsters. I have fun going, and Kyle Rittenhouse put out a video of him shooting this ridiculous machine gun today. Oh, we're having fun, man. Joe Biden, come and get it, man. You're still doing it after the dead kids are right there. 10 mass shootings, 10 massacres this weekend, and just as many the weekend before. They don't care about us.
At all.
They just don't. Pass the goddamn laws and do not ever ask a Republican for permission. They're never gonna give it to you. They're monsters. And so McConaughey, brilliant, I love it, but he did make a couple of mistakes in my opinion because he's not a politician. So we'll talk about the strategy, but first more on again, I don't want to take anything away from it. It was really important that he do this.
So he was spending, he and his wife have been talking to the families in Uvalde. They've even talked to one of the cosmetologists who's been tasked with preparing the victims' bodies for funerals. And he discusses that in detail in the next video.
We also met a cosmetologist. She was well-versed in mortuary makeup. That's the task of making the victims appear as peaceful and natural as possible for their open casket viewings. These bodies were very different. They needed much more than makeup to be presentable. They needed extensive restoration. Why? Due to the exceptionally large exit wounds of an AR-15 rifle. Most of the body so mutilated that only DNA test or green Converse could identify them.
But bunch of insecure, weak men need those guns for their little hobby. So we can't pass common sense legislation, like just ensuring that if you do buy that gun, you should, be cleared for mental health concerns or any other possible criminal activity in your background. No, we can't have any of that. We like the idea of being able to access these guns, any kind of gun we want, easily with no restrictions whatsoever, even if it means that little children's bodies will end up mutilated by these lunatics accessing the guns that they can get with absolutely no background check, no regulation, no nothing.
So we're gonna go to McConaughey's suggestions in a second, and they're really good. But you know what? I'm gonna retract something I just said, because as I was thinking about the things that he's proposing, I realized for a lot of them, actually a huge percentage of Republican voters agree. Mm-hmm. So let me be clear, the Republican politicians and almost every Republican talk show host and pundit, they're the monsters. Because the huge percentage of gun owners and Republican voters say, for God's sake, God damn it, do federal background checks. God damn it, do it already. 88% to 97% according to the polling of all Americans, and giant percentage of Republican voters too. So look, fair is fair. I want to be clear about who I'm calling monsters.
So let's go to the final video, which is about what we should do next. And remember, if I remember correctly, Matthew McConaughey is not some lefty, right? And he was planning on running for governor of Texas, but decided not to for some reason or the other. So he is interested in politics. There has been some commentary about where he stands politically. He's not some progressive, he's not some leftist, but nonetheless, he sees a very real problem, much like most Republican voters do, and he wants solutions. So he talks about that in this next clip.
Look, we heard from so many people, right? Families of the deceased, mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, Texas Rangers, hunters, Border Patrol, and responsible gun owners who won't give up their Second Amendment right to bear arms. And you know what they all said? We want secure and safe schools, and we want gun laws that won't make it so easy for the bad guys to get these damn guns. So, we know it's on the table. We need to invest in mental health care. We need safer schools. We need to restrain sensationalized media coverage. We need to restore our family values. We need to restore our American values. And we need responsible gun ownership. Responsible gun ownership. We need background checks. We need to raise the minimum age to purchase an AR-15 rifle to 21. We need a waiting period for those rifles. We need red flag laws and consequences for those who abuse them.
And he's right about that. But that was exactly what spurred the reaction from James Rosen over at Newsmax, where he shouted at him, are you grandstanding?
So there's a bunch of things he said that I don't agree with. So the holy Second Amendment, I don't think it's holy at all. I think it clearly says it's for a well-regulated militia. I got a question for you guys. Was the Uvalde shooter in a well-regulated militia? No one thinks he was in a well-regulated militia, right? So why was he allowed to own a gun? I rest my case. Second Amendment interpretation right now is horse crap. Okay, I disagree with McConaughey on that. That's fine. He throws in the family values there because he's a little bit right-leaning.
But he's also speaking to, he's speaking to a specific audience, and I think it's important to cater to the kind of messaging that's effective with that.
Yeah, I'm leading up to no problem. Okay, I'll take it. And then there's one critical thing he doesn't get that he's about to get, which is he said, oh, it's okay, let's do this in a bipartisan way. Let's get the Republicans to do it. Republicans ain't gonna do nothing, okay? Republican politicians are the bad guys, period. No, it's not about, my side versus his side. No, there are facts. They never vote for any of the things that he just said. So let me just be clear about the 4 things he proposed that the entire country agrees to. Again, normally, by the way, you watch Young Turks, we're the only ones who ever actually call out Republican voters. I don't have any problem doing that, but not in this case. In this case, Republican voters are totally fine, and in fact, they want universal background checks, raising the minimum age for purchasing an AR-15 to 21, a waiting period for AR-15s, and implementation of red flag laws. To me, that's the bare minimum. But everyone agrees to that, except every single Republican politician in the country. Every single one of them says no to each one of those proposals. So for God's sake, if you're a Republican, why don't you ask your senators and your congressmen, I'm in favor of this, 80-90% of Republicans are in favor of this, God damn it, why won't you do it? And the answer is obvious, but that's the one thing that the media is never gonna tell you. It's the money. They take money from the gun lobby. Because if people will say, oh no, Cenk, you don't understand the culture of America, it's very pro-gun, etc. Then why are so many Republicans in favor of federal background checks? Why are they in favor of the red flag laws? It's not in the culture, that's mythology. That's what the media says to you to distract you from the real issue, which is the money. The Republican senators have taken literally millions of dollars from the gun lobby. Their hands are soaked in blood. So don't tell me that it's even, it's not even. And again, if you watch the Young Turks, we hit the Democrats harder than anybody does. And in this case, they're, as usual, cowards. So no quarter for anyone, okay? But is it the Democrats or the Republicans blocking gun control? It is indisputably the Republicans. The Republican politicians have blood all over their hands, and they're not gonna do a goddamn thing. They're not gonna listen to Matthew McConaughey. They're just gonna send Tucker Carlson, Sean Hannity, and everybody else to go out there and go, oh no, they're taking away your rights, your rights, your rights. And Tim Pool out there going saying, I don't dead kids. That doesn't bother me at all. I mean, he didn't say that doesn't bother me at all. He just said it's not a concern enough for me to lose my rights to an AR-15 or presumably. And in fact, he did say this in a tweet to me. Or nukes, tanks, nukes, shoulder-fired missiles. The Republicans want to have fun. And if it means your children getting murdered, they don't care, the pundits don't care, and the politicians keep taking the money and they don't care. So be honest about what the real problem is. But I love that McConaughey did this because unfortunately we live in a celebrity culture. If a Democrat had said it, the right wing would never believe it. But if a celebrity who's kind of right wing says it and he throws in family values, they might be like, oh yeah. But you gotta call out the politicians, otherwise nothing's ever gonna get done.
When we come back from the break, we're gonna stay on the gun topic and discuss Senator John Thune and why he thinks he needs AR-15s. Has to do with prairie dogs and other Varmints. All right, we'll be right back.
All right, we got primaries coming up in about half an hour. Huge coverage tonight, including California, including Michael Schur. But there's also like tons of progressives, especially in California, that we want to tell you about and track to see if they win or not, of course. All right, and I want to tell you about one other programming note that's important. Indisputable now has YouTube channel membership. So we're thrilled about that. So go check out what you get for $4.99. That's the lowest level to choose from. Soon we're gonna have extra features for the $24.99 that you guys are gonna love, okay? And Indisputable celebrated its 1-year anniversary today. It's been called the fastest growing TV news show in America by the Hicks Evaluation Group. They did an analysis that includes mainstream media, that includes everybody, and it's the fastest growing show this year. I love it. So you could be a member now. So make sure you're checking out Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie. Anna and I were on it earlier today, and so was John. All right, now let me go to YouTube comments. These are super chats. Andrew Grew writes in, stop calling it paid administrative leave. It's paid vacation. Well, that's just kind of literal. I remember when I got out of school suspension when I was a kid, I was like, wait, how is this different than a day off? It's like the world's best punishment. And yeah, they're getting a whole month of vacation. Kyle Craven says, became a TYT member in 2016, riding the wave of progressivism laid down by the hashtag Feel the Burn movement. It feels like the world has been almost all downhill from that point. Happy to spend the end of days watching TYT though. Kyle, I hear you. Sometimes people say, oh, Bernie Sanders, man, he moved the Democratic Party. Did he? Not a single one of his proposals has passed. I'm not saying that to hate on Bernie. I love him for trying. But no, the Democratic Party is just as corrupt as they were in 2015, if not more corrupt. They haven't passed a single progressive item, and we told you yesterday, they're gonna turn Build Back Better into corporate pork package for oil companies.
Their campaign,
they're disgusting.
Their platform is scold the voters for abandoning us after we give them nothing. That's their campaigning.
Yeah.
Okay, and you're gonna get a lot of it during the midterms. You're gonna get a lot of it in 2024. A lot of finger wagging, a lot of scolding. Nothing about them keeping up their part of the deal. Just nonstop. Oh, you're destroying the country by not supporting us, even though we did nothing for you. Okay.
No, the scolding has come to an end. I don't care at all. They can kiss my ass. Both the stupid Democratic leadership like Pelosi and Biden and all their stupid, pathetic lackeys, and worst of all, the corporate media. Oh, it's Susan Sarandon's fault. F off. I'll tell you how many Green Party guys I voted for later today. TYT, Cenk and Anna with you guys and Vijay. So we do the show with you guys with our members. Vijay, Vijay is his name.
You gotta enunciate, homeboy.
Okay, all right, got you. It's Vijay Aluru.
Sounds like you just randomly said Vijay, like Vijay, like you know. No. I'm like, what? Was that Tourette's? Like, what's going on? Okay, sorry.
Okay. Sorry, Vijay. So that's his name. That's an Indian name. Anyway, just
no, it's a great name. It's just the way you said it. Like
okay, he said just can't stand to see the news about gun violence anymore. Absolute stupidity. Don't raise the age of buying an AR-15. Just ban it altogether. But brother, it's look one thing at a time. I mean, if we could just get them to the age of 21 where they can buy a beer, right? That's like a huge win in America. I know. I agree with you 100%. I would ban them instantly. It's not even a close question, but. Our politicians are way, way too corrupt, and so is our media. So that brings us to the next story.
Let's get right to it.
In my state, they use them to shoot prairie dogs and other types of varmints, and so I think that there are legitimate reasons why people would want to have them.
That was a video featuring South Dakota Senator John Thune, who was asked, why is it that Americans need AR-15s? The kind of weaponry that's used in mass shootings, like the shooting in Uvalde at Robb Elementary School, where 19 fourth graders were gunned down by a mass shooter, to the point where the bodies of the victims were unrecognizable. Why would Americans need that? Well, as you heard John Thune say, you need it for these cuddly little creatures here. The varmint that he specifically noted, let's go to the first graphic. These are prairie dogs. Really, you need an AR-15 for that? That's what you need an AR-15 for?
And by the way, so-
They're super cute, by the way, don't shoot
Okay,
them.
all right, so let's say you gotta shoot them for whatever reason. Are you a better hunter if you shoot them like this, like that, like an idiot? And God knows what else you're gonna hit? Or are you a more sophisticated, better hunter if you actually use a rifle that doesn't fire like the bullets at the rate that the AR-15 does? No, come on, man. No, guys, this is sick on every level. He's saying it's okay that those kids are dead. As Matthew McConaughey explained earlier today, the exit wounds on the AR-15s are so large it makes the body unrecognizable. But this mother effer says he's got to shoot varmints. And he says that with a straight face, as if like, oh no, your kids are dead, but it's okay because I had to shoot varmints. And look, anytime you go to the varmints, you're Looney Tunes, like literally. I mean, this is like a cartoon character. Mitt Romney said it too.
In 2012.
Yeah, they asked him, oh, are you into guns? He's not into guns, he's a billionaire, whatever he is, right? And he's like, oh yeah, I use it to shoot varmints. Okay, I mean, it was funny when Romney said it, but it's not that funny anymore. With
no, it's not.
Several massacres a day with dead children all across the country. This son of a bitch is still talking about varmints.
Well, we know why, and we'll get to why in just a moment. But I thought this tweet was excellent. Velocity of AR-15 creates a temporary cavitation so large any varmint struck would explode into a mess of tissue and bone. You know what? Let's get off the graphic. I'm gonna keep reading it. I just want you guys to go back to that B-roll of the adorable, cute, cuddly creatures as I'm explaining what would happen to their bodies as someone uses an AR-15 against them. Again, velocity of the AR-15 would cause any varmint struck to explode into a mess of tissue and bone. There are no legitimate reasons for proliferating this weapon of war, but Senator John Thune knows his minority rule depends on terrorism. Well, also his campaign coffers depend on it. So let's take a look at the next graphic that gives you a sense of just how much money these senators have taken from the NRA. So one of the top senators collecting that NRA money, of course, is Senator Mitch McConnell, Senate Minority Leader, at nearly $1.3 million. But Thune is on that list to the tune of $638,942. So he knows who signs his checks. And so he'll come up with any excuse regarding, regardless of how humiliating it is, by the way, to use, like to vocalize the excuse, as long as the check clears. That's all that matters.
Well, part of the reason why he could say something so absurd and so offensive is because he knows we don't really have a media in this country. Nobody's in the mainstream media is gonna say, oh, that guy's a crook, he took bribes. What do you think the 638,000 from the NRA is for? Because with general welfare? Because like, oh, John Thune, oh, he seems like a nice guy. Let's give him $638,000. No, the money comes in from the gun manufacturers, goes to the gun lobby, and then they give it to the politicians. The politicians make sure that there's no gun control, so more people buy guns, and then people panic after the massacres and they buy even more guns, which allows them to funnel more bribes, their bribes, to John Thune. So John Thune can laughingly go, yeah, we're shooting, what difference does it make? Let's make up something ridiculous and rub it in their face. Varmints, that's what it is, varmints. Why? Because CNN and all the others, they're never gonna call him out. They're never gonna tell you why this crook is in office, the amount of bribes he takes, and why he doesn't mind your children being murdered. Those are facts, but they'll never tell you that. That's why he could rub it in your face.
And he's not the only Republican politician who's used this excuse. You also have Representative Ken Buck, who's a Republican from Colorado. Why don't we hear what he had to say?
In rural Colorado, an AR-15 is a gun of choice for killing raccoons before they get to our chickens.
Killing raccoons, you need an AR-15 to kill the raccoons. By the way, my dad had a problem with raccoons, and you know what he did? He bought a raccoon trap that safely and humanely traps the raccoon in a cage. And then he took the raccoons to, what's the government organization for animals? Animal welfare. And they handled it. They dealt with it.
No, he should have gone in the backyard in LA and just been like, and just like, and maybe the bullets will fly off and kill a person, a baby. It doesn't matter. The Republicans would have celebrated him. He would have become a hero. They would have put him on convention after convention. So guys, you all know, even if you're a Republican, that this isn't about raccoons and varmints. You know that, right? So you know, even and especially if you're a right-wing voter, you know even better than Democratic voters. Those are all bribes. You know that, right? 800 some odd thousand to that lying son of a bitch politician. You know that. So by the way, on this issue, the four proposals McConaughey put forward are so universally agreed upon by everyone in the country, including Republican voters. So that's the minimum age for the AR-15 to be 21, not to be banned. Just the same thing as buying a beer, okay? Universal background checks, which have 97% popularity. Waiting period for AR-15, so this guy doesn't just grab one and go into the school like he did in Uvalde. And red flag laws. We all agree to it. Republicans, are you ever going to hold your own politicians accountable, or do you not mind the bribery? Do you like the corruption? Do you like the swamp? Because right now, and by the way, all of your right-wing talk show hosts, they're also corrupt, super corrupt. So they're all telling you, oh yeah, guns are great, don't do any gun regulation, don't do any gun regulation. Where's my check? We don't do any gun regulation. But wait a minute, all of the actual Republican voters say yes, we should do federal background checks. So think about why your media is purposely lying to you and why your politicians are purposely lying to you. Because every single one of you knows it's not about the goddamn raccoons.
You should think about that while we take a break. When we come back, let's switch gears. We're gonna move over to some lighter news, including a Disney proposal gone wrong. But maybe the people who did the proposal are the bad guys. Ooh, drums. We've got that story and more coming right up.
Animals are innocent.
All right, back during the social break here. We got primary coverage, so I'm gonna tell you how I voted, and I'm sick of the Democrats. So I went in there to the voting area today. I didn't keep my "I voted on" sticker. I keep it on for the whole day usually. I took it off right away. Like, it's just kind of repulsive to vote for Democrats. That's why I didn't vote for almost any Democrat today. So there's a couple in there. I'll tell you who it was during the primary coverage. But I'm sick of them. I'm sick of their impotent pleas of there's nothing we can do. All right. Anyways, another programming note. Everybody should make sure you're checking out Watch List. That's JR's show at 9 a.m. Pacific and noon Eastern. So youtube.com/watchlistTYT. All right. Now let's go to some of your comments. Perpendicular Time says, I bet a lot of this is Weigel, back to the Weigel story, being not liked by his colleagues at Washington Post. His reporting was extremely consistent and fair to Bernie during both elections, while the rest of the Washington Post was rabidly anti-Bernie. He's the odd man out and they want blood. Look, I don't know about that, and sometimes I get frustrated by Weigel's reporting too, but is he among the more fair journalists? Definitely, and that probably does bother all the other corporate lackeys at the Washington Post. No, he's embarrassing us by writing things that are halfway true. Yeah. Corporations are awesome. Progressives suck. I can't believe they're standing up for real people. Weigel made a joke, everybody. Weigel made a joke. Let's all hate Weigel. Shut up. Okay, anyway, thank you, Perpendicular Time. And Massey 54321 says, the fact that someone showing sympathy for murdered kids is unimaginable to a Newsmax reporter, I think says everything anyone needs to know about that organization. Yeah, of course, Newsmax, monsters. Okay, the one-winged dragon says, so the left and quote woke culture is grooming kids with LGBTQIA plus positivity, but exposing kids to heterosexual trauma and abuse is the kingdom of God. Absolute lunacy, referring to the People of Praise, Amy Coney Barrett's story. That's right, but shh. If you're in mainstream media, you're not allowed to talk about anybody's religion, even if it's a cult. You're allowed to hate gay people, and you're allowed to call it 50-50, I can't tell, right? But religion and cults, shh. Okay, Solid Crusader 89 writes in Pakistan, if a regular person is carrying a gun on the streets is viewed as a child carrying alcohol, the entire public would scold them and attempt to snatch away that gun on the spot. It's true, I know, but Pakistan is a far more civil country than America, which is barbaric and backwards compared to countries like Pakistan. We'll be back. All right, back on TYT. Cenk and Anna with you guys. We're joking around with Edwin. All right, Casper.
All right, we're switching gears. We're talking about lighter stuff, including a Disney proposal that went wrong. So, what was supposed to be a dreamy, beautiful, romantic marriage proposal at Disneyland in Paris got brutally ruined by one of the employees at the park. And people are wondering why. Why did this Disney employee decide to ruin a proposal in what's supposed to be one of the happiest places on earth? Let's watch what happened. Okay, I shouldn't be laughing, especially since the couple is just completely heartbroken over what happened. But can we watch the video one more time? Like B-roll, let's watch it on the side because I want to comment. I want to do a play-by-play. Because that guy, he came out of nowhere.
No, that guy's Jalen Ramsey, man.
Where did that guy come from? Look at him, it's like, look at him, what, no.
Sign him up for the NFL, man, that was a pick six.
No marriage proposal for you. I wish I could do a French accent, I can't.
Wait, let's move over here, please. You propose, not here, okay?
All right, look, I feel bad for the couple because they're obsessed with Disneyland and now they're completely heartbroken. Not only did the proposal go wrong, I don't even really understand why the Disney employee did that, but Disney has apologized for it. So Ante, who is the proposer in this relationship, said Disneyland stands for dreams. Our moment was destroyed.
All right.
All right, I don't want to be critical of him, but you're an adult. Disneyland should not stand for dreams for you, or for any adult. Like, let's grow up. Can we all grow up? We can all grow. Look, I like Disneyland when I go just with my husband and no one else, right? Avoid it at all costs if you're gonna go with kids, because it's hell. But like, it's a theme park that's part of a giant multinational corporation. Everything's gonna be all right. Like, it's gonna be okay, but grow up a little bit.
Okay, so yeah, we're gonna be mean here. Okay, so look, should the employee have done it? No. Is there a reason why he did? Well, I don't know. None of the articles really mention it, and probably because he's in hiding somewhere. He's in a witness protection program. Because people are so livid about this. They're like, "You messed up a Mickey Mouse proposal. How dare you?"
He should not have done that, and it was ridiculous. I'm guessing that. Can I just? Sorry, I know I'm interrupting you too much. I apologize, but I have to say this. I'm wondering if money has something to do with it. Because I know that Disney has like these big like marriage proposal packages. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I don't know that, but I was gonna guess something similar, that some manager might have told him, don't let him do it on stage. And so that's why he was moving them off stage. But we have no word of that, because otherwise I don't see why he would do it.
Right.
So, and everybody's piling onto that employee because he's the one on tape. And maybe he's protecting the manager because he doesn't want a second guy to get in trouble, etc. But it's super strange to have done it that way. But now to Anna's point,
it's like wearing the ears and everything, like the ombre shirt.
And they're like, what is he? They're all in white. This is like, okay, please. Entree or exit, the other one. Okay, whatever that is.
In Paris, though, they're in Paris.
Yeah.
Right.
Why are you even in Disneyland in Paris?
No,
like anyway.
There's so many beautiful places in Paris to propose.
Oh, I know. You're so right. Instead of like Eiffel Tower or the Louvre or something.
But also, like, I know I'm being mean, and like, yeah, there are people who really love Disneyland. So different strokes for different folks. Do you, boo? I don't mean to be super judgmental. I want them to understand, like, it's not the end of the world. You guys are in freaking Paris.
Yeah, actually, like, since it's gone so viral, I'm wondering if somebody got in their ear and they're like, maybe you can make some money off this, like if you threaten a lawsuit or something with Disney, because this is too over the top. Look, I got nothing but love for Ante and his new bride-to-be. She did apparently eventually say yes. And I like their sweet innocence, right? But
they are sweet.
They are sweet, but
damn it, I'm a bad person.
No, but I'll double down, okay, on being bad. So look, Disney, I got no interest in it. Don't get me wrong, two different things. The parks, the lines, the heat, the bumping into each other. I hate it. Okay. On the other hand, the streaming service with all the MCU and the Star Wars, love it. Okay, I'm just keeping it real. But as Anna said, obviously different strokes for different folks. We don't have to love it, right? But at the same time, like, don't be so fragile that like, oh my God, it turns out Mickey Mouse isn't real, and it's just a dude, and he snatched my ring, and I had to do it 6 feet away. You're gonna be okay.
No,
like, it's not really the end of the world.
Okay, let me give you some more deets about what happened. Okay, the planning, the preparation that went into this. So Ante said that he had been planning this proposal since Christmas.
He's such a sweet guy, man.
He really is. When his fiance gave him the tickets to Disneyland, in the 4 years they've been together, Ante added, the magic of Disney has played an important role in their relationship. We're the bad guys.
I know.
So I retract everything I said.
No, there's no Santa Claus. There's a guy in the Mickey Mouse outfit. I'm sorry, same with Goofy.
But it played a big role in their lives.
But they're sweet, we love them.
Yeah.
Ante, my heart goes out to you.
There are things that like me and my husband are into that other people would probably roll their eyes at. And it's like, no, I want to be supportive of their love. And I feel bad that something that played a big role in their relationship has now been tainted by this one employee who like jumped in and interfered with their
but
sweet
at the same
moment.
time, I love you guys, but it's gonna be okay. It's not really tiny issue.
Yeah, and
like
also,
smaller than a mouse issue.
You guys are now making international headlines, so kind of cool, right?
Yeah, you're famous, you crazy? I mean, you wanted it to be in public on a stage. You got on a much bigger stage because he took you off that tiny stage.
Totally.
Congratulations.
Now, they've watched nearly every one of Disney's films, he said, adding that he had agonized for months over exactly where, how, and when to propose. Now, Disney did respond to this, apologizing. In this written apology, Disney admitted the employee made the wrong move. We have offered our sincere apologies to the couple concerned, and we will do everything we can to make this up to them. And regardless of their apology, and as we've learned, apologies don't work in this day and age. Ante is not buying it. I don't want to visit Disneyland anymore. They can't give us that moment back, and that's the only thing I want, to get a second chance.
Oh, come on, no, you're losing me, brother. Just take the free Disney stuff that they're gonna give you. See if they can throw in a little bit of money for the honeymoon. You know what I'm saying? Because you were devastated by the 6 feet you had to travel before you did the goofy present. And then move on, move on. And by the way, you got the whole world loving you and sympathizing with you now. And you're obviously a super sweet guy, right? Take the win, move on. This way.
Oh, it's so good. All right, okay, let's get to our next story. And this is a hopeful one involving varmints.
Uh-oh.
Am I saying it right? Is it varmint?
Yeah, varmints, yeah.
It's such a weird word.
Totally, 100% weird.
All right, so let's talk about these varmints.
That's why it's funny.
So, a group of ultra smart rodents are apparently taking on a new role that could help save lives. So a British researcher is training 170 rats, literal rats, to be used during rescue operations following earthquakes. Now here is the concept, and it apparently has already shown some success. Rats are being trained to be sent into earthquake debris wearing tiny backpacks. First of all, let's just pause. The vision of tiny backpacks on rats is very cute. So that rescue teams can talk to survivors. 7 rats have been trained so far, taking 2 weeks to get them up to speed. Prototype backpacks containing a microphone are being used at the moment, with rats being sent into mock debris. So when an earthquake happens, especially if it's a particularly strong earthquake, a building can collapse, people will be trapped under the debris. And the idea is to find the individuals who are trapped under the debris, and it's not easy to do that. But it is easy if you have like these miraculous rats with backpacks that can like just kind of squeeze through, find the victims, and enhance communication between the victims and the rescue workers.
Yeah, so I hear that they've also trained the rats to be able to get inside a chef's hat, and then by manipulating his hair, get him to cook in a way that is amazing and maybe the best in Paris.
Okay, hold on. There's a video, I haven't seen the video yet. I can't wait to watch it. So let's take a look at how this works. Does that rat have like 2 tails?
Oh, yeah, those rats are big, man.
Obviously, they use positive reinforcement with like a treat, you know, a little treat if they do the right thing.
Yeah.
I gotta be honest, I didn't understand anything from that video. In fact, I was a little creeped out by how big that rat was.
Totally. So like the scientists that are training them and stuff, they're wonderful people, and they're just gonna help people in earthquakes. It's a good story. So let's ruin it. Okay, they're like, oh, you know, there's a misconception that rats can be dangerous. So that's not a misconception. They totally can be dangerous. They spread disease.
Bubonic plague.
Yeah. Something called the Black Death.
Yeah.
Okay.
But if they're not diseased, they're fine. Yeah.
Exactly. And even in certain angles can look cute and are gonna go help people, and God bless. But we don't have to pretend that rats are like the most wholesome animals there is.
First of all, let me just note, Mr. Animal Hater here, that if it were not for rats, countless human lives would not have been saved. Think about how much like experimentation is done on pharmaceutical drugs on rats, right?
And by the way, you do it on monkeys, people lose it, and rightfully so, and they get super mad. You do it on rats, they're like, oh no, they're ugly, it's okay, go ahead.
No, look,
that's why they've saved so many lives.
I do think that's the mentality behind it, right? We seem to favor certain animals and completely discard other animals.
Do you want me to get into evolution? Because I can get into evolution.
No, definitely. Let's not do that. I don't want to lose more credibility on this story. No, but seriously, this is an incredible development. I love that, not only can they help rescue people, but they can look really cute while doing it, while wearing really adorable backpacks.
Yeah, so the first place that they're gonna send the rats is Turkey. Okay, so, and I know it makes a lot of sense because unfortunately Turkey's very prone to earthquakes.
Please, it's Turkey.
Turkey now, okay. Yes. Good luck with that. So I'm the only person in the country who could actually say it. Good luck. They're trying to change the name to Turkey, which no one can pronounce in America. Anyways, and a lot of my family has been in the middle of really, really scary earthquakes in Turkey. This is very helpful, and I know how a lot of Turks will react to it. So they send us rats, huh? Okay, CIA, know it. Definitely CIA.
By the way, maybe.
No, the rats are not CIA. That's a different kind of rat.
But you should usually suspect CIA.
No, they do too much already.
That should be like the default suspicion, and then just like dig deep and see if your suspicion can be confirmed. And if it's not, then accept the rats, let them in.
CIA has done terrible coups in places like Iran. They have deserved all of the skepticism that they are met with. But in Turkey, like it'll rain and they'll be like, CIA.
Maybe.
No. Anyways, in this case, God bless the rats. Bart, I believe the animals are innocent, aren't they? There you go. All right,
animals are innocent.
There we go. That was a strong one.
Strong. Okay, guys, we got primary coverage coming up right now, right after the break. California, New Jersey, Montana. So like almost a dozen states, and there's almost a dozen excellent progressives in California. And we've got our own Michael Schur, and so many of those candidates are gonna join us during our coverage. You guys are gonna love it, so stay right here, and we'll be right back.
Well, the Young Turks, the Friday show is gonna be awesome. We're gonna help us over here. Drop it. We became the first ever daily online web television show. No, the Constitution is the very core of America. The fact that we don't spy on American citizens, that we get a warrant, that we go to a judge, that we have a procedure, that we have due process, that is America.
On top of that, they go, why don't they just stay at their own schools? You gotta realize something. These schools suck. They want people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. You ain't got no straps, you ain't got no boots.
He lit these fires in trash bins all around town out of frustration.
99th most viewed channel today on YouTube.
The Shorties Award. Best web host. We passed 1 billion views. Voice Award winner, news and information channel, The Young Turks. Oh, another Webby.
The Young Turks.
Can I curse? Yeah! For those of you watching on live stream, yes, we have adopted a pet iguana that showed up at our door.
A haunted version in the dark with our silhouettes.
Now let's get to the best line of the debate. And it was definitely the one against philosophy. I told you we were coming.
You talk about it when it becomes a problem. Our lack of gun control is a problem.
Nonsense BS story is hurting that cause, and they need to wake up and recognize that they are being had by these people.
Biggest gang in America. Question is, how do we make sure that we blame the person who is dead? What kind of democracy is that?
We should never forget that the most powerful people in the world exploited the greatest tragedy in American history to go to war in a country that had a lot of oil.
Rolling thunder. That's what this show is.
Never in my life did I think I would like to see a dictator. But if there's going to be one, I want it to be Trump.
TikTok, TikTok.
Where's the line? We've crossed every line you can imagine.
We are a socialist country. It's socialism for the rich.
TikTok, TikTok.
You don't have to know the truth, just believe what they tell you.
There is no bounds to their monstrous hypocrisy. TikTok. I think we're gonna win the Senate in 2020. And I think we're gonna have the House, and I think we're gonna have the presidency. TikTok.
And in 2020, we're going to clean your clock, and we're gonna run you out of town, and we're gonna have an actual democracy in this country. November of 2020 could also be potentially the greatest day of our lives. Let us whisper of a dream.
My name is Carlos Hernandez. I am the valet parking for this small parking lot. I work for TYTs, and they coming to this lot over 4 years. I know two more famous person, Bernie Sanders, the former Vice President Al Gore, and too many other guys. I'm so happy to cover it with TYT.
Back to back that I like. Say hi to the camera.
I don't like this.
All right, welcome, I believe, there we go, to, nope, we're gone again. Okay, there we are. Okay, welcome to the Young Turks election coverage. We got massive primaries tonight. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, Aida Rodriguez. Aida, how you doing?
I'm doing well, how are you?
Well, let's find out at the end of the night, isn't it? So we got California primaries. We got Michael Schur's primary here, former TYT host, and more to come. So let me tell you guys real quick what we're doing tonight. We've got, oh, by the way, Garrick Gibbs also joining us. Garrick just joined by hitting the join button below on YouTube. You do that. Young Turks membership makes all of this possible. And by the way, you can get all of our shows anytime you want when you're a Young Turk member. And Garrick, we appreciate it. Okay, so tonight we got California, Iowa, Mississippi, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico. That is a hell of a lot of primaries, okay? And we've got, and in California, we even have a mayor's race that's relevant. So we got Karen Bass versus Rick Caruso. The whole country's been talking about that one. And we're gonna have tons of different guest hosts for you guys. Jessica Burbank, Jayar Jackson, And even Ben Mankiewicz showing up for this one. This was a big one. Okay.
I will believe it when I see it.
Well, I hear you on that. This one's so big, I'm even going to take a break in the middle. I never take a break. Look at that. Because we're going to 10 o'clock tonight. So I'm going to tell you guys about how I voted earlier today. I'm curious about Ida and John as well, because I'm so sick of the Democrats, and we'll have a conversation about that. But first, the polls that have already closed just now are Mississippi, New Jersey, and South Dakota. Man, South Dakota closes early. It's 5 o'clock on the West Coast. Anyways, California, of course, is going to close at the end. So the way that things are working, most of the progressives are in California. California has become a massively progressive state. Almost none of our politicians are that way, but the electorate is, and so tonight might be a big clash because of that. And I'm going to tell you guys why California voters are so progressive and why California Democrats are so non-progressive also later in the night. So you got that to look forward to, and obviously we'll have your comments. At the very end, we do a bonus episode for the members, including 2 segments that I now love. One is called the Blame Game, for who do you blame for if things went wrong. But you know what? Last time things went kind of right. We got a bunch of progressive wins. Fetterman might be going to the Senate. So we'll see if there's the need for a blame game at the end. And then the other one for the members is, what just happened? So we'll do that at the end of the night. Now, having told you all of that, in New Jersey, the first race that is very important for progressives is Imani Oakley in the 10th district. She is a really solid progressive, and she's going up against Donald Payne Jr., more of a corporate conservative Democrat. And initial results are 0% to 0% with 0% reporting. Okay, but we will keep you up to date. Okay, we're good with that.
I think there's still a lot of room for things to develop in that race.
Yes, tons of room, and Essex County hasn't come in yet. I have no idea if that's in the 10th district. I threw out a random county in New Jersey, okay? Look at me being a New Jersey expert / proving I'm not a New Jersey expert in the same sentence. Okay, now, so since there are no results in yet, this is when we talk about, hey, it's election day here, what happened? Now, normally in California, you have tons of ballot measures, and you have to then become a legislator yourself and figure out all the tricky language and then the weirdo ads that try to deceive you. But in this case, there was only one because it's the primaries. So we'll skip that part of it. But guys, I'll be honest with you. When I went in to go vote, I kind of sick feeling in my stomach. I didn't want to vote for any of the Democrats. And in California, at least in my district, there aren't that many choices. So I did some very unconventional votes, and so very unconventional. I had an eclectic voting day today, okay? So first of all, I voted for 4 Green Party members. I'll be honest, I'm not sure I've ever voted Green Party before. I might have voted once in a primary, because primaries are when you can vote for Green Party. But this time I was like, why would I vote for a Democrat? Let me find the Green Party candidate, because in California, it's whoever gets the 2 candidates that get the most amount of votes, and their party affiliation doesn't matter at all. So you're not quote unquote wasting your vote on a Green Party candidate. People that can't understand simple stuff drive me crazy. So when I tweeted about that earlier today, you have 2 different camps. The one camp goes, oh, what? I thought you said not to vote for Green Party, hypocrite. Well, of course it matters if it's general election or primaries. In the general election, if you vote for a Green Party candidate, if this is the fact pattern, that has a very little chance of winning, and there's 2 major candidates and one of them is a fascist, maybe you don't vote for the Green Party in that case. Now, the second part though drives me crazy just as much. So then you got the other camp going, oh yeah, you might as well vote for a Republican if you're gonna vote for Green Party. Now you're mixing up your talking points. I know your talking points are fed to you by corporate media, but you're supposed to say that in a general election. In a primary, it's not the equivalent of voting for Republicans at all. That doesn't make any sense at all. So I don't know if those are real people or if they're bots or if they're just MSNBC viewers, but they're like, oh yeah, I voted for Green Party. That means you hate Democrats. I love Democrats. Well, which Democrats and for what reason? And why do you love Democrats? If they're more right wing, why do you like them? Why don't you just vote for a Republican? People refuse to make sense. I've got more on my votes in a second. But Ida, did you get a chance to vote today?
Yeah, I did, and I'm not gonna talk about who I voted for because I don't want that energy on my thing. I'm dealing with my own level of anxiety when it comes to social media. But I will say this: I agree with you wholeheartedly, and I think that this party allegiance needs to come to an end, and the allegiance needs to be to the population, to the human beings that are affected by these people. I really took note for a lot of the things that Democrats had been doing and those that affect where I live and my community. I took superintendent very seriously. Like, we have to think about controller, like people that are dealing with the money, allocating the funds for the programs for our community. We can't just be hyper focused on Donald Trump and AOC and the squad and Ted Cruz. We have to think, about the people who are immediately affecting how we live and where we live. And I think that a lot of times that's lost on people. I did really pay attention to, and I have it right here with me. I did pay attention to the superintendent of schools, of public instruction, because most of us could not afford to send our kids to these independent schools that cost a college tuition. The treasurer, the attorney general, like, we need to really focus on these other offices instead of always talking about, is Donald Trump coming back to office? Who is the sheriff in your community? And those are the things that I took count of. And when it comes to the Democratic Party, in light of what has happened since Biden has been in office, we have seen a lot of hate crimes. We've seen a lot of things happen, and we've seen a lot of voting in favor of passing bills to protect Asian people. We've seen billions of dollars sent to Ukraine, but the Black community in America continues to dwell in the conditions of those who have been oppressed in this country. And I'm paying attention to all of the people who are affecting our communities of immigrants. So I hope that other people who voted took note of those things too, and dropped that party allegiance and really started thinking about the issues. And I also voted for some people in the Green Party. You can miss me with that. You could tweet me all you want, I don't care.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and look, the other thing about California is that so many of the races are non-competitive because they just say, this is the establishment Democratic candidate, and you don't have any choice. Everyone in the media will tell you, you have to vote for Padilla, you have to vote for Gavin Newsom, you have to do it, you have to do it, okay? So they're gonna win easily. Like, there's a corporate mafia in our media, and they don't even give space to any other politician, so I know they stand no chance. So I wrote in. I wrote in Joe Sandberg for governor because he's the only one in California that's ever done anything. He helped pass the earned income tax credit. Working poor got billions of dollars in this country, in California because of it. He put $18 minimum wage on the ballot measure for this November. That's gonna give people making minimum wage over a $6,000 raise. He would be an infinitely better governor. Of course, he's not gonna win on my write-in vote. I'm probably the only one who did it, right? But on principle, why do I have to vote for Gavin Newsom in a primary? No, I'm not gonna vote for Gavin Newsom, no way. Okay, and Alex Padilla, I didn't vote for him either. You know what? I'll be honest. I wrote in Joe Sandberg again, so hopefully he'll be senator and governor. Okay,
he's gonna be busy.
Yeah, Padilla. They're like, oh no, he's a good Democrat and a little bit progressive. A little bit progressive, yeah. You know what Padilla's done since he's gotten into the Senate? Nothing, zero, nothing at all. I mean, I kind of voted the right way. What did you vote on? I mean, he barely voted on anything. And everything got blocked in the Senate. And did he fight back against anything? Nothing. And we're supposed to like that. Well, I don't. I'm disgusted by it.
Yeah.
On an attorney general, you know what I did? I wrote in Steve O, our former chief business officer here. He was a prosecutor in LA. He's a lawyer. He's got a California bar. I'm not voting for you Democrats in primaries. And the fact that I had to vote for a Democratic incumbent for Congress killed me. I didn't want to do it. I wish I lived in a different district where I could vote a bum out. But God damn it, they redrew my lines. And I was hoping I got to vote for Michael. I used to be in that district. Now I'm in Ted Lieu's district. Ted Lieu is barely passable, so I had to vote for Ted Lieu because he's one of probably the top 20 progressives in Congress. So is he wonderful, great? No, but is he good enough? Yes. He's one of the very rare ones that are good enough.
I share your frustration about people either not understanding or pretending to understand how a strategy might be different in a primary versus in a general election. In the same way that they wouldn't understand that, under like California has, jungle primaries and everything that might influence the way that you vote, your political strategy. If we were in one of the limited states that has, ranked choice voting or something like that, that would influence. You do have to actually adapt your strategy based on the real world, not just a world that you've crafted inside of your head. That said, I feel quite a bit like how I at least imagine that Ana Kasparian has been feeling recently. She talks a lot about how, in her mind, politics is obviously, it's a complex thing. Electoral politics, engagement with electoral politics is one part of it. It feels less significant to me right now because we're a year plus into the Democrats having power and doing effectively nothing with it. I feel overall disgusted with engaging with electoral politics right now. So the strategy, I don't know, I just much less enthusiastic about it. And in particular in LA, I love that, especially Ida, you focused on so many races, especially lower level races that don't necessarily get as much attention. I think that's important and that's where we need to stay engaged. The headline races though, like you've got your frustration with the gubernatorial race, but the LA mayoral race is just such a disgusting thing to watch.
100%.
There's a lot in American politics that is so see-through that you begin to feel insane because no one in a position of power and authority will just say what is actually happening. The fact that he can just come in with this money and pretend that he's a different person than he was 18 minutes ago, it disgusts me. We don't know what the result's gonna be, but the process disgusts me.
Well, I'll be honest back. Karen Bass's campaign has disgusted me. So it's a murderer's row of awful, vomitous choices. And so a lot of Democrats will catch feelings over that. Have at it, Hoss. Catch all the goddamn feelings you want. I got a lot of thoughts on Karen Bass. So, but I want to needlessly clarify something. The Padilla Senate race, there's two of them because it's a special election. I did the write-in thing on the 3-month one. The real one that goes for 6 years, I wrote in the Green Party candidate, James Hank Kahn. I didn't write him in, I voted for him. James Hank Kahn. So by the way, the polls have not closed in LA or in California. So you can go vote for those Green Party candidates right now. So look, so Karen Bass. So this is the one that, to Ida's point about, she's right. Like you tell anyone who you're voting for, you're gonna get half of Twitter hating you for the rest of your life. You're gonna get 95% of the media using it as an excuse to attack you for the rest of your life with no context, no nothing. My tribe, my tribe. Did your tribe ever do anything? No, who cares, my tribe, okay? So here, why am I bothered by Karen Bass? So massive problems with homelessness and crime in California. She's talking to the LA Times. I talked about this on Old School last night. You can check that out. We had a more fun conversation about it. tyt.com/join to become a member. You get Old School anytime you want. So she's talking to Steve Lopez at the LA Times. This is a big interview. A lot of people are reading this to see which way they're gonna vote. He asked her about homelessness. Her answer is, quote, "I don't think I have necessarily big ideas." It's the #1 issue in the race. No one disputes that. Then why'd you run? Why'd you run? Oh, you wanted a little bit more power for yourself. Wow, that's so compelling. Okay, but that's not all. Throughout the entire interview, she's like, I don't know, I don't care, whatever, maybe, I don't know. Okay, here, I'm gonna give you another example. Let's see if I can find this as quickly as I can. Oh yeah, so we got the issues with mental health and hospitals and what are we gonna do with folks who have mental health issues, addiction issues, et cetera, that are homeless. These are really important, critical issues because you want to make sure that you're treating the homeless in a humane way, right? But not letting them stay in encampments, which aren't good for them or us or anyone, okay? And has led to out of control crime. It's not the only thing that's led to crime. Tons of things have led to crime. And I don't want to conflate the two issues, but homeless is a big, big problem. So she says, when asked about that, quote, "There's a big chunk of land in Palmdale, and maybe we can create a village out there." That is unbelievably careless. You're running for mayor in LA and you got maybe? I mean, you just pulled a village out of Palmdale out of your butt in the middle of an interview with the LA Times? Maybe we'll build a village in Palmdale. What the F is that? That's just saying, I'm a Democrat, you have to vote for me. I'm not gonna do anything, but all my mafia will come out there and bully you into voting for me. So, maybe we'll build a village in Palmdale, I don't care.
It sounds like Trump. I mean, you're sort of doing his impersonation, but it sounds like the sort of thing that would sell on the Republican side where you just throw things out. You don't have to mean it. It doesn't have to make any sense. You just say it and then you move on. I would hope that our side would require a little bit more.
Our side doesn't require anything, okay? Progressives require a lot. Democrats are like, yes, absolutely, Karen Bass. If you don't vote for Karen Bass, you're for Donald Trump.
To be clear,
Donald Trump's not in the goddamn race. Wakey, wakey.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I mean by our side, to be clear.
Yes. Progressives.
And you know what? The other thing, and what I wanted to say, when you hear stuff like that, is to make those people feel safe who keep saying, well, what about our property value if we have unhoused people in our neighborhoods? But they're also the people who want to fight against centers being built to house the people who are unhoused. So there's a no-win situation there. They don't want you in their neighborhoods at all. They don't want you in a center because the center brings the property value down, and they don't want you in the neighborhood, so it brings the property value down. So if we say we'll relocate them to another place where we continue to relocate people who are struggling and dealing with issues. The other thing is, I've been watching all this vampire stuff. Los Angelinos, Californians, don't let yourself get glamored, compelled by these people who are living very privileged lives, that you want to identify with them and vote the way they vote because they're not thinking about your crime-infested neighborhoods, the struggle, inflation, lack of jobs, not a decent wage. All of this stuff that is happening to the communities of the people who do not live in these neighborhoods that have security guards and secured entry, where they don't have to worry about the crime like the people who are in these communities that go to work every day. Because the reality of it is that the majority of the people who live in the hood are not criminals, are victims of the biggest criminals in Washington and above, corporate America. Please don't allow these people to compel you with this celebrity. And that's why a lot of people hate California. Don't let them compel you with this elitist mentality and foolishness that you rightfully cannot identify with when you have to go to work every single day and struggle while they're living and having these elaborate election parties trying to tell you you could be like us too by a vote, but your life is not a reflection of you being like them too.
Yeah, I'm just saying one quick thing, and then we got a little bit of a result here. So I watched the mayor's debate. Karen Bass, Rick Caruso, and the others were in it. I took it seriously, and they asked her a question about crime. They asked all of them, and they said on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being feeling really unsafe, 10 feeling perfectly safe, how safe do you feel in LA? And she said, 10, but I hear other people have problems. Yeah, that's what we mean by a privileged life. I mean, I can't believe she's at a 10. Where does she live? Does she live in a castle? But that's why she's thinking, what's the big deal? I'm not gonna have any real solutions, right? I'm just gonna do the same thing every Democrat does, nothing, right? I'm at a 10, I don't know what your problem is.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Yeah, and the issue is then when Rick Caruso comes out and he makes it a main focus of his campaign, and all the people who are seriously trying to deal with this issue say that he's got effectively no details. Nobody has any idea where the money is gonna come from for the very vague plans that he gives. Well, okay, that's not great, but to some people it's gonna look more appealing than, I don't really have a plan. This is gonna look more appealing. It's a guy who seems confident and is even more privileged in terms of his wealth and all that. In any event, we do have results. It's not much, but we do have New Jersey has started to come in, and in the one of the main races in New Jersey that we're tracking, which is Imani Oakley's race right now, we do have 181 total votes that have come in. So I don't know that we can draw too much from it, but this is the beginning of a process that could stretch on for a few hours.
Yeah, no, I know. There's nothing you can divine from that. That doesn't mean anything at all, okay? But it has begun. Look, unfortunately, in the beginning, there's Imani Oakley, and then there's a great progressive in Montana. But the lion's share of the progressives are in California. We're going to talk to all of them soon, okay? So they're going to come on here, really interesting candidates running against some of them awful Democratic incumbents. So stay right here for all that. But I'm going to go back to the mayor's race in LA because it's really split LA, and it's jumbled. A lot of Democrats are voting for Rick Caruso, and then other Democrats are saying if you vote for Rick Caruso, you're a monster, and he's just like Trump. Okay, so any of the over-the-top comments are totally BS. So is Rick Caruso an actual Democrat? Of course not, right? He became a Democrat like 3 seconds ago to enter this race. And now all of a sudden he's pro-choice, but he gave $1 million, but he's so rich, what difference does it make to the pro-choice movement, etc.? But he's at least trying to pretend that he's pro-choice now. And is he a Republican billionaire that partly started the problem in the first place? Yes, because he didn't build any affordable housing at all. He's in real estate, and all he did was stuff that appealed to the really, really wealthy. And all those real estate guys in LA wouldn't build affordable housing at the point of a gun. They just won't do it, they won't do it. That's part of what's created the homelessness problem in the first place. So if you think of Rick Caruso as like some sort of shining knight or a knight in shining armor, you're crazy, okay? No, it's as usual, the lesser of two evils. No good choices here. John, I did check out his plans. They're actually more specific than Karen Bass's, they just are.
No,
So,
I said that they are more specific. I don't think that they necessarily, they don't seem rigorous or well thought out enough to grapple with the fact that this is an issue that mayors going back many terms have said that they're going to deal with. He's effectively saying, I'm going to wipe this thing out. He's more specific than her.
Yeah.
For what that's worth.
And he explained where he would build a housing, and it's plausible, like maybe.
He wants a lot more cops.
Right, and of course, look, you need some cops to be able to execute this, but are all of those cops going to be good for law and order in LA? I'm not at all convinced. They'll probably, since he's basically a Republican, they'll probably put it in minority communities and go back to kicking people's asses. And I hate it. I hate it. Okay, so this is the two choices that we're stuck with. But I'll tell you, a huge difference maker for me was he says, I'm going to cut through the bureaucracy. I know every politician says that, right? But like I don't want to deal with this bureaucracy, and I'm just going to manhandle them, okay? And since he's basically a Republican, I believe him, okay? On that, Karen Bass says, "Oh, I love the bureaucracy. I know so many people within the bureaucracy. In fact, in that same LA Times article, she later bragged, I can get Javier Becerra on the phone anytime." Ooh, and then what would you guys do on the phone? You would talk about how neither one of you has a goddamn plan. And so she brags about being part of that bureaucracy. I mean, why don't you tell me you're going to do nothing without telling me you're going to do nothing? Okay, so I just don't see it, man. I don't see it. So I don't care. And the reason we keep saying we don't care is because you have no idea. If you even say like, hey, maybe Karen Bass is not so good, all of Twitter explodes, right? All the celebrities, all the Democratic hanger-ons. She's a Democrat. How could you do this? Did you know she started a community coalition? Yeah, I do know that. She started it 32 years ago. It was really good. That's back when she was an activist, a progressive activist. I like that Karen Bass a lot. Since then, she's become a politician. You know what she's done since then? Nobody does. Everybody supports Karen Bass. Nobody knows what she did. You know, she was a leader in the state legislature. They're like, you know, they passed laws while she was the leader. Yeah, that's kind of how it works. Did she do something heroic to pass the laws? I looked into it, not that I could see. Did you know that in Congress she voted? That's what you're bragging about? Yeah, everyone votes in Congress. That's literally the only thing they have to do. Did she ever fight for anything? Not to my knowledge. And I cover politics with a microscope. I have never, at the national level, I have never seen Karen Bass fight for a goddamn thing. So don't come tell me that I'm a bad Democrat or I'm bad on the left for not voting for Karen. I haven't done anything yet with my life, Bass. So go cry about it. Anyways, we got to take a break. We'll be back. We'll give you more results and apparently more vitriol. I didn't think all of that was going to come out, but apparently it did. We'll be back. I'm old enough that I remember when Captain Crunch put the berries in it.
Yay, crunch berries!
And I was like, ooh, the fake berries.
Remember?
We're gonna try that.
We did a story back in the day about how a woman sued, I don't know, General Mills.
She'd been eating it for 4 years, believing that it was actual berries.
Yeah. She's like, these aren't real berries at all. I'm like, I got news for you. Captain Crunch isn't really a captain or a person. Joining me now, legendary whistleblower and American hero, Edward Snowden. First question is, hey, where are you?
I'm in my apartment in Moscow.
All of a sudden, in the studio, Jim Gaffigan, everybody.
Mental illness is, completely undiagnosed in our society.
It's not about a particular administration. It's about a broken system of power, and through that, really, the instrumentalization of a system of not justice, but injustice.
People understand whether they claim to deny climate change or not. Our collective house is in crisis. We're also dealing with the legacy of 40 years of economic policies that have made people's lives more precarious.
Sometimes you got to force people into their humanity. Sometimes you have to shake people into empathy.
Senator Elizabeth Warren joins us in the studio.
Healthcare is a basic human right, and we are fighting for basic human rights.
In order to actually achieve that vision of everyone having access to the same resources and getting to determine the outcome of their life, we have a lot of work to do, and it needs to start right now.
Here's something you may not know. When you deposit your money in a big bank, it doesn't just sit, safe and secure, in a vault. Instead, your money could end up building oil pipelines, mining for coal, or drilling in the Arctic. So if you're concerned about the planet, give your money something good to do. Make the move to green with Aspiration's fossil fuel-free account and join the thousands each week who are switching to save their dollars and save the planet at the same time.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Iadarola. This is gonna be a big one.
What Donald Trump has done as president has cut taxes for the wealthy and made life better for rich people. But he's made life worse for poor people.
We're making America great again by throwing more money at the military to destroy other countries, because that makes us great instead of investing it in ourselves.
That it's Donald Trump and it's Stephen Miller. The choosing is based on wanting to create cruel and inhumane conditions to scare other people away from ever coming to the United States.
The opportunity to make money off of tragedy is the American way.
There's only one place to put garbage people: in the trash.
We've never had so much access to so much information with so little idea of what the hell is going on.
What does enforcing our borders have to do with traumatizing children? Absolutely nothing.
I think a sane person could say the current situation we have right now is radical. But what we're doing is literally making the world more like hell. That's a warning sign.
ShopTYT.com now has books. One of them is Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People. That's a saying that AOC said, they've got money, we've got people. It's the best tracing of the AOC victory I've seen anywhere. It's the most accurate, and it's got great details. The book actually goes all the way back to Jesse Jackson and how he's the original Bernie Sanders. If you want to know how we're going to win going forward, those lessons are super important, and they're in Ryan's book. So check it out right now at ShopTYT.com.
We found the perfect person to lead the army, Allison Hartson.
The establishment media works hand in glove with our corporate legislators, and our corporate legislators work hand in glove with the corporation. And we're going to make it so that it's a decentralized force throughout the country, so that we can quickly identify stories, quickly identify troll farms, and go in and neutralize the enemy, and then start building responsible media throughout the country and on every platform available.
All right, back on TYT's election coverage of the primaries. Cenk, Ida, and John with you guys. And also Christian Seidel just joined by hitting the join button below on YouTube. We appreciate it. Everyone, wherever you're watching, you can join by going to TYT.com/join. By the way, it's a good time to do it. We're giving away $100 gift cards to Blue Apron. True gift cards. You don't have to put your credit card info in. That's $100 in free food from Blue Apron. For members, we do 200 every week, including this week. And you got to watch the live show to get the trivia question right on Friday. Vitingale, another YouTube channel member, wrote in, thanks for promoting progressive candidates with Canvas 2022. I love you all, especially Ida. I wish I had HBO Max for Fighting Words. That's her special. You should definitely check that out if you have HBO Max. And Fractured Dragon wrote in, just sure we can. That was Michael Schur's political slogan. By the way, the polls have not closed in California, so you can still vote in all these districts, including California's 46, where Mike Ortega is running, and he joins us now. Mike, how are you, brother?
I'm doing great. So happy to be here with you all tonight. How are you?
Fantastic. So, Mike, you've been on before. You're a strong progressive running this race. You got DSA Orange County, Senator Nina Turner, Progressive Democrats of America, Rebellion PAC, all these folks backing you. So you're running against an incumbent, Lou Correa. So tell us what's wrong with the incumbent.
Everything is wrong with the incumbent. Everything is wrong with him. He is a representative of all the problems that we see across the corporate establishment, both in the Democratic and Republican parties. He's someone beholden to his donors, who are largely the pharmaceutical industries, the banking industry, big oil. And while he smiles in the face of his constituents here, in the back rooms, he's wheeling and dealing, opposed to universal health care, opposed to a Green New Deal, and opposed to any meaningful change that might actually impact the betterment of the lives of the working people that live here in this district.
So I'm curious how the campaign's gone. So obviously it's going to get decided tonight. And by the way, it's not necessarily over tonight because both Mike and the incumbent could go on to the general election. So we'll see how it turns out in that regard. But he was one of the 5 Democrats that was against lowering pharmaceutical drug costs in Build Back Better. So I guess you got to give him points for being courageous in saying, yeah, no, I'm with the Republicans. I want higher drug prices. So that is an interesting choice that he made. Has the press beaten him up over that, going, what kind of a no good Democrat screws over Biden and his agenda and is for higher drug prices?
Of course not. No, they've been playing cover for him, and so has the local Democratic Party. The local Democratic Party supports Medicare for all, supports lowering prescription drug prices, supports the Biden agenda and Build Back Better, but went ahead and chose to support and endorse this incumbent who everyone knows has been on the record opposed to allowing Medicare to lower prescription drug prices, opposed to Medicare for all, and makes no secret about supporting our job creators, right? And that's Republican code language for big businesses and Wall Street. And he defends this to this day. I think my campaign manager actually ran into him at the post office the other day. And my campaign manager ran him off asking if he supported a public option. Because they don't, because he knows who butters the bread, right? And if you look up his donations, you'll see Big Pharma and him, old buddies.
Yeah, no, look, if you can't even pretend to be in favor of the public option, are you really on the left? No, you're definitely not on the left, right? I loathe the way that local press like LA Times covers for corporate Democrats and under penalty of law will not tell you what incumbent Democrats are actually for, right? And so that makes it so much harder for people like Mike to be able to run a real campaign where you go, oh, it turns out I have 2 choices. So, but Mike, it's an interesting district that you're in. So if you advance tonight and it's you versus Correa one-on-one after the primary tonight, because obviously, for those of you who don't know, in California, it could be 2 Democrats, it could be 2 Republicans. But in a district like yours, 2 Democrats is very, very plausible. How would you go about knocking him off in the general?
Yeah, so here's the reality with working class communities, not just here locally, but across the country, is they've lost faith in the institutions. Tonight and this election season, we've seen record low turnouts. Low turnouts that we haven't seen in several cycles. And that's because people are jaded and not trusting of the political establishment. And that's who Lou Correa represents. And that's who many of these corporate Democrats represent. He's been an elected official for 25, going on 30 years. He is a part of the problem that exists in America. So as we proceed into the general, a lot of our catchphrases in the progressive world, they're not necessarily going to be universal. But what will be universal and what we will be able to speak to is we need independent, not bought off politicians. Our campaign doesn't take the corporate money hand over fist the way that Lou Correa does. And so if Democrat or Republican want honesty in their government, want someone that's actually going to fight for people and not for the corporations, then they need to vote for me. And that's part of the appeal that we have to make with folks that vote Republican on a regular basis. It's because they're disenfranchised, they're disillusioned with the lies that the corporate Democrats give. And we got to give them credence for that because the Democrats don't help themselves. But if we're actually someone that puts their money where their mouth is, right? And that actually is out here in the fight, not taking the money and speaking the truth, we can win a lot of support. And so far in our canvassing efforts, I've gotten really great response from Republicans. They don't agree with me on all my politics, but what they do appreciate is that I'm opposed to the Citizens United decision and that I'm opposed to the current structure of campaign finance and that I believe that government needs to work for people, for working families, and not the wealthy billionaires.
Mike, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the context that you're running in. Like we're more than a year into the Democrats controlling, other than the Supreme Court, basically everything federally. And they've had a lot of difficulty, if we assume that they actually wanted to accomplish anything, they've had difficulty in accomplishing much of anything. Along the way, the media has mostly covered for them, implying that if Biden is failing, it's either purely because of Manchin and Sinema or because he listened to too many leftists. And so this feels like an environment to me where people would be calling out for not just Democrats, but better Democrats, since the ones that are in power aren't really accomplishing anything. But like I said, the media is largely covering for the Democratic Party. So when you've been talking with people, do you feel among Democrats a dissatisfaction with what Biden and congressional Democrats have been able to accomplish?
Absolutely, absolutely. Often speaking with folks who are registered Democrats, they'll say, I hope you'll actually be able to try to accomplish something. Because under this administration of Biden, we had the promise of canceling student debt, right? We had several promises that have not manifested. And what we've experienced on the other side is a profit-hungry private industry that has been price gouging us at the gas tank and in the supermarkets. And working people love to blame the president for the rising inflation that happens across the country. And so the Democrats are not doing themselves any favor by sitting on their hands amidst such a national crisis, right? With the recent shooting in Uvalde, for instance, I think we need to see more aggressive action on the parts of Democrats nationally to be able to try to call out the people who are standing in between meaningful gun reform and folks that are beholden to the NRA lobby.
Okay, Mike, we have one more question for you from Aida Rodriguez. Aida, go ahead. Aida, you're muted.
I live in a loud neighborhood. Hi, I wanted to, you spoke about how people are jaded. I specifically tend to always throw my focus onto Black and brown communities since we seem to always come from the more marginalized and the more disadvantaged communities. I really would love for you to speak to the people who are watching right now who may not understand what a lot of this politics. They only know, I know with my abuelita, all she knew was Republican and Democrat. Something like progressive would scare her because she doesn't know that that is really rooted in the betterment of her situation and community. How do we speak to these people who don't necessarily aren't as savvy when it comes to politics?
So my district is 70% Latino, right? Mostly Chicano, but also Central American. I myself am Puerto Rican. I grew up in a Puerto Rican community, ya tu sabe. And so our communities aren't plugged into CNN and MSNBC, and that's to their benefit. So that's one of the best things within this community is they're not digesting this terrible junk food coming from the corporate media. They read many more articles and newspapers and watch TV that's international. So they get a different perspective on international questions, things like Palestine, questions about like nationalized healthcare. Some of them have witnessed nationalized healthcare in some of their home countries. So when you talk about the actual issues and the material interests, how are we supporting raising wages, lowering rents, providing affordable housing? That means something to people, right? You got to speak to people where it hurts. And today people are hurting in their pocketbooks. People are hurting in their pocketbooks, and it's because of corporate greed. And people understand that like black and white. And so neither Democrat nor Republican, if you're talking to someone who's from a working class background and in communities of color, if you're talking to them in their language, coming from where they're coming from, you'll be able to connect, all right? Now, if you come in social justice warrior, big progressive, flag across your back, that's kind of jarring to people in our community, right? I mean, folks in our community are not necessarily that outward when it comes to politics, but when you're talking real talk, that's when you're really gonna get into people's hearts and homes, right? And so I've been privileged and really happy that folks in this community have been very receptive. Our numbers just from the cursory field game that we did, less than 5% of people in this district are satisfied with the incumbent. And that's on us to be able to try to actually capitalize on, to actually show that people need to come before profits.
All right, Mike Ortega, a really strong candidate in California, 46. Everybody, OrtegaForCongress.com. And remember, the polls have not closed yet. So if you're in the 46th district, rush out there in Orange County and make sure that you vote. Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate it, brother.
Thank you, good night.
Yep. All right, now we got another candidate for you guys. Reverend William Moses Somerville is running in California's 42nd district. That one is a red district. Their incumbent is Ken Calvert. But Reverend Somerville is running against more of a corporate Democrat in the primary as well. Reverend, welcome.
Thank you for having me, Cenk. I feel like it's a reunion of us of sorts that goes back to when I was a Bernie delegate in 2016 in Philadelphia, and we delegates rushed the media room, as you know and remember. So thank you for having me on.
Yeah, no problem. I remember that fondly. I know the Democrats don't. Okay.
Right.
So great to see you again. All right, tell us about your race. So I assume that the incumbent Republican is going to move on in the primary. So you guys are competing for the second spot. So tell me if I'm wrong about that. Tell me about the contours of the race.
So this is the 42nd congressional district, which makes up the cities of Long Beach, Catalina Island, Cudahy, Huntington Park, Downey, Bellflower, parts of Lakewood. And so what we're doing, and this is a redistricted congressional district, because from the census, lines have been redrawn, most specifically congressional lines, the fact that California lost a congressional seat. There technically is no incumbent. This is an open primary. This is also a jungle primary. As you mentioned earlier with Mike, we have whoever gets the top 2 votes, they go on to the general. We're vying for the second because we're not elected, or I'm not elected leader, but I like to consider myself a respected leader. You mentioned Reverend William Moses Somerville. I come in the tradition of Reverend Martin Luther King, Reverend William J. Barber, Reverend Adam Clayton Powell. So when it comes to the Black church, there is no separation between church and state. So my name is not tied to politics, it's tied to service. However, this run is a clarion call that Bernie gave us back in 2016 to run for office, and here we are. I'm offering up myself as another option, another way, and another opportunity to disrupt the status quo and serve the people, which is our campaign slogan, mantra, and message.
All right, so I love that. Wouldn't it be great if all these progressives won? God, it would really change the landscape. William, I'm going to assume that you are outspent in this district. So tell me about the contours of the race in terms of the media coverage, the spending, et cetera, so we have a context of it, and both Republicans and Democrats.
I'm so glad you raised that issue and question and foolishness that we're currently experiencing in light of Citizens United that needs to be repealed, obviously. So clearly, like I said, I take no corporate PAC, no business PAC money. My endorsements are mostly from respected leaders, more than just. We've raised about in the ballpark of 30 to 40,000, but we have the people. The opponents that I have, I'm running up against 2 Garcias, and so my campaign slogan has further extended to not a Garcia. But I say all of that. The IEs have brought in at least 1.2 million with the 2 quote unquote corporate Democrats that's in this open field of about 8 to 9 candidates. So, but once again, we have the people power. I tell the opponents, you send me the black folk I work with, that you work with, I'll send you the white folk I work with. You send me the women, the men you're working with, I'll send you the women I'm working with. You send me the straight folk you working with, I'll send you the LGBTQ persons I'm working with. We are about coalitioning. We are about serving the people. As a campaign, we have provided 5,000 pounds of food as a part of our campaign efforts. We had an entrepreneurial business expo that raised 2 profound questions, which is how to get government funds to communities, most specifically Black communities, just as much as when is it ethical to unionize. We also were able to give out over 200 to 300 toys. And because we believe in Medicare for all so much, we had a single payer healthcare initiative in partnership with Hindus for America. Me being an ordained Baptist preacher, right? In partnership with Hindus for America, where we made available through LabCorp $600 worth of blood work to be done, or for one to get blood work done for only $25. So I'm not new to this. I'm very much true to this. My top 5 issues, obviously, are Medicare for all, climate justice, comprehensive reparations, voter rights protections, and also getting money out of politics. Clearly, the top 4 issues that I highlighted will really not get done effectively and robustly until we really get money out of politics. That's where it all begins.
Reverend, I wanted to ask you a follow-up question about the money, because unfortunately we haven't yet achieved that 5th goal of getting money out of politics. So as you said, and as is gonna be the case with probably all the candidates we talk to today, the progressive is going to be outspent against the corporate Democrat. So with that said, how do you target the money that you do have? Has there been learning from other progressive candidates about how to make do with less resources? Obviously, the establishment Dems, they can do a pretty much all of the above strategy with what the funds that they have. But how do you make the tough decisions when there aren't as many resources?
And that's why we were doing service. That's one. Okay, that's why we're doing service. We really have started this thing back in December of 2020, because I knew, like I said, we wouldn't have the big money. And we did it before the district was redistricting in order for us to get our name out there. The cards we have, 3x5 cards, somebody can send me one. I got my team here. All that to say, I'm live at the Long Beach Unified Lounge, where we're gonna clearly celebrate the election results, as well as it's my birthday today too.
Happy birthday!
So we've been, putting this out there. We're going to places people are not going. Catalina Island is in our congressional district. We're the only congressional candidate that went to Catalina Island. That's 4,000 votes on the table we're trying to pull. I go every night, I'm outside of Choose Fitness while people coming out, which is part of the Southeast LA neighboring cities, and folks coming out from working out, living in these various cities, getting great traction there. I'm here with you all. Once again, grassroots folks who are watching this, tell your friends from all the cities that I mentioned, you have 2 hours left to go to the polls right now. And let's exercise and make our grassroots movement what it's supposed to be. And let's go vote, right? Oh, gosh. See what I'm dealing with here. My wife calls all our supporters a band of misfits. I'm totally down for it. Here for the cause, the revolution, reparations, right? So that's, like I said, we have the momentum, we have the coalition. We're just getting our word out there and giving this our best shot. Once again, get us in the primary. and we go forth. And I believe I know we could really win this thing. And I'm clearly glad that you all are here to elevate and do this thing we call in my Black tradition, and that is lift every voice. So yeah.
All right. Reverend William Moses Somerville, I love your energy. I love your enthusiasm. Go get him. Go get him. And here, I'll make you a promise. Okay. Okay, I love it. You know, all these years, I've been in LA for over 20 years now. I've always meant to go to Catalina Island and never did. You win, let's go together, okay?
Yeah, no, it's interesting you mentioned that, Cenk, real quick, because I learned about you all when we were doing the wine tasting festival here, right? Or you all learned about me with one of your staff at the wine taste festival we had at the Queen Mary. And I told the team, I said, we get elected, the wine fest is gonna be in Catalina Island when we get elected. So get ready, come.
Oh yeah.
And serve. Thank you for having me. Blessings to you.
Who doesn't love Reverend Somerville? I mean, who doesn't love him?
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you for running. We appreciate it. All right.
you.
And take that, Buttigieg. We can get our own wine cave. Probably won't be a cave, but still. Okay. How great was he, Ida?
I love him. And you know, it just reminded me of something I wanted to say. Like, for the people who feel hopeless and helpless, just remember, especially when it comes to people of color who think that voting doesn't work and what's the point of doing it anyway, that reverend is a dream realized. That is a reverend that is talking about aligning himself with LGBTQ people, who is speaking about reparations, which some people consider to be pretty radical right now. He's someone who is speaking about universal health care and talking about the things that really affect us. And the fact that he's able to do that when my great-great-grandmother couldn't vote, and here we are having the conversation about voting. To those of you who continue to say that voting doesn't matter, I say if it didn't matter, they would not try to stop us from doing it. It absolutely does matter, especially when it comes to our communities. These two people that we just spoke to are evidence of that. So if you're feeling helpless and you're feeling hopeless, you're in California, you still have time to go out and use your voice and affect what is in front of you and around you. And that will bleed out into the bigger picture. But let's focus on our communities. Our communities deserve it.
Yeah, California has tons of progressive candidates. That's the great news, okay? So you got, Mike Ortega in Orange County, you got Reverend Somerville in Long Beach and Catalina Island, et cetera. You got Michael Schur in Culver City, and the list goes on and on. There's a bunch of greats. Check out tyt.com/canvas2022 and rush out there. And you still got 2 hours. You don't even have to rush that much, okay? If you're in California, make sure you're voting for progressives, because just look, last two things on this before we take the break. I don't know if this will have an effect in the long run, but almost none of the corporate Democrats ever canvass. They never go door knocking. They never go to the local mall, hand out literature, etc. Like never. Feinstein didn't even ask for volunteers. She's like, what would I do with them? I already have tens of millions of dollars, right? And every progressive candidate busts their ass knocking on doors nonstop. We saw Michael knocking on doors in this neighborhood as we're driving in, okay? And so I wonder if in the long run, a decade of progressives coming to your doors and us being almost the only ones is gonna have an impact at some point. But I want you to whisper one dream tonight. See these amazing progressive Democrats? Could you imagine if the Democratic Party was filled with that energy and people who wanted to fight for you and make sure that they got you the things that you need in your life, as opposed to the dead weight losers we have now who do nothing and constantly surrender and just go corporate money, and then the LA Times and the others come in and go, oh yeah, you gotta know that they're the real Democrat. The real Democrat doesn't do anything. The real Democrat just takes corporate money and makes sure that nothing passes while lying to you. Imagine the energy we would have if we had a Congress filled with progressives like Mike Ortega and Reverend Somerville. It would be amazing. It would be an actual Democratic Party that fought for you and represented you. By God, vote against almost every Democratic incumbent. Get more progressives in. Even if you vote blind against the Democratic incumbent, you're gonna be right I did the math earlier, 95% of the time, okay? So yes, there's a couple of Democratic incumbents that are fine, Justice Democrats, Ted Lieu, as it turns out, my congressman. But in general, you vote against Democratic incumbents in primaries, and this country will be way better off. And stop listening to the lying media who tells you otherwise. They're covering for their corruption, 100%. Okay, we'll be back.
Hey everyone, Matteo Scarapore here, author of Black Buck, which is Shop TYT's first fiction book ever. I'm honored. So, Black Buck is about a young man named Darren who's living in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. He lives with his mom, he has his girlfriend, he has his best friend, he has his neighborhood, and his neighborhood has him. Darren's also working at a Starbucks in Midtown Manhattan. And one day, this man, real suave and good looking, comes in and asks Darren to give him his regular. But for some reason, Darren says no. This man named Rhett Daniels, who's the CEO of a startup called Someone, located on the 36th floor of the same building, is impressed. And he invites Darren upstairs, and then he extends an offer to join his elite sales team. Darren reluctantly joins, and he soon realizes that he's not the only black salesperson there. He's the only black person in the entire company. So he goes through hell and back in order to make it to the top. And once there, he has status, money, power, but he says, you know what? I don't like being the token black guy. So he hatches a plan to help other people of color infiltrate America's tech startup sales teams, redefining what it means to be a minority in the workplace. This book definitely, if you couldn't tell, touches on many things that are relevant to this moment that we're all living in right now, but it's also connected to the many moments in history that have come before today. I hope that you read it, I hope that you enjoy it, and if you want to order a copy, go to shoptyt.com. Thank you, be well, and happy 2021.
Breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is Brett Ehrlich with breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. Bernie Sanders wants to break Wall Street, and he wants to break it real bad.
What's happening? I'm Rashad Ritchie, host of Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie right here on TYT. Let me tell you what we do on Indisputable. We go beyond the headline. We make sure that you know the full context of the story. And we also highlight issues that are important to the everyday person. We're talking about criminal justice reform. We're talking about the climate. We're talking about what's happening right in your local community. We also highlight very important issues that are affecting all of us, like the economy, jobs, and we engage in transparent debates with people who may not think like me. We're living in a current social atmosphere where opinions are represented as facts and lies are represented as truth. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care, I don't believe in it, and I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
coverage, everyone. I'm still here. I'm John Iadarola. We still have Aida Rodriguez, but we do have Jayar Jackson as well. Jayar, how's it going?
What's going on? What's going on? Time for another election night. I think, hi, Ida, hi.
Hi, how are you?
I think you're muted, Ida.
I feel like I heard her. I think I did. I feel like we need to bring in a little bit of, maybe there's some luck involved tonight, but it's a little early when it comes to this side of the country. But last time that I was here and John wasn't, I think there was a little bit slightly better evening for many progressives. So hopefully, we can go ahead and spice things up. I'm only here for the next hour or so, but the real results start coming in late, but I'm gonna try and sprinkle a little bit here.
Well, and the last time that you did election coverage here, that was the really good night, right?
I think so.
I think it was, yeah. I've been mostly a harbinger of doom, so apologies to all of the progressive candidates around the country. You've put in a lot of hard work over the past few years, and I'm here to ruin it. Anyway, with that said, we're glad to have you here, and Ida, of course, I've gotten my audio technology worked out. With that said, let's talk to a candidate. So we've got a lot of Democrats around the country who have come up short in terms of actually accomplishing much of anything in the past year, and a lot of Democrats who are facing primary challengers. I think if you combine those two categories, Nancy Pelosi, I think, rises to the top. She's in a position of political supposed leadership, and not much is getting done. And so we're very excited to welcome back once again to the network, challenging in that 11th district race, Shad Buttar. Welcome back to the Young Turks.
Thanks so much for having me, John. Even if you're a harbinger of doom, I'm very grateful to read it.
I am still not able to hear, unfortunately. Feel free to take over as I fix this.
Not a harbinger of doom if we have you on though as well though. Let's see.
Okay, I might have fixed it.
I think you might have fixed it.
How's it going?
Hey, John, it's great to be with you.
Okay, apologies for that little slip up. Well, so look, you're going up against Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi, she has everything that she's supposed to want. She has a Democratic majority in the House. She's got a Democratic Senate. She's got a Democratic president. And what have we seen so far? You're running against her. What are the stakes in this race from your point of view?
At the end of the day, our race presents a choice between insider trading on the one hand and a long-serving incumbent who is a gatekeeper and impeding every signature progressive priority on the policy table, and on the other hand, a fighter for human rights and a fighter for civil rights and civil liberties, who I'm eager not only to embrace the full set of defining progressive priorities from Medicare for All to the Green New Deal. I'd like to go beyond it in two substantial respects. One of them, I'd like to rein in the Supreme Court by forcing Congress to check and balancing it by imposing judicial term limits. And I'd also like to nationalize the fossil fuel sector. And these are the kinds of ideas that San Francisco deserves to have represented on its behalf in Washington. And they're the kinds of ideas that Nancy Pelosi certainly would never bring to the table, and that I'm eager to advocate for, not just on behalf of my neighbors and would-be constituents, but all the people of the United States.
So as you've canvassed, talked to constituents and voters, potential voters and everything, when it comes to one of these, I guess, huge names like Nancy Pelosi, what is it that you've seen as far as your messaging that has worked, as far as people hearing you out? Because it seems like it's almost one of those situations where she sits in, and any kind of incumbent of this nature sits in, and it's, you know my name, you know what we do, I'm the head of the Democratic Party here in the House, this is how it's gonna be. How do you try to break through that? And have you seen any issues that you have broken free on that through?
Yeah, great question. And you're absolutely right that political inertia rules the day. Another way of putting that is that long-serving incumbents get tremendous deference from not just voters, but crucially the press. And the way that the press refuses to observe the serial hypocrisy and I dare say corruption of incumbents like the one I'm challenging, Nancy Pelosi, it creates ultimately cults of personality. So one of our biggest challenges as we canvass is frankly doing the work that one would hope media and educational institutions would do, of informing the electorate simply about what the policy record of the incumbent is. And a couple of the issues that we have had a great deal of success in breaking through and helping people understand what is at stake. One of them is Nancy Pelosi's principal commitment to not just capitalism, but being a capitalist. Her long-standing pattern of insider trading and prioritizing her stock portfolio before the needs of the public is not just conservative, but it is frankly corrupt, and people recognize that when they have a chance to hear about it. One of the other issues that I've seen prove quite helpful for us as we're going around and talking to people is the medical debt flowing from the pandemic. We know that 1 million Americans have died. The amount of medical debt that is left in the wake of the successful treatments for many millions more has not even been quantified. And this is frankly a looming crisis. It's a yoke around the neck of the economy. And Medicare for All remains a crucial exigency in any case, even more so during a pandemic. And when we think of it through the lens of the medical debt crisis, I dare say it's increasingly urgent. And I hope, and people are responding to that contrast.
I want to ask you a quick follow-up about the insider trading, because of course she does this herself. She has become quite wealthy during her time in office, and she also, as a member of Democratic leadership, she has spoken out and then kind of tried to modulate her message on changing up the regulations for members of Congress. This, to me, seems like the most transparently, blatantly corrupt position that a person can take, especially when they and their family have personally benefited from the knowledge they have. You've talked about, I think you mentioned briefly, they're talking to voters about this. Is this a thing that strikes them as obviously corrupt too, or does it get into the area of kind of like it's too wonky, it's too inside baseball? What's it like when you talk to voters about this sort of corruption?
It's actually a bit of both. So there's two layers to the corruption, and people respond first primarily to the corruption of the marketplace. I think the idea that wealthy members of Congress are using information that only they have access to gain an advantage on the marketplace and ultimately take advantage of investors is offensive to everyone. The part that feels wonky to people that we struggle to impart is how that's frankly just the tip of the iceberg. I'm less concerned about the corruption of the marketplace than I am about the corporate corruption of Congress. And when you have members with personal skin in the game, ultimately profiting from their offices and having their hand on the till, favoring corporations in which they're personally invested, that ensures that the policy outcomes in Congress favor profit over people and corporations over communities. And that's exactly the balance that is all too consistent and that we hope to flip, and that I'm very eager to reverse by removing this one very visible, prolific poster child from office. I'd like to go further, if I may, and just note, while Pelosi did recently concede that her position on longstanding position on insider trading was untenable, it's the 7th position that she's shifted in response to our critique. Even the many reform proposals that have been introduced in Congress would fail to fix the problem. All of them would allow continued congressional investments in private equity, in hedge funds, and basically in non-listed stocks that are even less transparent than publicly listed stocks. They would allow unfettered and undisclosed investments in real estate that also ultimately influence the legislative interests of the policymakers. And it's not just insider trading that's the problem here. It's conflicts of interest, divided loyalties, and ultimately corporate corruption. And that's a message that voters are hearing loud and clear.
Ida, I believe you had a question you wanted to ask?
Yes, so I wanted to talk about the Bay, because the Bay, there are a lot of communities that have been affected by a lot of racial issues right now that have been dealing with law enforcement, a lot of gentrification issues. And when we talk about these things, they feel kind of heady for the average working person who doesn't have a concept about what any of this stuff means, because they're too busy trying to keep their head above water. I am really big on creating solidarity between people of color and communities of color, because we need the power. Economically, we need it in politics. When the most dynamic thing you've done in politics is this, and we already know how much people at the bottom always suffer when it comes to corruption. How do you get these messages across to those people? Because you are actually speaking what affects those speaking to what affects those communities the most, or which communities are affected the most, rather.
And you mentioned Bayview. Bayview Hunters Point is one of our last Black enclaves in San Francisco, and the way we've been connecting with voters there is just on the street. And on the phones and through other mechanisms as well. But being on the ground at public events particularly, and meeting people in those community settings has been very effective, I think, at building those relationships. And when I talk to folks in that neighborhood in particular, one of the things I think that helps us stand out is that I'm not from the class of career politicians. I'm not a member of the board of supervisors. I'm not part of that funnel. And I think I immediately present myself to people as not a politician and more of an advocate. And that's ultimately who I am. And I think that resonates with communities. Also, ultimately, the things I talk about, San Francisco has a reputation in our country for being a particularly progressive city, and it has a reputation among people of color here for being a particularly racist city whose racism is widely overlooked. James Baldwin shot an entire documentary about that, Take This Hammer, several decades ago. There is no city in the United States where 75% of the Black residents have been removed in the last generation except San Francisco. And I look at the Fillmore. It was one of our previous Black enclaves that was shattered and destroyed in an urban redevelopment project that basically destroyed a generation of Black wealth. And Bayview and Hunters Point, our last remaining majority Black enclaves, are the site of one of the worst environmental justice disasters in our country. The US Navy has been poisoning that neighborhood for 50 years. And it has asthma rates, it has breast cancer rates that are among the worst in the world. This is in Nancy Pelosi's district. And this, to try to tie your question together with one that one of your colleagues was sharing just a minute ago, I can't recall who might have asked it. When we're talking to voters, one of the very frequent things we hear from people who haven't peered too closely at Pelosi's record is, well, she's the Speaker of the House and she brings home a lot of bacon, so aren't we going to lose that if we go with a new voice? And my response is, have you been to Bayview or Hunters Point recently? And the people in San Francisco's communities that have been left behind, we know all too well that the bacon she's bringing home is not for us, but it's for her and her wealthy friends. And I would, to make that painfully clear, while she's been in a leadership position, Congress has frozen the federal minimum wage for over a decade while she has repeatedly engineered recurring targeted tax breaks favoring herself and her wealthy friends and donors. And that's, again, just another example of the corruption, and voters see it and are responding to it as we get the word out.
Oh, sorry, Ida, continue.
No, I was just gonna say thank you for that. That's awesome, because that is exactly what I was speaking to. And I don't think when people think about San Francisco, they do think it's progressive because when we talk about LGBTQIA issues, but there's an elite structure there. There's also a class system within the LGBTQIA plus community. And I think that it's important to address that. And I celebrate you. I really am rooting for you, and I'm gonna throw my support behind you and get you as far as you can go, because those are the voices that we need from the Bay all the way to San Diego.
Thank you, Ida. If I may just develop that really quick, I have the privilege and honor of having been one of our country's first advocates for LGBTQ marriage equality back in 2003, long before most Democrats supported my neighbors. I was there on the front line. Nancy Pelosi was nowhere to be seen. And I'm very proud of the work that we did to establish new rights for our neighbors. And I should say that we did not anticipate, when we were fighting that struggle, how a very reliable bulwark of progressive left-leaning movements was ultimately neutralized by the neoliberal co-optation of a community whose solidarity with other communities used to be very reliable and has been disappointingly less so. When I talked before about communities and voters who maybe pay less attention to the incumbent's record, the district in San Francisco with the highest voter turnout is the Castro. It also is the district that votes the strongest for Nancy Pelosi. And it's ultimately, it's a lot of voters who are confused about the record and responding to cultural attachments, to cults of personality, again, instead of policy issues. And if this city ever has a chance to hear about the options before it, I'm very confident that my neighbors will choose a new voice. The only reason Pelosi's still in office is that she's been ducking debates for 35 years and absurdly getting a free pass from the press for it. And so when journalists start showing up for work and holding, as you all are, and I so appreciate this, but the local press in particular is entirely in her pocket. And when they show up for work and inform the voters about the contrasts and tensions between not just the words of a powerful, self-enriching oligarch, but the reality of her policy record and the contrast that we offer, I'm very confident that in November, we're going to see some very seismic changes in Washington.
I want to ask you a follow-up to one of the topics you raised earlier about the Supreme Court. Obviously, a lot of people have been thinking about the state of the Supreme Court and what role it's likely to play in American politics in the near future after the leak on May 3rd of the apparent the plan to get rid of Roe v. Wade. We want candidates who come in and are sponsoring and passing legislation, but also challenging some of the core messed up systems, and the Supreme Court clearly is one of those. You talked about term limits being added there. Tell me about your plans for the Supreme Court and how voters respond when you talk about reforming something so core like the SCOTUS.
Thank you, John. And I would say this is a big difference between 2020 and 2022. In 2020, my plan to reform the Supreme Court, frankly, fell on a lot of deaf ears because people didn't get it yet. And I'm used to that, sort of being on things before other people get it. I've been fighting the right-wing takeover of the court since 2005, when I worked at the American Constitution Society. I fought the nomination of Brett Kavanaugh to the DC Circuit in 2006, and nobody knew who he was at the time. And I've watched, over the course of that time, Dianne Feinstein, a senior US Senator from our city, brag about the confirmation hearings that put Amy Coney Barrett on the bench as one of the proudest moments of her career. This is at the same time that Nancy Pelosi could have stopped that nomination by moving, at the time, the articles of impeachment had not yet gone to the Senate, and she could have blocked Amy Coney Barrett's confirmation hearings and done to Barrett exactly what the right wing did to Merrick Garland, but she affirmatively declined. And then most recently showed up in Texas raising money for an NRA-backed anti-choice Democrat in a contested election that Henry Cuellar appears to have won, but pending a recount that remains underway, by under 200 votes. And this is a perfect example of the policy record. People in San Francisco have no idea that Nancy Pelosi is running around putting NRA-backed politicians in office. And that's a record that demands accountability. I've seen this problem with the court for a long time. I wrote this proposal to impose judicial term limits originally in 2008, after the court, in a pair of decisions, Carhart and parents involved, effectively overruled Roe and Brown versus Board 15 years ago, and nobody noticed because the court didn't admit to overruling those cases. I'm a constitutional lawyer. I read between the lines. It was very clear to me what was happening. And I wrote a 4-part series of articles on Huffington Post, concluding with a proposal for 18-year staggered terms for judges, and particularly Supreme Court justices. The importance of that proposal is, on the Supreme Court with 9 justices, it would force a vacancy every 2 years. The predictability of the vacancies in the nomination schedule would, I think, go a long way towards depoliticizing what is at the moment a drag down knockout fight every time it happens on a basically random calendar. And this, I think, would also shift the incentives for stealth justices, for increasingly younger justices poised to wield their influence over more and more time as long as life tenure is allowed to persist. And this is the kind of issue that, with the Dobbs case, that's the case that's poised to overrule Roe should Alito's draft opinion ultimately be issued. As those, and there are other cases too coming down the pike that people I think are very concerned about. They're increasing the salience of the court. More and more people who ignored it for decades are finally starting to pay attention. And having been on this for 20 years, I'm glad to have at least one idea that I think could go a long way toward checking and balancing a body of 9 unelected, unappointed reactionaries who are increasingly poised to force their will on the rest of us.
Shahid, one really quick, because this has been on everyone's radar for the past couple weeks because of the news cycle. And I've been trying to think consciously of ways that this can continue to be spoken about, because it happens in every city. What I'm talking about is our gun problems, the epidemic with our gun issues, and coupled with crime, because people like to talk about there's crime issues in every city, and they shout out California, and they'll shout out the major cities of California, San Francisco, LA, so they'll shout those out as the problems with crime, but then also we have these mass shootings. Like, I feel like they're somewhat connected in how people are first afraid to talk about the ways that they may help tamper down crime, but then also ways that we can effectively do something when it comes to gun legislation. Because I think many Democrats, especially establishment ones, are afraid to really say something because they're gonna get pushed back with the "you're trying to take our guns" lie. Where do you fall on what could be done, especially in the atmosphere we have, and again, a lack of a supermajority when it comes to in the House? In the House,
so
Senate.
A couple of things we can do that are super crucial. Aside from reviving the assault weapons ban, which is a proposal that some people are on, and I want to note its ineffectiveness in a previous era, and the need particularly to tighten the definition to include guns with replaceable magazines. That's one of the crucial pieces that enables mass shootings. It tactically shifts the equation to require fixed magazines in guns would frankly eliminate the opportunity for these kinds of situations where you have shooters barricading themselves in for hours at a time. Another piece that not a lot of people are talking about is corporate liability protections. The gun industry has substantial protections from civil liability that Congress passed in the 2005 law called the Protecting Legal Commerce in Arms Act, the PLCAA. Repealing that law, repealing it to make sure that gun manufacturers can be held accountable is going to do a lot to fix this problem, because it's going to give gun manufacturers an incentive to do things like engineer weapons with fixed magazines. This combination of corporate liability with a ban on the most lethal instruments, I think is going to go a long way towards keeping people alive. When you talk about gun violence, it's worth noting that aside from mass shootings, the other context in which I think people are very concerned about gun violence is when guns are used by police to kill unarmed people, which happened here in San Francisco 2 weeks ago. It happens all over the United States. Police remain among our most profound threats to public safety. And here in San Francisco, this has been very controversial. There's a proposed recall of our democratically elected DA, Chesa Boudin, who I support. I was just on the street with him a few days ago. I see in the attacks on him a counterattack on a movement for justice that ultimately seeks to end legalized slavery in the United States. Now, he's been attacked for a whole bunch of things. The point I want to raise here is that there is a vast distinction between, on the one hand, crimes of property that reflect sometimes desperation, sometimes organized crime, and on the other hand, public officials paid money and pensions to keep us safe who kill people. And I am much more concerned about violence from police than I am about violence that police supposedly stop, recognizing that police aren't even there to stop violence. They're not even there to solve crime. Police exist to protect property. And that's a crucial distinction to recognize here, because when we think about public safety, the very first aspect of public safety is to make sure that public officials aren't killing people. And that should not be a lot to ask. Ending qualified immunity is crucial. It is a step on a longer road towards creating alternatives to incarceration. And I'm eager to champion all of them in Washington.
Well, look, I really appreciate. Oh, Ida, do you have a quick question?
No, I was going to say that that's a very important, point that he just made, and that I really think that, you know, as the crime rate has gone up because people are struggling and suffering, and we can't continue to hear how the police is just falling back because they want us to get so desperate to the point where we're begging them to beat us up again. It's like those of us who are not afraid to speak to that. We have to speak to this, that's the pain of the people. And the majority of the people are not, you know, don't have nannies, or don't have their kids in independent schools, don't have a chef, don't have Whole Foods in their neighborhoods. And so these are the candidates that are speaking to the issues. So if you feel apathetic about voting, just know that some of these people are out here speaking directly to the things that are affecting your communities. And we need to show up for them, because even though Donald Trump is a massive issue and cancer that the world has that we can't get rid of immediately, this is how it works. Our great-grandparents couldn't vote, great-great-great-grandparents couldn't vote. There is progress and change, and the way you change your world is by changing your immediate world. So thank you for speaking to that kind of stuff, because slavery is not over and nobody wants to say it.
Yeah. Thank you, Ida. And I would add to this point that you're raising about change and how to embrace it. I think a lot of people are stuck ultimately on a systemic analysis, recognizing that we have profound problems in our body politic. For instance, the co-optation of the Democratic Party, and they stop there without zooming in past the abstract analysis to focus on the concrete. Our race presents me versus Nancy Pelosi. I don't make any claims about the opportunity to change the Democratic Party. I don't make any claims about, I'm not going to be able to fix everything in Washington by myself, but I know I can help, if only by removing one crucial gatekeeper who herself is an embodiment of corporate corruption. And everybody recognizes it. Increasingly around the country, people recognize how problematic she is, yet they absurdly defer to her. And I want to put within that category of they, every labor union in the United States, progressive organizations that will claim to care about principles that will suddenly grow very silent about their commitments when it comes to Pelosi. And I would particularly note any number of people who voiced concerns about the quote unquote Democratic leadership in the wake of Nancy Pelosi raising money for Henry Cuellar and keeping him in office over the challenge by Jessica Cisneros. But it's really interesting who's willing to name names and take the heat for it and who's not. And I've taken more heat than anybody in this country, with the possible exception of Ilhan Omar, for challenging power. And I'm here for it. I'm happy to do it. They only smear you if they fear you. And the fact that we've been the subject of more wide-ranging more vicious, more consistent disinformation than any campaign in the country is frankly how I know I'm doing it right.
That's right.
Well, we've got 1.5 hours left for voting. Best of luck, and you obviously you're going up against a ton, as you've acknowledged, and we really appreciate a lot of the issues that you raised. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks so much for having me. Keep up the good work, y'all.
Thank you too. And we got to wrap. Yeah. So unfortunately, we're going to have to go to a break. We come back, maybe we can read some of your comments. Ida, are you sticking around on the other side of this?
No, I think I'm done at 6:30 because I'm actually going to go help someone vote in this last few minutes. But I just want to keep reminding people, remember what we tell you. They're going to tell you voting doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. If it didn't matter, they wouldn't try to keep you from doing it. Please show up and vote for your community, and we'll take care of Washington one candidate at a time.
Awesome, excellent, appreciate it.
Cenk's back, Jessica Burbank comes in. John, you get a minute.
Oh, okay, I'll be going too. Okay, well then we're gonna take a break. Ida, thank you for everything you said, and there's a lot more, so stick around.
Our audience has given us everything, so we couldn't be more connected. When we first started, people would start giving us directions and say, okay, the mics are too large, move them. Turn them into lav mics. I mean, they were incredible. And then one guy walked in and gave us a really expensive switcher and said, you guys need this, and walked out. Okay, it's amazing. They helped us build a studio. They did a $2 million funding campaign for us. And so they really are us. We do this show together to the point where some of our hosts are even former listeners. So when we say that the audience is part of TYT, we really mean it.
I think what the audience also appreciates is especially if they're members, they really get an inside look into who we are, our personal lives, what drives and motivates us. It goes beyond just storytelling. I think that what we do is allow our viewers and our listeners into our daily lives, and we give them kind of like this inside look into everything that we're passionate about and why it is that we're doing what we're doing, right? Like the motivation behind what we're doing, I think is important for our audience to know, and we're not shy about sharing that with them. And it's different from what people typically see in legacy media outlets where everything is kind of dry and robotic and there's really no personality or authenticity that comes along with it. Oftentimes when we're doing the show, I don't really think of it as me telling them stories. I think of it as us having a mutual respect and conversation with one another. And as I said earlier, I mean, not only do I feel that through the work I do, I'm informing our audience, but they inform me oftentimes as well. You know, they'll pitch stories to us. They'll tell us, you know, a certain perspective or angle to a story that we might have missed. And I love it.
Our TYT audience has been building this show and this network with us for 20 years. Now we're expanding and connecting our audience around the world in even more exciting and powerful ways. Look, I don't want you to miss another petition, poll, community conversation, or TYT segment. Connect with informed, passionate, and compassionate progressives, and even new progressives. They're joining our movement every day. This is gonna be amazing when we work together. So our community members are learning together, they're building lifelong relationships, and even politically organizing together. Here's what Power Slave Wolf has to say as they begin interacting with our community after making TYT their #1 trusted news source. Quote, I've been a TYT viewer since the Obama years and have since found them to be a far more trustworthy news source than most TV news outlets. Away from viewing TYT, I'm a musician, electric bass guitar, sim racer, satire enthusiast, and rollerblader, the latter being my main means of intense exercise. TYT, my local news, none of the stations in my area are Sinclair owned as far as I know, and comedy style news shows are my trusted news sources. The former and the latter both having something in common in that both have something that TV news sorely lacks, a very low tolerance for BS. So sign up for free at tyt.com/community. We're making it easier to connect, stay informed, and even take action.
Hi, I'm Bartholomew Joseph Kyle. I do audio for the main show, The Young Turks. I also do audio for Post Game. I started in 2006. I met Cenk Uygur at the Iraq for Sale screening that was directed by Robert Greenwald. And watching that, I want to figure out a way to be part of something that's genuine and authentic.
All right, back on Young Turks election coverage. We got primaries here in about half a dozen states or so. Cenk Uygur, Jayar Jackson. Look at this. Jessica Burbank joins us. Jessica, how you doing? You're muted, but I assume you're good. Okay, you're up now. You're up now. Okay.
We're good?
Yeah, you're good. All right. Jessica does great videos on Rebel headquarters. Make sure you're checking her out there. Now we've got more candidates for you guys, but before we go to them, I've got to read a couple of these things. First of all, Burns just joined. Burns, my kids would love your name because they're in favor of sick Burns, but also healthy Burns, I assume. All right, anyways, Burns just hit the join button below on YouTube to make that happen. You could do likewise if you're a member. You help make shows like this possible. And we get our progressive message, which we desperately need. You see every single candidate saying their main problem is mainstream media. They will not cover Democratic incumbents' records under penalty of law. They just will not do it. But our members make us getting that message out possible, so we appreciate it. If you're not on YouTube, tyt.com/join to become a member. And the reason I said I have to read the comments is because Tuffy, one of our members, made a really great point. He wrote in, Cenk seriously has the Batman jaw, would be perfect casting. Look, I'm not saying it. The people are saying it. They have spoken. I haven't said a word. I mean, do I have the Batman jaw? Or here, let's try it real quick. I'm Batman. Could work.
Let's stick with the jaw.
Yeah,
maybe it's the Batman jaw, but it's the Bane voice.
Oh, the Bane voice. Oh, Bane's different. Like, I haven't done Bane in quite some time. Oh, you think you're in charge? Okay. Anyways, okay, wait. I had one more that I really liked. Oh, this is an excellent one, and then we'll go to our candidates. Eclectic Miscellanea wrote in, a good way to explain what a progressive is to Democratic voters who are afraid to vote progressive. Imagine what you think a Democrat should stand for, and it's very likely what progressives actually stand for. If you imagine what you think Republicans stand for, that's what establishment Democrats stand for. That's a perfect description, okay? And why do you imagine those things? That's because the mainstream media put it in your head. Oh, Democrats stand for this, when they've never actually stood for it at all, ever. And Republicans stand for that. Yeah, that's what actually corporate Democrats stand for, if the media ever did their job, which almost never happens. All right, so, but don't worry, we're here. Joining us now, Lauren Hubbard, running in California's 22nd district. That one's an open primary because that was the district of one for former Representative Devin Nunes and his cow, presumably. But he has run for the hills, and that's why Lauren's running in a special election. Lauren, welcome.
Hi guys, thanks for having me.
Yeah, no problem. So, look, we get to peek in on these elections every so often. So fill us in on what the latest is, because that used to be a Republican district. It's now been redistricted. So what does the race look like?
Well, the race really looks like it's been super competitive. I, as the progressive Democrat, came out in a primary of 6 candidates to go against Trump-endorsed Connie Conway in this race. And, we've kind of been hitting the ground and pounding on doors, knocking on doors, making phone calls to people in the area. And I'm cautiously optimistic that we're going to pull this out.
All right, and what area of California is that for the folks at home? Because they got to be wondering, in California, Devin Nunes, his cow is in California?
Yeah, we're right here in the heart of California, in the red dot that's in the ocean of blue. That is California, up in Fresno, Visalia, Tulare, right in the center of the state.
Yeah, and so I imagine there's a couple of different Democrats that are running. Are you the most progressive, Lauren?
I am the most progressive, and that was the primary that we had for this race, April 5th. I raised the least amount of money, but that's what progressive politics is about. It's about people power, and we had all the volunteers and people that were passionate about our campaign and the issues that we're talking about. We're talking about meat and potato things that I think Democrats at large should be focused on. Eliminating federal tax from overtime. If you are working hard to get ahead, damn it, you should get ahead. And those meat and potato things are what we're focused on. And it's been really a positive response from people. And I think we're going to pull this out.
So, Lauren, look, it's super hard to get media attention to anything even in a giant city like LA that theoretically has the LA Times covering it, let alone a progressive getting their message out in a race in LA. But if you're in the middle of California in a place that's pretty rural, how in the world do you ever get your message out? But it's not even just particular to you. How does anybody get their message out there? Because I imagine that you're going to have very little press out there.
Yeah, we have been really blessed to live in an era where we have social media, where anybody that has a phone and a camera can really run a campaign everywhere. And it's about connecting with people. I was actually lucky enough to have someone from the LA Times come out and cover our campaign for a couple of days out here. And we had an article posted in the LA Times, and like 3 days before this race, we raised just over $5,000 just when that article posted. So I think it's a testament to what we've been doing out here, what our campaign has been focused on, and growing our numbers on social media and connecting with voters directly.
Lauren, that's amazing. I didn't know that. That's why I asked the questions, right? So I don't know how in the world you got the LA Times to cover your race, and it seems like they wrote positively about you based on what you just said. That is like you have no idea how shocked I am. Okay, how did that? Do you know how that came about?
I was really shocked. I got a email from a reporter that said they were interested in covering the race when it was the primary before April 5th. And, they gave me one line at the very end of that article. So I gave them a tough time after I pulled out the win to go to this runoff. And I think I just kind of guilt tripped them into letting me that's par for the course for folks here in this area. We even the Democratic Party, the state Democratic Party in this area has kind of been non-existent. And so it's really been the folks on the ground at the county level that are doing the deep canvassing and actually talking to people, connecting one-on-one with voters. It's hard to do. It is time consuming, but I think that's what really Democrats at large nationwide need to take away from it is red areas like this, rural areas like this are ripe for Democrats with a strong message about economic opportunity for all.
That's part actually, Lauren, that's part of what I was curious about, because as you mentioned, this is to fill that vacated seat from Devin Nunes. And we mentioned how rural it is. So is there something about the constituency there that previously had someone like Devin Nunes' crazy self in there, that you found a way to resonate with some of their views, some of the things that they would connect with, that maybe would cross over that party line? Because I feel like he was at such an extreme level of a Republican, even outside of just being from a rural area like that, but just his policies and his things that got him elected in the first place. How are you transitioning from that?
Yeah, I'm focused on water policy. I work at the Regional Water Quality Control Board out here, and if you've driven down California right through the center, you see all these signs like, where's the dam water, bring water to the valley. But really no one's been talking about the issues that we have with our water quality here in this area. We have 4 or 5 different little towns and communities that have contaminated water supplies. And Devin Nunes did nothing about that for decades. And so I've been able to connect with them on that. I've been able to connect with them on issues of economics and again, focusing on, the type of jobs that we have here in this community. Yes, we have agriculture. Agriculture is a big part of it, but we are also a community where we want to grow industry and have different types of jobs that bring in those types of jobs that have $15, $20, $25 an hour pay rates. And so that's what I've been talking about on the campaign trail, and it seems to resonate with people.
All right.
So Lauren, in California 22, you've got David Valadao running, who's got about $1 million in PAC contributions alone, and then Rudy Salas, the Democrat, with about $100,000 in PAC contributions. Can you just say a word about how you've seen money shape this race? I know you've taken no money in PAC contributions.
For that race in particular, because I'm running in the old 22, and they're with redistricting, they're a little bit south of me, but. We have seen a proliferation of ads on television. I can't even open my Instagram without seeing a David Valadao ad. And I think that's partly been the focus of Democrats when it comes to running in these more rural areas, is they have to have these candidates that take this corporate PAC money so that they can be competitive, and are not really focusing on people and how they connect with the electorate at large. And so that's something that I've tried to do, raising the least amount of money, but making those deeper connections.
All right, Lauren Hubbard in California's 22nd District. We appreciate you joining us. Good luck today.
Thank you, guys.
All right, no problem. All right, now let's go to another candidate. I was gonna say second, but this is like our 28th candidate tonight from California. It may be a girl running in California's 30th district. Lots of progressive endorsements, and that is a great thing because running against Adam Schiff. So that's a big Democratic name, and good to see a lot of folks had the courage to endorse maybe a girl instead. So maybe welcome.
Hey everybody, thanks so much for having me.
No problem.
How are ya?
Great, how you doing?
Great, I apologize if there's any background noise. We're out in Glendale right now doing a last minute push, trying to get voters to hit the polls before the polls close at 8 o'clock. We've got a little bit less than an hour and a half from now.
So maybe you're not a traditional candidate. So I'm curious how you've been received both by the electorate and, well, actually all three, electorate, media, and the Democratic Party.
Well, on those fronts, first of all, we have received a good amount of media attention. I think there is some interest around our campaign because I am an unorthodox candidate. I'm a drag queen. I'm a trans person. My pronouns are she, her, they, them. I will say there's been an overemphasis on the fact that I'm a drag queen and an underemphasis on me being a trans person. You know, drag is what I do, trans is what I am. We've gotten very little support from the establishment, Democratic base, just because Adam Schiff happens to be a hero of the Democratic Party. And I think that, you know, especially because of his involvement with Trump and the impeachment and the January 6th committee, a lot of folks, you know, think that we need Adam Schiff. And I disagree with a lot of his policies. I think that we need an actual progressive, not a corporate war hawk in office.
Yeah, so tell us what you disagree with, because I know what the mainstream media thinks. Oh my God, Adam Schiff made a couple of benign, lukewarm speeches against Donald Trump, so he must be a Democratic hero. But what are the actual issues with Adam Schiff?
So Schiff's been in office for, you know, he's been in Congress for over 20 years now. Before he was in Congress, he was a California state senator. And what a lot of people don't know about Schiff is that he was actually an architect of mass incarceration here in California. He not only supported, but he actually authored many, like more than a dozen bills that actually increase incarceration in California, and specifically increase incarceration amongst juveniles. I don't know, I'm sorry. I'm doing an interview, I apologize.
Oh, but if you want, and I can eat your booty.
Being bothered by somebody.
I just want to go to the bathroom.
Sorry about that. Anyways, so he's been an architect of mass incarceration. He's voted for essentially every war issue that has come across his desk since the early 2000s. You know, he voted for the war in Iraq. He voted for the war in Afghanistan. He voted to support the Saudi invasion of Yemen. And it all makes sense because if you take a look at who his donors are, they are defense contractors and weapons manufacturers. And, you know, when he's taking money from these organizations and then he turns around and he votes for a nearly $1 trillion defense bill every single year, which then funds those defense contractors who then fund his campaign, it's this endless cycle of corruption when it comes to war issues. You know, universal health care is a big issue for me. And Schiff has claimed to support universal health care, but at the same time, he owns stocks in pharmaceuticals. And I just don't believe that anybody who owns stocks in pharmaceuticals is actually wanting to fight for universal health care. So those are some of the big issues for me. On top of it, he recently voted to give more than $150 million to ICE. And here in Los Angeles, with our immigrant community, you know, we want to abolish ICE here. We don't want to be funding ICE. So those are the big reasons that I decided to run against Adam Schiff. And it's my second time running. We came so close our first time. We almost won the primary. We lost by less than 1%. So we're hoping to break that threshold this time around and make it into the general election.
Yeah, and again, for those of you not in California, it's a jungle primary. So that means the top two vote getters, no matter what their party is, go to the general election. So two Democrats, Adam Schiff and maybe a girl, can both go into the general election, and that almost happened last time. Maybe at least for me, one more question. So you mentioned all those legitimate points about getting money from defense contractors and then voting for all those wars. But I'm sure the LA Times has ripped him for that, right? I mean, they've probably been very critical of his obvious brazen corruption.
They have not. I don't think that they've actually endorsed him. To be honest with you, I was surprised that I was reached out to by the LA Times a couple of weeks ago to do an interview and an article. I'll say this, if there's any place where a progressive, where a trans non-binary drag queen can be elected, it is Los Angeles. And we are not only crossing our fingers, we are relying on all of our supporters who have been backing us since 2019. I know that he's scared because he's been putting out a lot of mailers and a lot of emails basically saying, oh, we need your donations because all of these Republicans are running against me. He knows that in this district that votes 72 to 78% Democratic every election cycle, that there's no way that a Republican could actually win the general election. What he's afraid of is there actually being two Democrats in the general election, one being more of a moderate and one being a grassroots corporate-free leftist. So, and I think given that decision, I think that Angelenos, folks from Glendale, Burbank will make the right decision.
Yeah, I lied. I have one more question. So California has a very young electorate, and it gives progressives a lot of hope. And Bernie Sanders won California overwhelmingly on Super Tuesday, as he lost everywhere else. He still won California big. So are you seeing any signs of that young electorate and that making a difference?
You know, yes and no. It's been a little bit hard to say. I think we'll definitely know after the primary election. You know, the results that have been coming back as of yet, saying, you know, who's voted, which groups of people have voted. Folks that are young have not necessarily voted before Election Day, and I really hope that they came out today. I know that people are feeling disappointed. I know they're feeling frustrated with the direction that a lot of our politicians are going right now. They're feeling very disenfranchised. They're feeling very disappointed at the Democratic Party. And I want folks to know that I'm only running as a Democrat because it's the only way that you can win in my particular district, which again votes 72 to 78% Democratic every year. I wish I could run as an independent, but we just wouldn't be able to win in this district if we ran as an independent. So with that, I'm very happy to criticize and hold the Democratic Party accountable, especially because they don't even accept me. They don't necessarily want me. They want to keep Schiff in power. And, you know, my campaign, we're here to say there's other options. You can have.
I was afraid we were going to lose him at some point. That was a good interview on the street, even though it got interrupted by, some crazy guy. But Maybe a Girl in California's 30th district, Glendale and other parts of the valley. Make sure you check that out. There's still over an hour left to vote in California. And she's run a very spirited campaign twice now and almost making it into the general election last time. Has a good chance of making it this time. That's a hell of a campaign for someone who started out as a big, big underdog. So she's got a lot of fight in her. That's awesome.
Yeah, when it comes to candidates and incumbents like Adam Schiff, again, I think it's a big deal when it comes to things that he's been known for. Anyone who hadn't paid much attention to Adam Schiff wouldn't know anything else about him outside of, oh, he's that big fighter. He's the one who's standing up, because Trump called him pencil neck, you know, because of the things that happened with Trump and his all of the impeachments that's been pushing. And then of course, Adam Schiff has become the face of that, and of course, a hero amongst many Democrats.
Yeah, by the way, they never got him convicted. They never got anything on him at all, ever. But he gave one or two speeches, which by the way was really dull in my opinion and not at all effective, but it was filled with SAT words. So all the reporters and all the Democrats were like, oh my God, he's so great, isn't he? Really, who did he connect with? Any Adam Schiff fans out there that don't watch MSNBC? I think seriously, the concentric circles between the Venn diagram between MSNBC viewers and Adam Schiff fans is 100%. Okay, there's no one that doesn't watch MSNBC is like, Adam Schiff, yes, right? Other than defense contractors, to be fair.
Yeah, this is a race that perfectly paints what you were just saying, Cenk, about the difference between progressives, Democrats, and Republicans. This is a race where you've got a progressive that's not taking PAC money. You've got Adam Schiff that's taking a ton of PAC money, right? Comcast and Edison International are donating. And it's the classic scenario where people see that Schiff is, hard on Republicans on camera, but behind the scenes is taking corporate PAC money. And it's good to hear that they're out in the streets, they're talking to people. It's a grassroots campaign. And yeah, it's slowly changing the electorate when you're talking to a lot of people face to face, and slowly, hopefully, people will realize the ties between being a centrist and taking that corporate money.
So you guys hear me pound it all the time, right? That same message. And I hope you guys don't get frustrated with it, but you can see from the candidates, the press never talks about corporate PAC money. Absurd. How could the millions that almost certainly decide every race, except for the miracles that progressives pull off, how could that not be relevant at all in any of your coverage? That's just insane. So, and look at our reaction. Lauren had LA Times coverage and apparently it was positive. And then Maybe a Girl very recently, and only very recently, got a little bit of LA Times coverage. And we were like shocked. They were shocked, we were shocked. And meanwhile, if you listen to the mythology of mainstream media is very liberal. The problem with media is that it's too far to the left. It's absurd. Everything in media is an illusion. It's totally an illusion. I mean, we talked about this on Old School last night. Donald Trump being a successful businessman. He had 6 bankruptcies. He's one of the worst businessmen in the history of America. And the media created an illusion that he was a business titan, right? And both in the reality show and then when he ran for office. These guys take tons and tons of corporate money. Matthew McConaughey today, and he went out Fox News and he says the problem is the extreme right and the extreme left. We got to go to the middle. Okay, first of all, extreme left is doing what about gun control? How are we the problem? But no, that's the mythology, and you got to say it again. I love that he is speaking about gun control, and I know that he's not a veteran of this field, so and I think that he's bought into this stuff. He's like, oh, we need to get this centrist. Are you kidding me? Yes, in the country that's true, but in Washington, if you try to get the centrist to pass something, as Tyrion Lannister would say, you've come to the wrong place. The centrists are the least likely to pass anything because they're the most corporate and the most corrupt, the most influenced by the money. So unfortunately, McConaughey's going to tell it, he's being perceived, and the media loves it, as telling you, oh, vote for the moderate Democrats or Republicans. Well, if you do, we're all screwed. Those are the worst, most corrupt legislators in the whole country.
It's the safe word. The extreme right, extreme left, they're both problems. I'm somewhere middle because I'm most like most Americans. When in reality, most Americans are across the whole spectrum, but it's based off of each different agenda, each different policy that you may be pushing. So maybe be more specific about what you want to do.
Yeah, and if you look at the polling, in 9 out of 10, it used to be like literally 10 out of 10 issues. Now it's 9 out of 10 issues because of defund police and a couple other things, right? But in literally 9 out of 10 issues, the progressive position is smack dab right in the middle of American policy positions. We win all of those polls at astounding rates. On average, about 67% on almost all the issues agree with the progressive position. The only reason why you or anyone else out there doesn't know that is because mainstream media has been doing wall-to-wall propaganda for as long as we have been alive. They have created an entire alternate reality, and they are way better than right-wing media. Because right-wing media is kind of ham-handed. When they lie, it's kind of obvious. Mainstream media is way better at lying. They're like, remember what the moderate sounds so good, centrist, what the American people want. Mitch McConnell and Nancy Pelosi. What? That was an awesome sleight of hand. No, nobody agrees with those two. And so I guess this is a weird ode to the incredible deception that the mainstream media has pulled off. Congratulations, guys. P.T. Barnum's got nothing on you, okay? So we got to take a break here, but before we do, I'm going to shout out a bunch of new members. Chelsea Zielinski, Ernie Burns, and Chance Disney, you guys are awesome. And Ellie Void, another YouTube channel member, said, local politics are the most important elections. I love watching coverage of it. Much more can get done on local level than federal, especially when progressives win at the local level. It then has a ripple effect upwards. We explained that in our Oregon coverage. The more progressives that get elected at the local level, the more that'll get elected at the national level. So I love it. Take over politics. That's exactly what you're supposed to do. We're going to take a quick break here, but we're going to come with more candidates and more coverage when we return. You're about to watch some behind the scenes footage of the Young Turks. Ooh. Now these are partial videos. If you want to get all of them, you become a member, go to tyt.com/join, and you'll get all the behind the scenes of me, Anna, John, Jayar, a little bit reality show like, tyt.com/join, and enjoy this. You know what you're seeing behind me? Jersey, hold. Watch me flip this camera. However I flip it. Do I flip it like this? No, I just took a picture. I'm bitzing right now.
What?
Behind the scenes.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
For members? I don't have my face on.
She doesn't have her face on, folks. Oh, that's Jayar's ass right there.
You can't take 5 minutes off, can you?
No, I can't, Johnny. Bye. I said it was live stream, but I was lying. It's not a live stream. It's just for members. Bitsy, this is my cat. You know what his name is? Kiki Cat. Animals are innocent. Control room and the insanity is obviously there.
Right now, as you can see, I'm directing or tech directing.
I'm so happy to be here.
This is what like a Labor Day beard looks like for Cenk. Man, you're a Young Turks viewer if you recognize me like this.
Thank you. You are the one person in my life I would love to meet.
What's going on, guys? This is a Bitsy or a BTS or behind the scenes with Hassan Piker, aka Woke Bay.
Oh, hi, I didn't see you there.
I have finished my show, The Damage Report, and now I get into a really awkward time of the day.
When I'm sitting, the control room is right there. So I can see Bart.
This is the Pittsburgh office, by the way. I'll refer to often as the boiler room.
You see how it's ripped? Is it super unprofessional to wear that at a business meeting? Or am I like cool rebel?
I just finished doing the power panel and I'm fired up.
What do you do for TYT?
Not a whole lot.
If you're frantically tweeting at us that something's broken, thank you, because I'm fixing it.
And thank you for being a TYT member.
Super last thing, because there's always got to be a super last thing. Oh, that was disastrous. This has been behind the scenes, behind the scenes.
Welcome to Indisputable. I'm your host, Dr. Rashad Richard. We got a lot happening today. But what do we do on this show? We tell the truth. You know why we tell the truth? Because the truth is simply indisputable.
Rashad, great to be here. Congratulations on the new show. And I gotta let everybody know that Rashad and I go way back.
Here's the pattern that we see in all of these Karen stories. They think they own stuff they do not own. Now, where does that come from? I don't know, maybe slavery. Maybe they think they should still own black people.
This is what happens when Karens weaponize the police.
When you're used to privilege, equality seems like oppression.
It hits you in a certain way when someone is holding you against your will, treating you like you're a criminal and you're an innocent person. This is something that black people face no matter where they are.
A stronger black economy lends itself to a stronger, greater economy. Don't think it's exclusive of you, it's inclusive of you.
What's your beef with critical race theory?
It adds more fuel to the fire of the racist tendencies that we already have.
We have a generation of problem solvers that can remedy the problem if they are properly taught what the problem is.
You know who created redlining in this country? The white liberal.
I don't give a damn who created it. If it's a racist policy, Shelley, here's what I don't know. I don't know. See, there you go filibustering, brother. You're scared of this truth, but you're gonna get it, though.
Climate is changing fundamentally, extremely, and non-linearly. It's becoming worse now. It's not when the levees burst that is the problem. It's in the anticipation of that.
So I hope every human being is safe. And by human beings, I do not include multinational corporations, especially the ones that started climate change in the first place.
What we're currently doing right now in cutting emissions is clearly not enough. There will be ramifications to what Trump is doing. I don't want people to suffer, but I feel like there's gonna be a lot of suffering because we have an imbecile as our leader.
All right, back on Young Turks selection coverage. Cenk Uygur, John Iadarola, Jessica Burbank with you guys. We do have a call in one of the races that we were covering. So, John, what do we got?
We do. Regrettably, it is one of the main races that we were tracking. Imani Oakley's challenge to incumbent Donald Payne Jr. has been called. Only about 36% of the vote is actually in, but the gap has apparently been judged to be so significant that they do not believe that it will go the other way. So right now he is at 83.1% of the vote.
So we're going to talk to Imani Oakley in just a little bit and see what quote unquote went wrong in that race, but nothing really has to go wrong for a progressive to get clobbered because they're usually outspent anywhere from 5 to 1 to 500 to 1, and very hard to get press attention, and very hard for the press to cover incumbents critically because they have power, and the press in this country apparently believes that their job is to serve power rather than challenge power. But we'll get to that in a second. John, do you have more results?
Yes, although perhaps not the most compelling. Kristi Noem has warded off Stephen Hoggard's challenge. She's got 76% of the vote. She will continue on. And because this is South Dakota, Jamie Smith has been chosen to be thrown into that volcano.
Okay, good luck, Jamie.
He will be fed to that beast. But Kristi Noem's absolutely awful. She's terrible. She actively worked to get the citizens of her state killed during the pandemic. And so she has obviously been rewarded by a continued career in politics.
But my guess is that Hogwarts was even more right-wing than her because, I mean, almost like, are there any centrist Republicans left? They go, oh, you know what, Noem is too right-wing. I'm gonna run to the middle in a Republican primary. A sentence almost never spoken. But who knows? I mean, a guy named Hogwarts might have been the guy. But and the other reason why I say he was probably more right-wing is because he got 27% of the vote. That's actually pretty good. That's surprising. So he must have been a lunatic. But it's the Republican side. I don't much care. So obviously there, I'm telling you, I don't know anything about Hogwarts, including his actual name.
Or which house he would have been sorted into, presumably.
Yes, Slytherin, I imagine. Okay.
Good work.
That's the one house I know. Isn't Slytherin obviously the bad guys? Isn't like there's?
Yeah, it's one of the flaws of the series, I think.
Yet the one named after the snake, that's the one that's the bad guys. Yeah.
Yeah, and animals are innocent, by the way. There are good snakes.
That's what I hear.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So those are your results so far. Giant California results coming up a little bit later in the night. Speaking of giants and California, next we go to Sherwin Azami. He's running in California's 32nd district. That's also in the Valley. If you're thinking, well, that seems like a lot of candidates in the Valley is rather large. So Sherwin, welcome back. How are you?
Great to be here with you all.
All right, great to have you. So 47 minutes left, guys. If you're in the Valley, watch this on your phone as you're going to vote, okay? So Sherwin, you're against Sherman, Brad Sherman. He's an incumbent. Now there's a couple of things here. One is, again, it could be two Democrats, so you don't have to beat Brad Sherman tonight. You just have to beat everyone else. So let me start with that. How's that going?
It's going exceptionally well. I mean, we have run an incredible field program connected with over 200,000 voters in our district through multiple methods, door-to-door canvassing, phone banking, driveway discussions, handwritten postcards, and much more. We're the only corporate-free campaign in this race, and everything we're seeing Brad Sherman do in response to our campaign tells us we're on the right track. We saw him just this last weekend drop hundreds of thousands on mailers trying to animate the GOP vote. Mailers to Republicans and to conservative independents as a way to try to animate them to turn out to try to block us from getting into the general, because he recognizes this is a safely blue, safely Democratic district. And he doesn't want to have any accountability. He doesn't want to have his record on the chopping block, which he knows we've been doing consistently. And he also recognizes that as someone who's worked on the Hill, who's a policy nerd through experience, I can call BS on everything he hasn't done and everything he claims to do. And so he's really putting in the fight of his life. But at the end of the day, I think we have the grassroots support on our side. And we're going to continue pounding the pavement. Just came from a canvass a couple hours ago. We have volunteers that are still phone banking for GOTV. So we have all the bases covered.
So Sherwin's got tons of great endorsements. This is a good place where progressives have unified. So Brand New Congress, Progressive Democrats of America, Roots Action, Nina Turner, Ground Game LA, Marianne Williamson, and the list goes on. And so it'll be really interesting to see if the LA Times acknowledges that Brad Sherman's trying to get Republican votes because he's being challenged from the left. The media, corporate media, almost never points that out. Chantel Brown openly pleaded for Republican votes against Nina Turner, and the media said that Chantel Brown was the better Democrat. Why not make things up while we're at it? What are you, in journalism? Okay, so Jessica, you got a question for Sherwin?
Yeah, we were just talking about how we have to talk about money in politics because mainstream media won't. And Brad Sherman's taken a lot of money. He's got funding from Democracy Engine, which just keeps centrist Dems in office, but also Fidelity, Kaiser, NASDAQ. Can you just say a word about how you've seen money shape this race?
Yeah, I mean, Brad Sherman has close to $4 million cash on hand, with his biggest donor sources being asset management firms, private equity firms, payday lenders even. He's one of the top recipients of donations from the payday lending industry and from pro-Israel PACs. Despite being a senior member of foreign affairs and financial services, his bread is being buttered by the very industries he's supposed to be overseeing as a member of those committees. I mean, that's corruption 101. But as I heard Cenk saying earlier, I mean, that the tables are always stacked money-wise against progressives. But at the end of the day, we have the grassroots power behind us. We need to get money out of politics entirely. But for the moment, I'm proud of everything we've achieved, raising close to $300,000 just from grassroots support, despite being the only candidate in the race to sign written pledges refusing money from real estate developers, from cops and police associations, from fossil fuel executives, health insurance and pharma executives, the big weapons manufacturers, no corporate PAC money, period. Despite that, we've really seen a groundswell of support because people here are ready for bold progressive change. We keep meeting voters every single day where they're like, I can't point to a single thing Brad Sherman's championed for us. And then they hear about my work on the Hill and how we got more bills passed in 2 years when I was legislative director than Brad has in 26 as our legislator. And so folks want that bold, unapologetic progressive action. And we also bring that policy experience and those chops that really none of the other candidates can claim. And that's really the selling point that differentiates our campaign and our vision and our platform from the rest of the pile.
Yeah, I actually had a question. So I want to raise something that I've talked to a couple of the candidates that have joined us on the special so far about. I'm trying to get an idea as you've been making the case to voters, you've been talking with them, the sense, particularly among Democrats, of the state of things, not just the state of the country. I'm curious about that, but the state of the Democratic Party, because I'm curious with you as a progressive trying to make inroads into the party, what they think of the state of the Democratic Party, where they see it headed is pretty important. Are they satisfied with the way things are going? Are they defensive about the Biden administration's lack of ability to get much done? What's the sense that you've gotten from the voters?
Some folks are, but I'll tell you this. When we saw the majority opinion on Roe leaked, there was a protest outside of the Van Nuys courthouse that I was invited to, got to speak at. And a lot of those folks there, they were delegates, they're part of the Democratic Party, they're in those circles. And my entire speech was excoriating the Democrats for not codifying Roe when they had the chance in Obama's first term, to now hiding behind obstructionists and protecting Jim Crow relics like the filibuster over actually coming through on campaign promises. And that really resonated with folks, because you have to remember, here in the state of California, we have a Democratic supermajority in the legislature as well. Yet we still couldn't get single payer passed because the party was too busy protecting corporatists in our own ranks. And we've been calling them out by name from the very beginning. So while folks might think that, at the end of the day, the Democratic Party might be a better choice, when I look in the mirror, I'm thinking we got to hold ourselves accountable. For far too long, we've just been blaming the other side when it's really this corporate duopoly that's at the heart of the cancer in our democracy. But at the end of the day, we're focused on the policies and highlighting the issues that matter to our constituents and not shying away from speaking truth to power.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right about the corporate duopoly. Sherman for Congress.com, guys. The 4 is the number 4. And you still got 40 minutes left to vote. So go out there and make a difference. Sherwin, thank you for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Appreciate you all. Have a good evening.
You too. All right, we have another candidate for you guys. It's Imani Oakley. She's the candidate we just told you about a minute ago. She unfortunately has lost tonight, but we want to get her on to get her point of view on what happened in that race. Imani, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you so much for having me. How are you?
Oh, no problem. I'm good, except we would have preferred that you won, of course. So
yes, me too.
So Imani, tell us about the race. So, every progressive gives it everything they got. We don't have a choice, right? And then you still get this lopsided result. What do you think happened? What were the biggest factors, in your opinion, that led to the result?
Yeah, so honestly, I think it was the money is the number one biggest factor. New Jersey is one of the most expensive places in the country to run, number one. Number two, when you run in New Jersey, you essentially have to run two campaigns. You have to run a candidate campaign to get people to elect you, but you also have to run an issue campaign because we have this corrupt ballot design that people are just now getting acclimated to the idea of it. And so essentially you have to raise $1 million to run a candidate and then essentially another $1 million to run an issue campaign. We were able to raise $500K off of, again, no corporate donations, which is great, but that is kind of something that covers the overhead and not kind of the extra stuff that then you have to go through in order to win here. So, I mean, I think that's the biggest issue. The other issue, though, I think is people in New Jersey, I mean, it's only been the last couple of cycles that we've seen like pretty serious challengers to the machine here. And I think that it's kind of like the early stages before, AOC won, where, people just weren't really acclimated to having a challenger just yet. And I think we're seeing that here as well, where there were, certain kind of techniques that we were using that may have worked in other landscapes where they're kind of used to challengers by now. But it's a little bit too early in the cycle for New Jersey, where we are in our progressive movement at the moment.
Yeah, I got one more question for you before I go to the other hosts. So New Jersey, I grew up there, is kind of one giant suburb, right? There's a couple of cities like Camden, Newark, Trenton, et cetera. But overall, it's a huge suburb. So I don't know exactly where the 10th district is, but does it have a lot of suburbs? And are suburban voters a little bit harder to break into for progressives?
So, I mean, it's about half suburban, half urban in the 10th district. I actually don't think that suburban voters are harder to break into. And actually, I think it could maybe be argued that they're easier with regards to the ballot line. Because, typically the ballot design and all the conversations about that have been kind of like a highbrow conversation. It's been very ivory tower. And typically the suburban areas are more tuned into those conversations. So I would say because of the ballot line, it's actually a little bit easier for challengers to break in the suburbs because people are so upset about the lack of actual democracy in New Jersey. So I would say I don't really think it's a matter of policy or breaking in. I just think it's a matter of, of money and having to run essentially two campaigns at once.
Interesting. Okay, Jessica.
Yeah, I want to preface this for our viewers who have not worked in grassroots organizing or electoral politics, but it's becoming more expensive to even run a grassroots campaign. We usually associate progressives who don't take big money with just knocking doors, calling voters, and sending texts. But especially in a time of COVID where you can't just be in the street talking to people and knocking doors, you've got to use these tech tools to send mass messages and do mass phone banks. And these tech tools are getting bought up by large tech corporations that are investing in them and then making them more expensive to use and pricing out smaller campaigns and grassroots organizing nonprofits. And I know you've had to make some hard decisions about the grassroots organizing that you've done. Can you just talk a little bit about those decisions that you've had to make?
Oh yeah, I mean, making sure, so first of all, everybody who worked on my campaign, even if it was part-time, got paid, which is something that really the machine has an advantage on because they have, frankly, machine lackeys who will work on it for free because they're showing loyalty. Everybody who worked on my campaign got paid to the right amount. So I am proud of that, but it is something that is an expense. It's an overhead expense. And it becomes very, very expensive when you're not backed by, a more well-funded org. I mean, everything we did was super, super grassroots. I mean, we didn't receive any, even progressive PAC money, right? Progressive Elect Black Women PAC gave us $1,000, but that was it. The rest of it was just off of what we were generating as a campaign. So it's a lot of overhead that has to be paid. And then once you pay the overhead, you have what you have left to kind of do the extra stuff like mailers, which are super expensive, going on TV, et cetera, et cetera. And then just the money, I think, is really the biggest hindrance in this race.
Amani, I wanted to ask you a question, following up with what you mentioned earlier that this isn't an area that's necessarily used to challenges in this way, that you felt you had to sort of build up that. So I was curious, based on your experience, how much, to what extent you experienced some of the things that normally make it much more difficult for a challenge in this way. Things that we've talked about through the special so far, the media completely ignoring primary challengers, not giving them the time of the day, the media pretending that progressive challengers are inherently radical, and then also during primaries pretending that the incumbent is more progressive than they actually are to ward off challenges. Usually there aren't any debates. They won't actually go and make the case in front of people. Are those some of the challenges that you faced, and how do you feel like progressive challengers can get around some of these sort of baked in obstacles?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we faced obstacles from kind of day one, because in New Jersey, you're not even allowed to get the voting file from the state if you are challenging a challenger, right? So then you have to go and buy it from a private entity. So even just off rip, as far as getting information to even talk to voters, you have to spend money in order to do that. That was there. I mean, there's also the fact that, we got outspent 3-1. We were not covered except, I mean, we were fortunate enough to be covered in a few larger outlets. And of course, indie media, thank God for indie media. We were covered very well by indie media. So thank you all for that. But there were outlets that we were reaching out to for months. I mean, it's funny, even the New York Times, they actually came and interviewed me and took pictures of me like in the neighborhood and everything. And that article never came out. Oh, so, we lacked that coverage. And then you're right, there was all the scrutiny in the world on us and my messaging and what I was running on. And then there was just no scrutiny on, my opponent with regards to his record and not showing up and things of that nature. So it's, again, the money, having to pay for things that, the establishment just gets, like voter files, as well as the coverage, you having to fight tooth and nail for it. And, not for nothing, this campaign actually did what I think are some newsworthy things. For example, we actually saved a Black community from having their voting power obliterated during redistricting. We actually saved the entire neighborhood from getting carved out of where their voting power would be 53% to then going and being 8%. We saved the neighborhood doing that, and nobody covered that. But I mean, and again, I'm not trying to toot my own horn here, but I do think that's newsworthy that a progressive candidate went out of her way to save a neighborhood. But again, no coverage. So yeah, I met up against pretty much all of the same systemic things that progressive candidates run up against when they run.
Yeah, Imani, last quick question here. So I ran before, and on the night of the election when you lose, it's tough. So how are you feeling on a personal level?
I'm sleepy and I'm ready to rest a bit. I do feel that we did the best that we can do off of what we had. Again, we didn't have the $2 million that I think, having gone through this entire thing, I think around $2 million is what you probably need in order to win a race like this. We didn't have that. We didn't have any of the big progressive PACs or powerhouses behind us. And we, not for nothing, got national attention and pretty good statewide attention off of running off of our own fumes, off of basically views. So, I feel really good about what we did. Of course, I wanted to win. I definitely wanted to win. I really think the machine can be beaten. I think the ballot line can be beaten. But ultimately, I am proud of the work that we did, and I think it was significant.
All right, Imani Oakley running a brave campaign in New Jersey. We appreciate you joining us, and we appreciate the fight in you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me.
No problem. All right, guys. So we've got to take one more quick break here. And when we come back, we've got more results for you guys. And California is about to close. Then we'll all be on pins and needles because, as you've seen throughout our coverage tonight, there's approximately 200 progressive candidates in California, which is good news. And don't forget what I said earlier. California is one of the most progressive states in terms of voters. Very young electorate, very pro Bernie Sanders. Our only two challenges, as always, are money and media. All right, we'll be right back. Well, the Young Turks, the Friday show, it's gonna be awesome. We're gonna help us over here. Drop it.
We became the first ever daily online web television show.
No, the Constitution is the very core of America. The fact that we don't spy on American citizens, that we get a warrant, that we go to a judge, that we have a procedure, that we have due process, that is America.
On top of that, they go, why don't they just stay at their own schools? You gotta realize something. These schools suck. They want people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps. You ain't got no straps, you ain't got no boots.
He lit these fires in trash bins all around town out of frustration.
99th most viewed channel today on YouTube.
The Shorties Award.
Best web host.
We passed 1 billion views. Voice Award winner, News and Information Channel, The Young Turks. Oh, another Webby.
The Young Turks.
Can I curse? Yeah! For those of you watching on the live stream, yes, we have adopted a pet iguana that showed up at our door.
A haunted version in the dark with our silhouettes.
Now let's get to the best line of the debate. And it was definitely the one against Philosophy. I told you we were coming.
Can you talk about it when it becomes a problem? Our lack of gun control is a problem.
Nonsense BS story is hurting that cause, and they need to wake up and recognize that they are being had by these people.
Biggest gang in America. Question is, how do we make sure that we blame the person who is dead? What kind of democracy is that?
We should never forget that the most powerful people in the world exploited the greatest tragedy in American history to go to war in a country that had a lot of oil.
Rolling thunder. That's what this show is.
Never in my life did I think I would like to see a dictator. But if there's going to be one, I want it to be Trump.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
Where's the line? We've crossed every line you can imagine.
We are a socialist country. It's socialism for the rich.
Tick-tock, tick-tock.
You don't have to know the truth, just believe what they tell you.
There is no bounds to their monstrous hypocrisy. Tick-tock. I think we're gonna win the Senate in 2020. And I think we're gonna have the House, and I think we're gonna have the presidency. Tick-tock.
And in 2020, we're going to clean your clock, and we're gonna run you out of town, and we're gonna have an actual democracy in this country.
November of 2020 could also be potentially the greatest day of our lives. Let us whisper of a dream.
My name is Carlos Hernandez. I am the valet parking for this small parking lot. I work for TYTs, and they coming to this lot over 4 years. I know two more famous person, Bernie Sanders, the former Vice President Al Gore, and too many other guys. I'm so happy to cover it with TYT.
Back that I like.
Say hi to the camera.
I don't like this.
All right, back on TYT coverage of primary election tonight. So we mentioned there's a lot of states, but honestly, not a lot of action in those states. So Montana closed a little while ago, 35 minutes ago. Montana's got a good progressive there, Tom Winter. We'll check in on him in a second. California's gonna close in 25 minutes, and that's where most of the action is. So we were looking, out of all the other states, there's basically one progressive we were tracking, and that was Imani Oakley. And so now, like in Mississippi, you're gonna be shocked to find out there is not a lot of progressives running, let alone winning, okay? One day, but today's not that day yet. I just real quick on Mississippi, overwhelming majority of the people in Mississippi in the 2020 Democratic primary in exit polling said they want Medicare for all. It was around nearly 80%, okay? And then they all voted against the candidate that was for Medicare for all. Bernie Sanders, Joe Biden won overwhelmingly. I mean, this is one issue, but it was a giant issue. It was a big issue in Mississippi, and the voters of Mississippi, when you ask them about the issues, especially in the Democratic primaries, are very progressive. But they don't vote that way because they've been brainwashed by mainstream media telling them, oh, the better Democrat is the one that's more right-wing and that doesn't agree with you at all. Now, of course, they leave out the don't agree with you and more right-wing. They lie to them and pretend that the more conservative Democrats are the better Democrats, more left-wing, etc. It's just not true. So anyway, that's a quick summary of Mississippi, and that's all we got tonight on Mississippi. All right, John.
Pretty much. I've got a few different sets of results that we can look at of varying levels of spiciness. If we want to start off in Iowa, Chuck Grassley, not surprisingly, has clinched the spot as the Republican nominee. On the other side, you have Michael Franken, who will be the Democrat going up against him. So what I did was I went back to 2020 to look at the last challenge, and that was against Joni Ernst, and she had won by, I think it was 6.6%, which at that point people interpreted as a higher than expected win for her. Trump also did a little bit better in Iowa than expected. 6.6 is not a massive blowout. Any hope that maybe Chuck Grassley, I mean, he's 1 billion years old, maybe it'll be a little bit easier to make inroads against him than against Ernst?
Well, it depends on two things, I think. And when it gets to the Senate level in a state like Iowa, I'm not convinced that the money makes that big a difference. I could be wrong about that. Money almost always makes a difference. But I think media would make a bigger difference, and the fight that the Democrat has in them is going to make the biggest difference. So I don't know anything about that Democrat. Since I don't know about him, I assume he's a regular old Democratic schmuck. But to be fair to him, like I said, I don't know. Maybe he's a lion, and we're going to be super excited to see him.
I did look him up. He's a retired United States Navy Vice Admiral.
Yeah, very standard corporate Democrat thing, bring out some veteran, a Marine or an admiral. You know, if you look more, you'll see that he was either an executive somewhere or had his own business. And because those are the kind of people they look for. We got, Iowa, they want a veteran in Iowa. That's you got to bring in an admiral. And then business, that means he's got good money. And so we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong. Like I said.
No, I think.
Yeah, go ahead, Jessica.
Absolutely right. I think you're absolutely right. People in Michael Franken view him as the perfect candidate on paper, on camera. He's very much, they're picking him because he has the right image to win in Iowa, right? He's a veteran, he's well-spoken, he connects to people in the community. And if you talk to the Democrats that are members of their local Democratic organizations in Iowa, that's exactly what they say about Michael Franken. It's not, he's gonna change Iowa for the better, he has a great policy platform. He looks like the right kind of guy that can beat Chuck Grassley.
Yeah, that's never happens. The right kind of guy never, ever wins. But the Democrats are the dumbest party in the world. So they're like, let's go with the one that looks like it's from Central Casting. You know who says dumb stuff like that? Trump. Mike, can't keep track of his stupid name. What is it?
Michael Franken.
Franken. The reason why I say stupid name is because I haven't heard one thing about him. That means he's hiding in a cave. How are you gonna beat a Republican incumbent if you're hiding in a cave? Okay, so Michael Franken is gonna go out there and be like, okay, I'm out of Central Casting. You're gonna have to vote for me. No, if you're trying to be Republican light, you're gonna get steamrolled. That Chuck Grassley's so beatable. I mean, that guy's like 300 years old. And he's switched every position he's had because when he started 180 years ago, he was considered a moderate Republican, which now is like almost a progressive, right? So now 120 years later, all of his positions have gone from like, I'm corporate, okay, whatever, to like, no, I hate everybody and everything, goddamn Latinos, just randomly, I don't know, right? And so can you beat a guy like that? Of course you can, but you're not gonna beat him from a cave. So no, I think that it's just based on the fact that the corporate Democrats like him and he hasn't said a word so far.
Yeah.
I think he probably has no chance of winning.
I don't know. I'd love to be surprised, but I agree about the strategy of choosing candidates. Like, imagine if the Democratic Party acted as if these races truly matter, as if the difference between winning and losing was actually a life and death thing. Imagine if they felt stakes. Like, think about when we choose progressive candidates, when we choose who to support, we care so much about their experience, their ability to get the job done, the ability to persuade people, the ability to vigorously campaign, because we desperately need to win. They don't act like they desperately need to win because they don't desperately need to win. They'd prefer to win, but if they lose, they can go back to their lobbying jobs and their, the multi-$1,000, refrigerator stocked full of luxury ice cream. Like, they're gonna be okay. It's that lack of stakes, really, that bothers me so much. We do have results with one of the races that you just mentioned very recently. The 1st Congressional District of Montana. Tom Winter is the candidate that we were following in that race. We've got 27% of the vote, and currently Tom Winter is in a very distant 3rd place with 6.7% of the vote. I don't know if we're having trouble pulling up the actual results, but there we go. And so you're seeing there in 3rd place in that race.
And that's a straight up Democratic primary, right? There's no jungle primary.
That is a Democratic primary, yes.
Yeah, okay, so Tom's not gonna win. 27% reporting is a big enough number that if you're losing 63-6, you're not gonna come back. So we'll talk to, are we talking to Tom today? No, I don't think we are.
I don't believe so.
Yeah, okay. Winter is coming, has come, and has left. So he's a good guy. I'm glad he ran. Wonderful. Guys, the good news about being a progressive is when you lose, it's not like there's like some big disappointment. Like, that's the standard. We get steamrolled by money and media, and we go, oh, okay, yeah, we lost. That's normal, right? But when we win, we're like, oh my God, it's a miracle. It's a miracle, right? So, look, I talked to David Schuster about this, and he doesn't mind saying it on air. So maybe we'll even do an interview about it so he can give you the details. But he told me a story about how when he worked in local news, he was going to do some sort of, not getting all the details right, that's why we'll bring David in and talk about it, but about how he's going to do some sort of story on money in politics. And his station manager was like, no, you're not. And he's like, why not? He's like, that's very relevant in this issue that they were covering. And he's like, who do you think pays all of our bills? The station manager was super clear. They make all their money from political advertising. You're not gonna do any stories about money in politics. Local news, local television news is powered by corruption. So they're not subtle about it internally. I mean, that story that David told me is just, I'm not remotely surprised by it, but it's super telling. It's not like subtle, and sometimes I talk about invisible hand of the market. And so, no, that was a very visible hand of the market going, no, we love the corruption. We make tons of money from the corruption. You will never talk about money in politics. So,
and that's why it's super important for progressives to run, because the media is not going to cover these stories or talk about these issues. So when people like Tom Winter run, or Imani Oakley even, it was kind of a power building moment in her district because people were canvassing. They could bring attention to an issue in the community and address it. It's the one thing we have where we can get money behind doing face-to-face conversations with people, having meaningful conversations about our politics. And so progressives running and losing isn't really a loss, because at the end of the day, you are building power when you're having those conversations that aren't really being had anywhere else.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking about that earlier in the show about how, look, man, corporate Democrats haven't knocked on a door in decades, whereas progressives have now knocked on tens of millions, maybe hundreds of millions of doors over the last, from 2015 to now, so over the last 7 years. And guys, here comes Cenk optimism. So buckle up, brace for impact, okay? So look at what I just said. I mean, Bernie really started in 2015 when he started running for the presidential race. And then Just Democrats came out in, basically first cycle was 2018. All that is so recent, right? So new always beats old. It takes a long time, right? New money beat old money. New media is in the middle of beating old media, but God damn it, it's taken a while, right? And the new Democrats, although that's a confusing title, but progressives are the new within the Democratic Party. Only been around basically at this level with this kind of aptitude and such as it is unity and coverage from independent media and et cetera for about 7 years. And so, and I sense a disturbance in the force, okay? And so sometimes when I sense things, it's real, right? So like, for example, all the way back in 2013, before any of this had started, I said that I think that Bernie could beat Hillary Clinton in 2016. And like, now he's run 2 campaigns, nearly won in 2020. It was so close. So you think like, oh, okay, yeah, probably some people, progressives thought that back then. No, nobody thought that. And the reason, and everybody treated me as like I have 3 heads, which, by the way, that part hasn't changed. But the reason I sensed that was because I sensed that the country was dissatisfied with politics as usual, and the country was ready for a progressive to make a run. And at that point, Bernie was honestly super obscure. And I remember even back then talking to Alan Grayson, who was still in Congress, and a couple of other Democrats, including Bernie, about, hey, do you guys want to make a run at Hillary? Because I think you could do it. And I'm like, she's more vulnerable than you realize. And I remember listing the reasons to all these different Democrats, and even they thought I was crazy, right? And so that was the beginning. And now I sense we're kind of in the middle. Like, and here's why we're in the middle, even though we still have mainly losses and sometimes big losses. It's because Biden has made a big difference accidentally. Like a lot of progressives and a lot of Democrats, more important than progressives, got false hope with Biden. Remember in the beginning, they're like, oh, he's gonna be the next FDR. And I remember covering his first state, I don't think it was a State of the Union. That's what
he gave like a speech.
Yeah, he gave a speech to Congress, et cetera, right after he won. And I was like, yeah, he's not gonna do that, he's not gonna do that, he's not gonna do that. And everybody's like, God damn it, Cenk, you're so humbug. And not you guys, but like people I know in Washington. They're like, no, he's working with progressives. And look at these amazing legislation he's gonna bring forward. I was like, he ain't gonna do any of that. And so it turns out he didn't. And now mainstream Democrats are like, man, these guys look like they're not gonna do anything ever. And I don't know that they've searched out progressives yet, but they're beginning to realize they've been lied to. And now a lot of mainstream Democrats I know are starting to get dissatisfied with the media too. They're like, this coverage is, they keep calling it weird. It's been weird for a long time, but at least they're beginning to see it now. So the dam is still holding, but I see a bunch of cracks there. That the next cycle, you know how the old Mark Twain quote that I love so much, change comes really gradually, and then boom, all of a sudden. When the dam breaks, all the water comes rushing in.
Well, look, and I do have results, but I will say I think that some in mainstream media realize what you're saying. We've been seeing reports over the last week or so that CNN is going in a different direction. They're going to be less partisan and bring on more right wingers. That'll probably solve all of the problems we're talking about.
No, but that is really good news. I'm going to come back to it later after your
Sure. Okay, I want to give you good results, kind of. Not about candidates. Let's go to the most exciting thing in politics, which is ballot initiatives, obviously. So there had been a thing that we talked about in the damage report in the last couple of weeks, and it's that coming up in November in South Dakota, there are 2 ballot measures that people there are going to be able to vote on. One is to legalize marijuana, and then one is going to expand Medicaid access. And those are 2 things that some in South Dakota would prefer that the voters not get to choose on, or at least have a little bit harder of a time. So tonight, there's a different ballot measure in advance of those 2, which are coming in November. And what it would do would increase the threshold for ballot measures to pass from a majority to 60%. That's all it does. In the future, any ballot measure would be more difficult for the voters to actually pass. It is an explicitly anti-democratic ballot measure. And the establishment in South Dakota really hoping that would pass, because there have been previous ballot measures to expand Medicaid access in different states, and they've passed. But I believe so far none have passed by 60%. So this would seem to make it very difficult for that to happen. Well, I've been tracking the results of this ballot measure, the one that would raise the threshold, and it was actually just called while Cenk was speaking, and it got voted down. It's currently at 68.5% no. People reasonably are like, no, it's really weird that you want us to have less influence in the future. And I consider these sorts of things so important, particularly because they aren't often focused on. We have all of these very specific, granular, zoomed in political battles about trans rights, about gun control. And all of those things are important, and it's our job and our obligation, our duty to persuade people on those issues. But at the same time, we know and we often acknowledge all of the structural stuff that makes those things so much harder. So for instance, when we focus on voter suppression laws being passed in Georgia, one of the reasons we do that is that's going to affect all the future battles. But when it does that, you won't even know that that was the thing that manipulated things. The fact that the distribution of political power in the Senate is manipulated, the fact that we have gerrymandering, all of these things are structural things designed to stop change from happening. This is an attempt where they tried to set up another one of those structural things, and there are versions of it. For instance, there are versions in California of this sort of thing designed to stop certain types of legislation from passing. A lot of state constitutions have that. Anything that would raise taxes is needlessly more difficult to pass. Well, at least in this case, they didn't succeed in raising the threshold in South Dakota.
So let me tell you the history of that in South Dakota, and you'll see why we're indisputably right about the disconnect between the voters and how they vote, and how money and media in the middle create that disconnect, okay? So in South Dakota, a bunch of years back now, I forget if it was 4 or 6 years ago, they passed a great ballot measure, and it was against corruption. They didn't want their politicians taking money from lobbyists, and it had a bunch of provisions in it, and it really cleaned up South Dakota politics. The legislature, in its infinite corruption, got together after the ballot measure. They're like, we don't like that ballot measure. We like being corrupt, so we're going to ignore it. We're now voting to get rid of the ballot measure. Well, you can't get rid of a ballot measure. And they're like, yeah, we can. We're just not going to do it. And then they posed with pictures from gifts that they got from lobbyists.
Brazen.
Totally brazen, to rub it in their people's faces. They're like, it doesn't matter. The media's on our side, money's on our side. We don't care about democracy. That's why they then, the corrupt sons of bitches in South Dakota, in this case, Republicans, then said, why don't, this ballot initiative is a pain in our ass with this democracy. And it turns out if you just ask the voters issue by issue, they're super progressive, even in South Dakota. Man, they hate corruption, and Republicans love corruption, right? So they're like, all right, then let's pass a ballot measure, making other ballot measures really hard so we can kill all of democracy. And look at what the voters did there. Not only is it a resounding no, but hey, it's past your 60% margin. Even if it was in place, they're like, no, we actually like democracy and we hate how corrupt you are. By the way, the voters of South Dakota, I know you're not getting this message. So if you were, you would agree with us. But stop voting for those same corrupt Republicans. They're the ones who blocked your democracy in the first place. Why do you keep re-electing them? But it's that disconnect, because they're like, yeah, I love anti-corruption. That's why Fox News told me to vote for the most corrupt Republican, and I did it. Wait, what? Okay, and of course Fox News doesn't say the most corrupt Republican. They claim, there's a Republican fighting for you against the libs. He's going to own them. No, what he's owning is the money from the lobbyists. That's what he's owning. So that's why. Go ahead, Jessica.
I wish tonight we were talking about more ballot measures. I think like a part of the reason we have so many races in California and so few races everywhere else is if you look up these sample ballots or you look at the elections where there could be primaries happening, so many Democrats are running unopposed. It would be great if progressives were running in all of those places. So many people are reluctant to run for office. I think we need teachers, union leaders, just everyday Americans running for office everywhere. A lot of people feel like they're not qualified to do so, but seriously, your experience as an everyday American qualifies you to run for office more than billionaire Rick Caruso in Los Angeles. I mean, he has no idea what everyday life is like for people living in America. But if you don't want to run for office, petition to get more ballot measures. And people are trying to make it harder to petition to get measures, on the ballot, saying you have to collect a bunch of signatures in person and all of these absurd things to get in the way of it. But seriously, if you go door to door and talk to people about these issues, we can have progressive sea change if we had a bunch of ballot measures in every district.
Yeah.
So the problem there's always a problem, right? And so a perfect example of what Jessica's talking about is in California, there's now going to be a ballot measure to increase the minimum wage to $18. So even though Democrats have a super majority in California, they're corporate Democrats. They're not going to raise the minimum wage. They have every opportunity. They could do it tomorrow. They don't need the ballot measure. Super majority. And the governor is the great Democrat Gavin Newsom. They're like, oh, hell no, that's would hurt our corporate donors. Are you crazy, right? So Joe Sandberg's like, well, then I'll do it, right? You know how much he had to spend to get it enough signatures to put it on the ballot? $11 million.
Jesus.
Who's got $11 million running, right? That's why now we're in a situation where we're like, okay, I guess we need progressive wealthy folks. Otherwise we're screwed, right? And now he put it on the ballot measure. The good news is, you know how much it is if you increase the minimum wage to $18, how much wealth that redistributes back to where it's supposed to belong, to the workers? $32 billion a year. That's just California. $32 billion a year goes to the workers instead of the executives and the shareholders, okay? But you can't do it unless you got $11 million laying around.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, I just wanted to close on this by saying that after we talked about that ballot measure, people in some states are talking about the fact that I believe Florida is at 60%. Like I said, some states, it's not specifically a prohibition against ballot measures that raises it, but it might be legislation that, for instance, raises taxes, those sorts of things. And by the way, this ballot measure had a component of that too. It was the sorts of things that would require a higher amount are anything that would require like more than $5 million to be spent over 10 years, which is literally everything at the state level. And so these are the things that we need to simultaneously grapple with at the same time that we're dealing with the news of the day. These are the things that are designed to protect the status quo from any threat to its power. And like when we talk about the end of democracy, we assume because of movies that it'll come in the form of a mob of people storming the Capitol, and they're trying that too, to be fair. But the death of democracy in practice feels much more like just gradually losing your voice, about still technically on paper having the capacity to translate the will of the people into actual political action, but making it so much less likely in practice to actually work through making it more difficult for people to register and to actually vote, by making it so costly to engage in any of this, by through the stranglehold that they have on the media, drowning out any focus on the attempt to change the system. We have to fight back against these things. They are, in a very real sense, chains that are weighing us down as we engage in this ongoing fight.
Okay, last couple of things here because California's about to close. We got to take a break. Robert the Painter, thank you for your super chat. Chris LL, thank you for being a YouTube member. Publicly funded campaigns, he wrote, damn right. If you want to focus on that, go to wolf-pac.com. It's a PAC that is fighting to get money out of politics, and publicly funded campaigns is a huge part of that. Wolf-pac.com. R. Stone wrote in on Super Chat, does the clear disparity of turnout numbers in Republican primaries in comparison to Dems so far totally disprove the electorate replacement theory nonsense? It's a really good point. Like the voter turnout in Democratic primaries is abysmal. And so that is a terrible sign for 2022. So if the Democrats are trying to replace Republican voters, as usual, they're doing a terrible job at it.
Yep.
Even if the replacement theory was true, which is not anywhere near true. Well, don't worry, Republican voters, you appear to be entirely unreplaced. The Democrats' infinite incompetence has struck again, even if it were true, but again, it's not. All right, Jessica, any last words here about tonight?
No last words here. It's just, another night of big money versus progressives running. And the one thing I envy that Republicans have that we do not is competitive primaries. We need competitive primaries to have candidates that people are excited to go out and vote for. And unfortunately, we do not have competitive primaries, but maybe one day.
Yeah, and that's part of why we have a lower voter turnout, is because our side is more thuggish in its machine, right? The machine says, no, only incumbents. Challenges are unacceptable. And the media's like, that's right, challenges are unacceptable. You know, Republicans are fighting like crazy and they're winning like crazy. Why? They're getting so much more press attention to their internal fights, to their primaries. They're getting stronger candidates, etc. And our side is atrophying. You turn on cable news, you will never see anyone make what is an obvious point to all of us, right? You'll never see that. Instead, you'll see MSNBC and CNN yelling at you all day like, primaries are terrible. No Democrat better do any primaries. It's divisive. It's divisive. In fact, super last thing here. Actually, I'm going to read one quote for Jessica too, but
2 more things.
AOC today endorsed against Sean Patrick Maloney, who's the head of the DCCC in a primary. So great job by AOC. Excellent credit to her. Maybe we'll come back and talk more about that in a second. But the reason
must have been watching our coverage a couple elections ago.
By the way, maybe, okay. And so, you know what happened? Instantly, the press started calling her divisive.
And Jim Messina, former campaign manager of Obama in 2012, took to Twitter and said it was counterproductive for AOC to endorse Alessandra Biaggi against Patrick Maloney. He's the DCCC chair, so they love him and want to protect him. And then he said, if we lose the House, it's because of stuff like this. So you're absolutely right, it's the party machine again.
Jim Messina is a full-blown corporate prostitute, okay? Anyone who listens to Jim Messina should have their head examined. He works for corporate America, would love to, and has destroyed the Democratic Party. He is a poster child for corruption. And by the way, you know what Obama did with Jim Messina when he was president? They lost 1,000 Democratic seats across the country. And Messina just collected paycheck after paycheck, and he got super rich off of destroying the Democratic Party. And the infinitely corrupt corporate media turns around like, oh, Jim Messina, he's such a treasure for the Democratic Party. Jim, how shall we resurrect the Democratic Party? Well, you're asking patient zero on the guy who destroyed the Democratic Party. So it's so frustrating, but that's a great point, Jessica. I love that you brought that up. I hadn't seen the Messina tweet. And we end on Richard saying, Jessica's a fellow deadhead? Love it. Love is love, not fade away. I assume that's a Grateful Dead reference. I don't even know it. Okay. All right. Everybody check out Jessica on Rebel headquarters. When we come back, the legend, the myth, the man, Ben Mankiewicz. We'll be back. I'm old enough that I remember when Captain Crunch put the berries in there.
Yay, crunch berries!
And I was like, ooh, the fake berries.
Remember?
We're gonna try that.
We did a story back in the day about how a woman sued, I don't know, General Mills.
She'd been eating it for 4 years, believing that it was actual berries.
Yeah. She's like, these aren't real berries at all. I'm like, I got news for you. Captain Crunch isn't really a captain or a person. Joining me now, legendary whistleblower and American hero, Edward Snowden. First question is, hey, where are you?
I'm in my apartment in Moscow.
All of a sudden, in the studio, Jim Gaffigan, everybody.
Mental illness is, completely undiagnosed in our society.
It's not about a particular administration. It's about a broken system of power, and through that, really, the instrumentalization of a system of not justice, but injustice.
People understand whether they claim to deny climate change or not. Our collective house is in crisis. We're also dealing with the legacy of 40 years of economic policies that have made people's lives more precarious.
Sometimes you got to force people into their humanity. Sometimes you have to shake people into empathy.
Senator Elizabeth Warren joins us in the studio.
Healthcare is a basic human right, and we are fighting for basic human rights.
In order to actually achieve that vision of everyone having access to the same resources and getting to determine the outcome of their life, we have a lot of work to do, and it needs to start right now.
Here's something you may not know. When you deposit your money in a big bank, it doesn't just sit, safe and secure, in a vault. Instead, your money could end up building oil pipelines, mining for coal, or drilling in the Arctic. So if you're concerned about the planet, give your money something good to do. Make the move to green with Aspiration's fossil fuel free account and join the thousands each week who are switching to save their dollars and save the planet at the same time.
Welcome to the Damage Report. I'm John Iadarola. This is gonna be a big one.
What Donald Trump has done as president has cut taxes for the wealthy and made life better for rich people. But he's made life worse for poor people.
We're making America great again by throwing more money at the military to destroy other countries because that makes us great instead of investing it in ourselves.
That it's Donald Trump and it's Stephen Miller. The choosing is based on wanting to create cruel and inhumane conditions to scare other people away from ever coming to the United States.
The opportunity to make money off of tragedy is the American way.
There's only one place to put garbage people: in the trash.
We've never had so much access to so much information with so little idea what the hell is going on.
What does enforcing our borders have to do with traumatizing children? Absolutely nothing.
I think a sane person could say the current situation we have right now is radical. But what we're doing is literally making the world more like hell. That's a warning sign.
ShopTYT.com now has books. One of them is Ryan Grimm's book, We've Got People. That's a saying that AOC said, they've got money, we've got people. It's the best tracing of the AOC victory I've seen anywhere. It's the most accurate, and it's got great details. The book actually goes all the way back to Jesse Jackson and how he's the original Bernie Sanders. If you want to know how we're going to win going forward, those lessons are super important, and they're in Ryan's book. So check it out right now at ShopTYT.com. We found the perfect person to lead the army, Allison Hartson.
The establishment media works hand in glove with our corporate legislators, and our corporate legislators work hand in glove with the corporation. And we're going to make it so that it's a decentralized force throughout the country so that we can quickly identify stories, quickly identify troll farms, and go in and neutralize the enemy, and then start building responsible media throughout the country and on every platform available.
Back on Young Turks election coverage, Cenk Uygur, Ben Mankiewicz in the house.
Hey,
it's been a while since we were in the studio
since
together.
Here, yeah. I think we were here. We were here for election day in 2020, right? Like we did a thing where I think that was it.
But right, yeah.
But I mean, that was
12
like
years ago.
That was 8 months into the pandemic, but it was still. I think we were here for some of it. I remember being here for like just not that for a couple hours, and then because I remember, like I feel like I just remember like in this seat and being like, wait a minute, Arizona. like this may not be as bad as we think, right?
That's funny. Yeah.
Yes.
So, and of course, John. Let's move on. Okay. So California is finally closed, and we have some results. I will read the governor's race first. You're going to be shocked to find out that Gavin Newsom is in third.
Oh, damn it.
I'm kidding. He's not in third. Of course not. He's in first with 5% reporting. He's sitting at 59.8%. Oh, it just moved. 11% reporting. Gavin Newsom down to 57.2%.
It's over.
Here comes Brian Dolly or whatever his name is. That's the Republican? Everybody's the Republican. The Democrats are not allowed to run against them. So I mean, that's the California Democratic Party is absurd. Like if anyone that was halfway real ran against Gavin Newsom, they'd be tarred and feathered, and their career would be over. You're not allowed to run against people like Gavin Newsom.
Well, it's funny. I mean, I would discourage anybody from running against Gavin Newsom, but because of the exact reason that it will, keep him below 50%, right? I mean, it ends up this jungle primary idea is this is one of the huge drawbacks to it, that at least when presented with it, you're like, oh, this makes a lot of sense. Mm-hmm. And then one of the enormous drawbacks is that, if there's a big candidate from one party in the race, like get out of the way. Which you know what I'm going to guess? They knew that going in. It may have occurred to them, even though it didn't.
Yeah, if you get above 50%, it's over. And the Republicans won't listen to anyone, so they'll all run their candidates no matter what, right? And the Democrats are like, oh yes, sir, right? How do we become the more authoritarian party? Okay. Anyways, John, any other results? Obviously, we're looking for Michael's race.
No, I'm not seeing. Most congressional results don't seem to be coming in. There's a couple of races that I don't believe that we have a dog in the fight that are starting to come in. But no, I mean, we want to know about LA mayor as well, LA sheriff. Those results have not started to come in yet.
I'm just so pleased. I'm sure you've covered this, but thank goodness I'm so that Bob Menendez's kid was able to win his primary. It's tough being the son of a guy in the exact same name and sort of a political institution, and that must have been a struggle for him. Deciding going to his dad's business, it's daunting, and I'm sure. I mean, that's what's wrong with forget America, right? Forget parties, right?
I think.
And by the way, he's going to be a senator. Like it's just, I mean, he's like anointed the senator. Yeah. So here's what we can hope for. I hope he's good, right?
Yeah. Look, other countries, obviously, if you go back far enough in history, they had dynasties and stuff like that, and that was wrong. What's unique about America is that the children of multi-term senators often are the actual best person in that state. Told that it's purely, they are actually the best, and that's what's so good about it.
That's a great point, John.
Yeah. I just, the political dynasties drive me nuts. I think they make no sense, as obviously Ben and John are referring to, but our press loves them, just loves them. Like Bob Menendez Jr., pick him out of a hat. I mean, it could be anybody. Why should he be senator? Just because his dad was senator? And the person's like, oh, obviously he's the leader. He's going to be,
It's just, I don't even mind. I don't mind that if he ran, but there's like these conversations, and Bob introduces him to the head of the party, and they're all like, and he works his way. Well, you got to start in this congressional seat. You start small. I mean, like it'd be such a great story if he'd like busted his ass and won. I don't know, whatever you guys call it in Jersey. Some
freeholder,
right? Essex County. Solicitor, or some job where
or changed his name.
Right, exactly. Or had a different, right, used his mom's, and I don't know. And you know what? Maybe he did, but we all know what's happened here, right?
Yeah, I think your point, like how much the media likes it. Like we love to look at the UK, and people will wave at a hologram of the Queen. But if that was here, there'd be so many people waving at it. There'd be so many media outlets covering. They love the idea of monarchy. Like we have to invent it out of Hollywood. We're so desperate for it, but we'd prefer it in politics, and occasionally that's what we get.
Yep.
Yeah, and there's one practical thing that the former senator's son's going to have, which is most of his money. He's going to say to all of his corporate donors, oh, don't worry, my son's just as much of a sellout as I am. he'll do whatever you need. And so he'll collect all that money. And then the press will be like, oh, that is really impressive, the amount of bribes that his son took. It seems like it's almost identical to the bribes that his dad took. Well, he's definitely the leader. Credible, very credible. Let's put him in. And plus, it's the same family. We love that.
Who has the exact same political positions as their dad?
I hope.
Why would you have the same positions as your dad? No, like you're gonna be frustrated at how progressive he ends up being, or maybe he'll become a libertarian. I don't know. Does he talk about NFTs? No. But anyway, nobody has the actual positions. If they have positions, if their positions are an outgrowth from their actual political values, it is impossible to imagine they'd be the exact same as their parents. I share a lot with my parents. My dad passed many years ago, but I'm sure our values were similar. I doubt we'd have the exact same positions on UBI. You know, that's why it seems so artificial. That said, we do have a final result. Against all odds, it was the campaign that could. Gavin Newsom has been called the winner.
That's Ben's point about like Tom Brady after the 6th Super Bowl where no one believed in us. No, Tom, literally everyone believed in you. Right?
So here's Robin, and by the way, again, this kid, it might turn out to be great.
I don't know him.
No, I don't know. I don't. We have always said that we need to meet this moment together, and tonight with the working families of the 8th, it's already funny. Working families of the 8th Congressional District behind us, we did. I'm grateful for their support, their faith in our campaign. This campaign would not have been possible without support of my wife, Alex.
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
she made the difference.
And I'm very thankful.
Oh, he took her name.
Yeah.
That's where that came from.
I'm very thankful for the sacrifices she has made. I would like to thank my parents for instilling in me the same spirit of public service that has guided them through. I hope we can make them proud how we conducted our campaign to our fellow candidates. Our mission from day one has been to meet as many voters as possible, to understand their challenges, and to make sure they understood that I have the same name as my dad. You voted for him for years, and you should just keep voting for that name, and eventually I'll be your senator.
Yeah, and his dad was caught in a corruption scandal on a yacht. Okay, so which is nicely played. Like it's good background. Acquitted. Okay.
Hard to get acquitted in the federal court.
Yeah, well, apparently hard to get convicted on anything.
Yeah, right. And but so it'd be. I didn't even know that he was running until like an hour and a half ago. Mm-hmm. But it would be a great story if it turned out he was this, just don't laugh until I'm done. If
he says while laughing.
If he turned out to be this sort of great progressive champion, or just a moderately progressive champion, if he was because he's young and he's like, no, I just think, or just because the idea would be like he would know, be like, I got this seat because of who I am. Now I have to do something with it. That's like, what an interesting little story.
That would make a good movie, actually.
That would make a good, that's what I was thinking.
That's not a bad movie.
Right, that's right, yeah.
So the reason why that's not impossible is one, the younger generation is far more progressive. So the odds say maybe, okay. And number two is that a lot of times the kids who didn't have to come up and kind of got the unearned position don't know what it takes to get to that position. So he might not know how corrupt he has to be. Like his dad had to do all the hard work of the corruption, rolled up the sleeves and was like, all right, corporate oil companies, where are drug companies, payday lenders, where are you guys, okay? All right, you give me this and you give me that, right? So, and the kid might be lazy, so he might accidentally be a progressive, not because he's lazy, but because he doesn't know the hard work of the corruption. How's that for hope?
Yeah,
I'd watch that movie too, actually.
But I like it because what the scene would be. His dad would be like pressuring him, to like, no, you got to meet with these guys. You got to play ball. Like you can take it, you can talk tough, but in the end, you got to play ball. Anyway, it ends with, and he just looks like, Dad, man, I'm not you.
Yeah. Come on. Okay, I like this movie. Let's make this and put it on TCM.
Yeah.
Well, I actually trademarked it already. That's what I was doing on my computer.
Okay, I don't doubt it.
You get a UBI on that? I'm just throughout the night. I'm going to keep guessing as to what that is. So,
oh my God, you have been gone for a couple of years, haven't you?
What is the difference between a UBI and an NFT, Ben?
Well, first of all, I just want to focus on the difference between a UBI and a UTI, and I think I know, right? I hope I know.
And an IUD.
No, I've pretty much got an NFT now, right? I mean, I still can't explain it. I mean, it's still funny to explain every time. I have no idea what a UBI is. No clue.
Okay, well, really fast. Does TCM offer any NFTs?
No.
Thank God.
Yeah.
You're the only person, the only group that doesn't. Universal basic income.
Oh, okay. I did know what that was. Yeah. I did, of course. Yeah, I did. No, that was Andrew Yang's thing. I just didn't.
Yeah, it was. Yes, it was.
No, I didn't. It didn't click as a thing people say in a conversation. But I didn't realize I'd be talking to you.
Totally. Actually, you know what? A reminder to define the terms we use. Not a bad idea, especially on election nights where you might have people watching for the first time.
Yeah, there you go.
Yes, I can't even find. So California has approximately 212 districts.
Oh yeah.
Okay, I'm kidding, but not by much.
52, I think, right?
Yeah, and so
no, results are coming in super slow.
Okay, I couldn't even find Michael's district on the sites that I'm looking at. So we'll, but most of the results in California have not come in. So Katie Porter, as an example.
No Michael, no results.
Yeah, no results. Karen Bass versus Caruso, no results. The sheriff's race is important in LA, no results. And I just remembered, oh yeah, Christy Smith versus Mike Garcia, round 18.
Who do you support?
So they'll always love it. Well, I see it's an open primary, as a jungle primary, as all in California are. So I suppose I support Ruth Levinos. So I don't know if I'm saying her name right, but she's the more progressive Democrat in the race. So
are you guys using the New York Times or what?
Yeah.
But they should, if they can, they should put up the results with nobody reporting from the 37th district in California, because for reasons that we can only thank, they've listed Michael first.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
okay.
I mean, I don't want.
We have that ready to go right now.
I don't want to spoil it, but this might be our only opportunity for that. So it looks cool. It's just it's California's 37th congressional district primary election. Michael Schur. Yeah.
So Michael's not the favorite. So let's put it up because this is our only chance to put him up at top, probably.
Don't say that.
And expand. Let's get all the candidates in there. It looks better. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's above so many.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at him. Yeah.
Tom Lager's never going to catch
him. Baltazar Fedelizo definitely sounds like a character I would write into one of my fantasy novels, actually.
I love
that name.
Too late. He's already in Game of Thrones.
That's true.
Yeah, he trained Arya.
Oh God.
Baltazar's.
One of my, I don't think you can say,
things, by the way.
Just call them novels. and then if you want to write fantasy novels, that's fine.
What you don't understand is that saying fantasy novels is 90% cooler than just novels.
No, it isn't.
We're back.
Then I'm not going to give any more details about what's in them. Some people listening may know it is only going to go downhill from here. Anyway,
for sure.
Is there any chance that someone voting in this race sees Michael Schur and thinks Mike Schur, the famous TV show creator?
Oh, well, no, Michael Schur, I think CSCHUR, right, and who created like The Office,
I think, among other things.
Parks and Rec,
yeah.
So Michael gets confused with him on Twitter regularly. He'll get tagged in something.
Yeah, I did at Karen Bass the other day for like 13 seconds. I mistake. It's supposed to be at Rep Karen Bass.
Oh yeah, right.
And there's another Karen Bass, and she's like, "I'm not her." Okay, and I had like a big screenshot of her like handle. Like apparently she's gotten that so many times that she's got that.
There's the Matt Gaetz thing who often gets that. Not actually Matt Gaetz.
Yeah, in case you don't know, so we're kidding around about Michael being in first place. There's a reason why Michael's the underdog, and so this isn't just about Michael Schur's race; it's about a lot of races. So that's an open seat. That was Karen Bass's seat. She's now running for mayor of LA, and that's a very big contentious race that we talked about earlier in the show. The two lead front runners there are Karen Bass and Rick Caruso. Rick Caruso's a Republican billionaire pretending to be a Democrat. Karen Bass is the traditional Democrat pretending to have a plan. So that's an interesting race. We'll come back to that as soon as the results are in. But since it's an open seat, Karen Bass's old seat, that's 37th district Michael's running in, there's no reason why it should have a front runner. front runner based on what? Nobody's in office, nobody's anything, right? But no, that's not how it works. The way that it works is, in that case, Kamlager is the one that got most of the money and not all the endorsements. For example, Eric Swalwell endorsed Michael Schur, which is awesome.
Yeah,
okay, especially because Swalwell did that great speech the other day on gun control, and I'm like, yes, right.
That was good.
But Kamlager gets more of the endorsements, and so then since she has more money, first of all, boom, there it is. She's declared the front runner. But once you're declared the front runner, it becomes a self-perpetuating circle, right? Then every article writes about her being the front runner, and then voila, there it is.
Yeah, of course, most people voting have not read any articles about it because the articles are hard to find. But I mean, she is an elected official, and
that's true. That's a good point.
And she also, but mostly what it is that flyer goes out from the party, and then it's kind of over. Doesn't mean the good thing is that you can finish second.
Yeah,
right?
That's true.
But it makes it a challenge.
Oh, no question. So by the way,
a big challenge.
I got approximately 200 flyers for these elections. I mean, I pile them up, and I went through them this morning, and it was like literally like this thick, okay, of different flyers in different races. And so I found a fun new way of looking through those political flyers. First, like I don't trust anything that's on the words on the flyers. Okay, so like if I see, oh, did you know that Cynthia Turner is blah blah blah, right? I'm like, yeah, maybe she is, maybe she isn't. Half of these are complete lies. So the first thing I look at is who's it paid by. So there's like this guy Herzenberger or something here locally in LA. It doesn't matter. He's just a local guy, and he sent like 28 flyers. I'm like, okay, already red flag. Okay, that means he's got a ton of money for not a big race. And then all the flyers are about like Planned Parenthood. He's so in favor of choice and women. I'm like, the local city councils voting on Roe v. Wade or something? What is going on here? And then I look at who's sending the flyers. It's not his campaign. It's like a realtor association. Oh, I'm like, okay, I got it.
Yeah.
So he's the one that's going to keep your rent high, help build luxury housing, not help with affordable housing at all. But he says, yeah, I'm in favor of women's rights because I never vote on it and I don't care. Okay, and so he becomes the women's rights candidate when it's all fiction. So I was like, okay, good, I'm voting against him. Got it, okay. And then my thing that you guys might disagree with, I don't know, we'll see, is I see who the majority of the Democrats have endorsed, and I vote against them because California Democrats are, in my opinion, notoriously corrupt. If they've all decided on one person, that person's a team player, and that team player will do exactly as she is commanded by Nancy Pelosi, Gavin Newsom, etc. So there's a particular local race. Again, I don't remember what exactly it was, but it was two African American women. They were smearing one of them, and it was paid for by the committees of Democrats Incorporated, and she had all the endorsements. I'm like, no way, I'm definitely voting for the other one. So that's my sense of it. You guys do anything you like, but especially if you live in California, if all the Democrats are telling you to vote for somebody, buyer beware.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a two-party system, so I mean, and
no, in a primary.
I'm talking about the primary, though.
Yeah,
no,
I got you. It's two different Democrats.
I got you. Yeah, if there's another Democrat to vote for, that's.
Yeah, I didn't vote for the Republican. I voted for the other Democrat. The one they were telling with all the big money was telling me was corrupt. I was like,
well, here's the weird thing. I don't live in the city of Los Angeles, so we had that conversation. You're like, are you voting for Karen Bass? I was like, yeah, I guess, and then it didn't even occur to me. And then like 4 days ago, I was like, I'm not voting for Karen Bass. I don't live in Los Angeles.
Oh, wow.
Right? I live in a different city.
LA is so crazy.
And so so as a result, we didn't get like any flyers because there really aren't any competitive races. Like there was no. The congressional, I live in Ted Lieu's district. I think he's got it. I think he's going to hang on, And so I didn't like today. I was like, I have to vote, and then I was like, I don't really. Like I can.
Oh, yeah.
I can. This is one I mean, I don't live in Michael's district. Obviously, I would have. So the last 2 June primaries in California, turnout was 48% and 38%. I might have them backwards. Might have been probably 48% in the presidential year and 38% the year before. This year is expected to be just under 30.
Really?
Turnout. Yeah. Well, I mean, there's not a lot of reason to bring people out in the primary, except in the city of Los Angeles. There's a mayor's race because there's really 2 candidates, and they're almost certainly going to have another crack with those 2 candidates in November.
No, it's the mayor's race is interesting. Outside of that, yeah, the Democratic Party in California is a monopoly, and it's a giant machine. The machine is back, and so they don't allow for primaries. So it's like super boring. Padilla has no challenger on the Senate side, and in effect, Newsom had no challenger on the governor's side. I apparently, in the new districting, live in Ted Lieu's district too. No real effective challenger. So I started, Attorney General, no challenge. Like I started writing in candidates. I talked about this earlier. I was like, what difference does it make? Everybody, this is all preordained. The machine has already decided for us. So I wrote in Joe Sanford for governor. I wrote in Steve O for Attorney General. Like, there's no Republican can't win.
He's in second, actually.
Steve O would actually campaign very strongly against that. Like, I'd be like, yeah, I'm gonna have to give money to the other guy.
Ben is a single issue voter and it's stopping Steve O.
Yeah.
So far, no results for Ted Lieu, so might still be going down. But currently, Ro Khanna's doing quite well with 67% of the vote, and Swalwell has 66% of the vote. So I think they're gonna be okay.
Of course. Look, hey, that's the power of incumbency, though. So it's not just, hey, is the media on your side? You have more money, etc. But once you have enough name recognition, like Ro Khanna does, it's good night, Irene. Nobody's gonna beat you. That's why in last cycle they're like, oh, well, this is their first competitive race after they won those big seats for the squad, AOC and etc. And maybe they're gonna AOC might lose. There's a lot of money, and Ilhan Omar, she might lose. I'm like, they ain't gonna lose. Their name recognition is so high, they have no chance of losing. And that's what happened. Yes.
Sorry, we're starting to get some results if you want to see, including we spoke with Mike Ortega earlier today, currently, unfortunately, in 4th place with 26% of the vote. If we could bring that up, you'll see he's at 11% of the vote, the incumbent currently more than the majority.
Okay, so in this case though, there's 2 people are gonna go forward. So he's only 2.3% out from 2nd place.
Yeah.
So that's the key. Everything else is irrelevant. It's a decent amount reporting there, and so well, let's see. That's not hopeless at all. He doesn't have to beat Korea. He doesn't even have to come close to him this time around. He just has to make it to the top 2 so they can have a real race.
You see, though, why there's value, and I don't know, the 46, is that I imagine, is that a safe?
It's Orange County.
But is that a safe seat for Democrats or no?
Super safe, it's like 76% Latino.
Right, okay, so, but I mean, like imagine that it wasn't a safe seat, and maybe, of course, maybe the behavior would have been different, but Mike Nguyen and Christopher Gonzalez and Felix Roca, those guys, they're harming each other, right? If there had been one Republican, you could get into a runoff. I mean, you get in November, you'd at least have a Republican on the ballot if it was competitive now, and it still may end up that way, but now here's a chance for Ortega to come in and finish second and make it a Democrat versus a Democrat. I mean, it's a strange system.
Yeah, that's the one slight downside for Republicans being uncontrollable.
Right.
Right. Overall, I think the fact that they're uncontrollable and have crazy, wild, interesting primaries is a giant advantage for them. But there's a scenario where it might be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
All right. You got one more before we take the break?
Not especially. I was going to make a more general point, but it's okay.
Okay. Then let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to have Michael Schur on, and obviously we'll have hopefully a lot more results. So come right back.
Hey everyone, Matteo Scarapore here, author of Black Buck, which is Shop TYT's first fiction book ever. I'm honored. So, Black Buck is about a young man named Darren who's living in Bed-Stuy, Brooklyn. He lives with his mom, he has his girlfriend, he has his best friend, he has his neighborhood, and his neighborhood has him. Darren's also working at a Starbucks in Midtown Manhattan. And one day, this man, real suave and good looking, comes in and asks Darren to give him his regular. But for some reason, Darren says no. This man named Rhett Daniels, who's the CEO of a startup called Someone, located on the 36th floor of the same building, is impressed. And he invites Darren upstairs, and then he extends an offer to join his elite sales team. Darren reluctantly joins, and he soon realizes that he's not the only Black salesperson there. He's the only Black person in the entire company. So he goes through hell and back in order to make it to the top. And once there, he has status, money, power, but he says, you know what? I don't like being the token Black guy. So he hatches a plan to help other people of color infiltrate America's tech startup sales teams, redefining what it means to be a minority in the workplace. This book definitely, if you couldn't tell, touches on many things that are relevant to this moment that we're all living in right now. But it's also connected to the many moments in history that have come before today. I hope that you read it. I hope that you enjoy it. And if you want to order a copy, go to shoptyt.com. Thank you, be well, and happy 2021.
Breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is Brett Ehrlich with breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. Bernie Sanders wants to break Wall Street, and he wants to break it real bad.
What's happening? I'm Rashad Ritchie, host of Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie right here on TYT. Let me tell you what we do on Indisputable. We go beyond the headline. We make sure that you know the full context of the story. And we also highlight issues that are important to the everyday person. We're talking about criminal justice reform. We're talking about the climate. We're talking about what's happening right in your local community. We also highlight very important issues that are affecting all of us, like the economy, jobs, and we engage in transparent debates with people who may not think like me. We're living in a current social atmosphere where opinions are represented as facts and lies are represented as truth. Make sure you tune in to Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, Monday through Friday, 2:30 p.m. Eastern Time, 11:30 a.m. Pacific Time.
I don't care if you're Christian. In fact, I will fight for you to have your religious liberty and practice your Christianity. I believe in that. I don't believe in Christianity, which means that you do not get to dictate the way I live my life based on your religion. I don't care what the Bible says. You have every right in the world. All those women who identify with your religion have every right in the world to not get an abortion, to not take birth control, but they do not have the right to dictate my life and what I decide to do with my body. I don't care about your goddamn religion. I'm so tired of having nonstop conversations about what the Bible says. You live your life in the way that you interpret the Bible. Again, I don't care, but you don't get to take the Bible and tell me, well, the Bible says this in this chapter, in this verse. I don't care. I don't care, I don't believe in it, and I have the right, based on our Constitution, to not believe in it.
All right, guys, back on TYT coverage, Cenk, Ben, and John with you guys. Tamur the 905 Dragon had a nice comment, so I'm gonna read that real quick. Never a dull moment with Cenk and Mank in the house. Well, that's very nice, thank you.
I was here too.
Yeah, whatever.
But that's not what the person wrote.
They did not see me.
No, they saw you.
Invisible.
I think they saw you.
Yeah. Okay. Serious results. Katie Porter. You remember she barely won the first time around. Second time around, she solidified her lead a little bit, but it was a purple district when she started. In fact, it was a red district and then became purple district. So there, maybe she could lose because especially because she's very progressive, And when she grills those corporate executives and stuff, she gets a lot of press coverage, but wild-eyed radical against corporate rules. Yeah, she's winning 58 to 27. It's no longer red or purple or anything. Once progressives get established, it's over. Once people see them fighting against the corporate executives, et cetera, the way that Katie Porter does, then they're solidified, and you'd have to get them out with with some sort of heavy machinery.
I don't disagree with you. I just want to point out, though, that what I talk about a lot, which I don't know whether you agree or not, but I mean, it's also how you do it, right? She's very good at it. It matters. She's a very effective communicator, right?
Yeah.
And you have to be an effective communicator in this job. That's what it is, and she's great at it.
Yeah. So far, every progressive that's gone in has only solidified their position and gotten stronger and stronger in the voting as things have gone up.
But those moderate Democrats who've come in, they've done incredibly well.
Not as much. Okay, so we do have some results from the 37th district. Michael's on. I don't know if he's seen these because they just came in, but we got to show it to you. So Kamlager, as we suspected, is polling ahead, obviously, in a big number. Everyone expected that because of the endorsements, the money, et cetera. She's coming in at 43.9, but you see Jan Perry at 18.5, Daniel Lee at 16.8, and you see the rest there, and Michael's.
Jan Perry has, was on the city council and has sort of been a candidate often on the ballot, and people's name is familiar, likely to a lot of voters. I thought that she was the best bet to finish second.
Yeah, and by the way, Christy Smith, Mike Garcia, that race is going on, and Christy Smith has about a 4 or 5 point lead, but don't get excited. In this stage, usually a Democrat in that district is ahead, and then they go one-on-one, and when they go one-on-one, at least last time she lost. So we'll see how it turns out this time. All right, Michael Schur is on with us. Michael, how you feeling right now?
Well, we're off to a great start. How could I not feel great? I am in a race with 7 people, and only 6 of them are ahead of me right now. I'm being told by the people that should tell me that it's early, but it is early. I mean, we've done this many times, and I hear Beverlywood isn't reporting yet. So, but it is. I mean, frankly, pretty early. But it's also, frankly, pretty discouraging that the first thing you see, the 2 Republicans in a district that is 64% registered Democrat, 6% registered Republican, the 2 Republicans are beating you. Even early is too bad. But let's see. It felt good out there today, and it's felt good every day canvassing. But again, we got to wait and see what happens. Tonight and in the days ahead.
Yeah, so this feels exactly like the reverse of when I was running, and then in almost the same exact timing, I came on when the first results came in, and it was early, et cetera. But all right, Michael, what I wanted to talk to you about was how was the experience of campaigning?
Oh, it was exceptional. I mean, it was the best thing I've ever done in my life. It was. The punctuation mark, the exclamation point on it is still elusive and it's still early, but the whole part of doing this, of being, starting from absolutely scratch. On March 8th, I was at the Ukrainian Cultural Center in Hollywood reporting on people sending care packages to Ukraine. And on March 9th, I was in Norwalk, California, registering to run for Congress. It was that quick, and it's been life-changing. It's been unbelievable. I mean, whether we, I always say this when we're watching politics, when the candidate who didn't win comes out, and I don't want to predict anything, but you say we made a difference. We changed it. I don't think we did, but it changed us, and we got a really great grasp both of how people live in this city, what they're upset about, what they're happy about, the places that you go that you couldn't believe people would ever, spend the night in, and they come out with smiles wider than any you'd see in your own neighborhood. It's an incredible thing, and you also see that there's a hopefulness about a lot of those people, but there's also great anger and great fear about what's going on in the country. And for me, getting out and meeting people and doing that was the best part of it. It also gives you a great light into how money in politics poisons our politics completely. When you're immersed in it, you realize that it is such an unfair advantage. You also have you also see when you're doing this that there is I guess it is weighted towards those people who are one of my opponents, Sidney Kamlager, has a ton of PAC money that's coming from crypto, right? I mean, there's no crypto advantage in this district. This is not a crypto-centric district, yet they're spending all of this money on her campaign, and I don't know why, actually. But so you see a lot of that stuff that has made you skeptical as a reporter sort of come to fruition side by side rather than just in front of you. And that's been an amazing thing to see.
So you said like 3 massively interesting things there. But first, let me just answer why the crypto guys give to any candidate. They usually look for the candidate that raises their hand and says, oh, I'll do anything. And so I don't know anything about Kamlager except that she took crypto money. And everyone who takes crypto money says, I'm gonna vote for crypto and I don't care what the issue is. So that's an indication, and she's leading, and that's the state of our politics. But to the things that you learned, Michael, before we get into even the money in politics, you said it changes you a little bit, and that's a great way of putting it. And I remember when I went door knocking, and every district's different, but in my district, and by the way, I still call it my district. Kids laugh every time. And so in Palmdale and Lancaster, when I knocked on doors, there was real poverty, right? And having conversations, long conversations with folks who are struggling so hard. And sometimes the middle class families in Simi Valley or Santa Clarita, et cetera, would be like, I remember this one woman who was 62 years old, and she said, I'm not at retirement age yet. I'm so worried that I'm gonna get sick in these next 3 years, because if I do, I'm gonna lose the house. I can't lose the house, right? And so how many of those kind of stories did you see? Was it different than you expected? Tell me about that part of it.
It was. I mean, obviously, people do tell you their stories, and they tell you what is, upsetting them most, and what is, what their biggest fears are. But I think I was most changed, or most affected anyway, by the places you would go into. And I think I said this before a little bit, and you couldn't imagine that anybody could smile living where they live. And they come out and their faces light up. That there's a candidate for Congress on their front porch. They cannot believe it, and I know you had that experience too, Jay. And that they think that they're being heard. These are people that feel that like they are below the radar, as far below the radar as you could possibly be, and you're standing there, and you're nothing, right? I mean, look, you're a 7th place finisher at this point, and you are in front of them, and they feel like they're being listened to, and they have a microphone, and they have a voice for the first time in their lives, and even for that moment, it's incredible. And then there's some people that we went back to today who were on our list, and they're all these sort of computer matrices matrices. I should say that because you don't get a chance to say that a lot. That tell you.
That's why you lost, by the
way. Yeah, you're right. So there are these matrices, the Matrix was a movie, Ben.
That'll make it more comfortable.
There's so you were going to these houses, and you can record whether or not you get the feeling that they're leaning toward you, that they're undecided, that they are actually not going to support you, or that they strongly support you. And we went back today because we were able to see that some of those people's ballots had not yet been received. So we went to their homes, knocked on their doors, and it was like seeing an old relative they hadn't seen in forever. They're like, oh my God, you're back here. That's unbelievable. Yes, we're definitely voting. Or we already sent the ballot in and we voted for you. And that was incredible. I mean, it was really very, very, very encouraging to be a part of that, and it made me feel good too.
So, Michael, you know, I want to go to the point of Ben's joke, because that, like, as if this is a battle of ideas, and you know, if you use the wrong words, maybe that turns off voters, etc. In my experience, there was no battle of ideas at all, right? But I don't want to speak for you. So, how was it different than you imagined? Was there ever a situation where you guys got together and the voters were like, okay, this is it, and I'm paying attention, and who's got the right ideas and who has the better policies? Did you sense any battle of ideas?
I mean, anecdotally, but not in general. There was not this sort of thematic thing. You know, we were talking about what upset us, and why we were running, and why our candidacy mattered, and why I left my job to do this, and the things that I'd seen as a reporter that upset me. And we did that at great length in many different parts of the city. And we should point out, I made the Beverlywood joke, but I mean, you when you're in a congressional district, it's not like a neighborhood. You're in one part of the city where there are these huge homes. People don't come to their doors. They're cloistered. They live in their ivory towers, and generalizing, but that was our experience as on the whole as a campaign. And then you'd go to these, other parts of the city that we talked about, where people you would think wouldn't come to their doors, but they open their doors right away and they welcome you in and they talk to you, and it's amazing. The other thing that was amazing is that I speak Spanish, and when you would go to these homes of Latino voters and you would speak to them, and the thing about them is that they don't vote in big numbers, and I think we are doing that tonight. We're proving that, but they are elated that you speak Spanish. And when you talk about ideas and you talk about what issues matter to the Latino voter, when they saw this white guy on their porch speaking fluent Spanish to them, they're like, oh, we're voting for you. We're voting for you because you speak Spanish, which shouldn't matter. I could be the worst person in the world who speaks Spanish well. But it's just a matter of sort of being seen and recognized, and the battle of ideas happens at a totally different level, is what our experience was when we were out canvassing in the neighborhoods.
Okay, and then now we're gonna get to money in politics, but before we do, Stephen Scales, one of our members, just wrote in, I'm proud to say that I donated to and voted for Michael Epic Politics Man, sure. So
thank you, Stephen, that's fantastic.
Yeah, it's just, I love seeing that, and I didn't know Stephen.
No, it was while we're on that, because Stephen, so every time you would talk about the race, or I would come on to the Turks, in the hour, and everybody on my campaign knew this, in the hours after that, you would see all these great small dollar donations, a lot of them $27. I don't know why, no idea. And then you would see, and fives and threes and 50s and hundreds, and people that donating $500 to your campaign, you've never heard of them in your life. It's unbelievable. And so the Turks really came out on Twitter. They came out with donations, and it's appreciated. And I hope we get a better result than the first bite of the apple we've seen tonight, and I think it'll get better, but all of it's appreciated.
Yeah, by the way, it's just 26% reporting. And so,
yeah, that's good.
Yeah, so Michael, money in politics. So what's your view of it now after having lived it?
I mean, I think it's worse than I thought. And for reasons I didn't think, right? I mean, it goes so far beyond being upset that the Koch brothers give a lot of money to the Republicans and they can change state legislatures, and state legislatures change congressional lines, and congressional lines change our whole country. It's not the big part of it that was so, I guess, enlightening to me. It's the small part of it. It's the fact that I was making decent money. I lived comfortably, and I could leave my job, and I could run for Congress full time for this number of months. And I still was at a disadvantage, because you can only raise money from the people you know, and we weren't taking any corporate PAC money. And you see why incumbency doesn't want to change that. If you are in Congress, the people that can change campaign finance laws have already been elected to Congress. They cannot do anything except stay in Congress. If they change those laws, they become vulnerable. And if power is as addictive as it seems, then this has poisoned that well completely. Because you go ahead.
Well, I'm just, And some of this is human nature. I don't know why this doesn't happen, but if there's a scenario, and it obviously hasn't happened, I'm not arguing that it has happened, but like if we've gerrymandered so many districts to where whoever comes out on top in the 37th district in California is likely it's going to be a couple of Democrats. A seat's going to go to a Democrat, and and I don't know what if we're the Kamlager who is likely to come in first, if she ends up winning the seat in November, okay, she took money from crypto, right? But once she has that seat, she's going to keep that seat, right? So, and that's true of hundreds of reps. Why can't they at that point say F off, right? Like, so what keeps them from doing that? Like, why does she have to do anything for crypto? She's never going to lose. I suspect that the answer to that is that she actually might, but it does seem.
She might if the field is level. She might if personal donations were limited to $25 a person, and you got public funds and everybody got the same amount, then people would challenge sitting members of Congress constantly, and the money advantage would go away. The fact that Sidney Kamlager, every mailbox I looked at when I was standing in front of a door, knocking on a door, was just bursting with Sidney Kamlager mailers, that she was able to afford those mailers, which are not cheap, and she was able to go ahead and run this kind of a race. It just shows that you can't just you don't want the level playing field when you're already in office, and that would level the playing field if they made these changes. The other part of it that I didn't get to was that it takes people out of politics. It takes the employee at the shoemaker shop, who may be the best member of Congress that we've ever seen. That person can't leave the shoemaker's job because he wouldn't be having any income, and he wouldn't be able to raise money because he didn't go to a great college where he could know people, and he didn't grow up in a certain way where he could call people, and he didn't have relatives who had friends who had friends who had friends who could donate to the campaign. The money poisons all of the politics that we have, and you have to play it that way until it changes. But we came in third in fundraising, and it was a big. We came in third by quite a bit. I mean, Sidney Kamlager outraised everybody by triple, I would say, at least. And then there's the PAC money spending money on her behalf.
So go ahead, Jay.
Super fast on that, and by my answer to that, your question, I think would be that theoretically
John's on this show?
I am actually. It frustrates people, which is why I try to keep a low profile.
Have you been here the whole time?
Except no, I went and got a donut for a bit. It's come up in multiple races, the massive crypto PACs. I think this is the first election where we're really hearing about that being like, I think, a unifying theme across many of these. I believe there was a bunch of money that went to Chantel Brown that came from one of these crypto PACs. And I mean, look, all of these sources of dark money are worrying, but there seems to be like an extra level to the crypto money. I mean, this is money that almost invariably has some element of scam or pump and dump attached to it. Yeah, and then at the same time, it came about from virtually nothing. Virtually all of the highest profile investors inside of crypto, a lot of them are these libertarian like tech people and everything. Like the fact that this is an increasing influence on these races, seemingly specifically designed to keep progressives out. I think that that's something that when a post-mortem of the primary seasons comes about, the crypto PACs has to be a big part of that.
Yeah, I think so, unless they're going to, they do have a lot of money, and unless they keep being a part of doing that. But to Cenk's point, it's curious who they pick. Like, I don't know why, and who they pick is anyone who will do their bidding. And it looked like, from the beginning, like Sidney was going to be either the front runner or in the top two from the very beginning. And they picked their person, and it's working here, and it worked with Chantel Brown. It may have worked. I don't know about Chantel Brown and crypto, but it's probably they're picking winners because those are the people they're going to try and get to influence Congress when they get there. And Sidney Kamlager, who didn't really run on any issues, is certainly going to be in their back pocket, I would imagine, if she gets to Congress. By the way, are there any new numbers?
Yeah, at 28% reporting, but pretty much
now
the
we're
same.
winning.
Yeah, all of a sudden. No, the numbers are about the same. So, Michael, what do you think was the second biggest factor after money?
In terms of what? In terms of the impact on.
Yeah, so for example, Jan Perry's is second for now, 18.4%.
Yeah.
Why do we think she's in second? Because people kept asking me, Michael, does Michael have a chance? What do we think about this race? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know how I would know, right? Well, I knew about Kamlager because she had the money and the endorsements, but the rest, what's your best guess?
Today I thought I had as good a shot at second place as anybody. I mean, the early read on that is that we were wrong, but I've also said the disclaimer each time is we have no clue. There was no polling in this race whatsoever, and so, I guess the postmortem on this race is going to be, this is a seat that's been held by an African-American woman for quite a while, and 2 African-American women are running for it at the top of the ticket, with an African-American woman running for the mayoralty of Los Angeles. And if anybody was energized to vote, it probably was that voting bloc. And this, there's a guy on my team, Dave Roberts, who has been talking to me the whole time about how the actual voting has not varied very much. And as we've seen ballots come in and from what demographic, it hasn't varied much from previous years. And if Latino voters didn't vote in big numbers and didn't vote for us, for example, there's a woman named Sandra Mendoza who's on this ballot. Sandra Mendoza spent $1,700, I think, in this campaign. And her last name is Mendoza. And I've been telling people that I am, of the 4 principal candidates, the only one who spoke Spanish. Well, I didn't count her as one of the principal candidates because she didn't strike us as one because she wasn't spending money. But the politics of the identity politics that happen, I think will be the postmortem on this race, most likely, because this is a majority Latino district. It's got a big swath of African Americans, and in a race where Culver City didn't vote as much, probably because they couldn't vote on the mayor, and parts of Ladera Heights and Mid City, which is really getting a little wonky, but they're black neighborhoods, couldn't vote on the mayor. Maybe they still came out and they voted for Sidney Kamlager or for Jan Perry, who's a known quantity in this city.
Yeah, it's things like name. The average voter might be surprised at how much of a difference that makes. And so, I mean, John and I were just talking a little bit ago about, honestly, on the sheriff's race, everywhere I read, they said just vote against Villanova, right? The progressives said that, everybody said that, and we all know that. But then I had to kind of pick a name out of a hat, right? Because nobody would give me the details. And so I picked a woman's name because I thought, maybe a woman sheriff would do a better job, would be less corrupt, et cetera. And so
I did the same thing, even though her last name was Steinbrenner, which was tough.
I could not have done that. Yeah.
So that matters. And when I ran, they didn't have the newer ballots in California that tells you there's more than one page. Click more for more than one page, which is now the right. But when I ran, that didn't exist. So I was on page 2 and page 3, and the guys who were on page 1 got way higher numbers. It's absurd, totally absurd.
No, I'm sure. Look, I don't know how this is going to shake out, but there'll be a lot of things to look at that as to why. But it's also plainly obvious that voting along racial lines, which is understandable because these districts are built and gerrymandered to do just that, and that's what you're up against. And people talk about the division, the constant division in politics. Well, the division happens because of the 435 House races that are being run right now, 33 of them, just 33, and that's fewer than 10%, are competitive. And of those 33, about 18 or 19 are super competitive. I would imagine the Katie Porters, for example, might have been put in that competitive purple way. And so that's what's causing the division in the country, is that we keep having these races where people can run to the far left or the far right, or there can be Hispanic districts, black districts, and everything is so divided And everybody complains about how divided our politics are, yet those gerrymandered districts after every census create that division. Cenk, also, conveniently, as we were talking about Bitcoin, I was reminded too that in February, State Senator Sidney Kamlager introduced a bill in Sacramento to allow people to pay for California state services with Bitcoin. So you see why that money might have flowed in, because if they saw her do it in Sacramento, of course, that means they think that she could do it when she got to DC.
This is real politics. This is an education in politics about how it works. Not the mythology that we see in a lot of the media about, oh, two candidates get together, they have a battle of ideas, and everybody goes, I like his ideas better, right? No, these are the real factors in whether somebody wins or loses. Michael, I'm here to tell you that I love you for running. I'm super proud of you. No matter what the result is, I think that it's a great courage to run and to get in the arena. And I really appreciate that you did that.
Thanks, Cenk. Thanks for all your support and all of the support from TYT. It's always good to come home to TYT. And thank you so much for all of it. I don't think I would have run. You and I went for a bake one day and we talked about it. And I don't think I would have run had you not been as encouraging. So
then I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, we'll talk about that. It's going to take real courage to actually talk to you tomorrow.
No, everything's going to be great. All right, thank you, Michael. Appreciate it, brother.
All right, thanks, guys. Thank you.
Okay, so when we come back, we're going to have Daniel Kim on, California's 34th district,
and a lot of results,
and Jimmy Gomez, and a ton of results. We got to take a quick break here, but come right back because we got results and a great interview. Our audience has given us everything, so we couldn't be more connected. When we first started, people would start giving us directions and say, okay, the mics are too large, move them. Turn them into lav mics. I mean, they were incredible. And then one guy walked in and gave us a really expensive switcher and said, you guys need this, and walked out. Okay, it's amazing. They helped us build a studio. They did a $2 million funding campaign for us. And so they really are us. We do this show together to the point where some of our hosts are even former listeners. So when we say that the audience is part of TYT, we really mean it.
I think what the audience also appreciates is especially if they're members, they really get an inside look into who we are, our personal lives, what drives and motivates us. It goes beyond just storytelling. I think that what we do is allow our viewers and our listeners into our daily lives, and we give them kind of like this inside look into everything that we're passionate about and why it is that we're doing what we're doing, right? Like the motivation behind what we're doing, I think is important for our audience to know, and we're not shy about sharing that with them. And it's different from what people typically see in legacy media outlets where everything is kind of dry and robotic and there's really no personality or authenticity that comes along with it. Oftentimes when we're doing the show, I don't really think of it as me telling them stories. I think of it as us having a mutual respect and conversation with one another. And as I said earlier, I mean, not only do I feel that through the work I do, I'm informing our audience, but they inform me oftentimes as well. You know, they'll pitch stories to us. They'll tell us, you know, a certain perspective or angle to a story that we might have missed. And I love it.
Our TYT audience has been building this show and this network with us for 20 years. Now we're expanding and connecting our audience around the world in even more exciting and powerful ways. Look, I don't want you to miss another petition, poll, community conversation, or TYT segment. Connect with informed, passionate, and compassionate progressives, and even new progressives. They're joining our movement every day. This is going to be amazing when we work together. So our community members are learning together, they're building lifelong relationships, and even politically organizing together. Here's what Power Slave Wolf has to say as they begin interacting with our community after making TYT their #1 trusted news source. Quote, I've been a TYT viewer since the Obama years and have since found them to be a far more trustworthy news source than most TV news outlets. Away from viewing TYT, I'm a musician, electric bass guitar, sim racer, satire enthusiast, and rollerblader. The latter being my main means of intense exercise. TYT, my local news. None of the stations in my area are Sinclair owned as far as I know, and comedy style news shows are my trusted news sources. The former and the latter both having something in common in that both have something that TV news sorely lacks: a very low tolerance for BS. So sign up for free at tyt.com/community. We're making it easier to connect, stay informed, and even take action.
Hi, I'm Bartholomew Joseph Kyle. I do audio for the main show, The Young Turks. I also do audio for Post Game. I started in 2006. I met Cenk Uygur at the Iraq for Sale screening that was directed by Robert Greenwald. And watching that, I want to figure out a way to be part of something that's genuine and authentic.
TYT's election coverage. Cenk, Ben, and John with you guys. Tons of results to report. We got to get to those right away. Los Angeles mayor race, one of the most interesting races tonight. Only 13% reporting. So this is definitive and completely not definitive. It's not definitive because it's only 13%. That's not really an important number, but there's two very clear leaders. Unsurprisingly, it's Rick Caruso and Karen Bass.
Very close.
Caruso's at 40.6 and he's leading. Karen Bass is at 38.2. Kevin De Leon, who at some point was a contender, is at 7.1. Gina Viola, who was not allowed in the debates and is way more progressive and left wing, is at 5.1 and is in fourth place. Mike Fuhrer, who was allowed in the debates, is below her, and so is Buscaino at 1.1%. He was allowed in the debates. So how they chose who was allowed in the debates is kind of interesting. But at the end of the day, it's going to be Caruso versus Bass. Nobody's going to go over 50. Those two are going to do a rematch in the general election. So nothing is settled. And if 100% reporting Karen Bass is up by 2 points instead of down by 2 points, that's also largely irrelevant. The general election will decide.
I also wanted to make sure that we got to the current state of the LA sheriff's race. Alex Villanueva is at 31.5%.
So he's leading, but he's supposed to be leading. There's a million people running against him, and no one knows who they're supposed to vote for against them. So the whole point is get just somebody into the general election with him.
I mean, we can say it. Robert Luna's going to finish second.
Yeah, Robert Luna.
That's who the LA Times endorsed.
Yeah, and he appears to be the strongest of those remaining candidates. And so hopefully Luna will take him out in the general. I can't say his last name. I'm so bad. Villanueva is awful. He's clearly the worst person running today. So Luna has to beat him in
California.
In California, yes, fair enough.
But also, look, I don't remember that original race, but I believe he ran as a reformer at that point. And look
no, he definitely did. Yeah. Because the previous sheriff went to prison.
Yeah. I mean, LA's right?
Lee Baca.
Yeah.
We got to
maybe there was somebody in between. I don't know.
Yeah, we got more results. The attempted recall of the San Francisco DA, the yes vote on that is currently at 61.3% with 45% in.
Yeah, it's been called. He's Gascon has been recalled. So there's that. I'm sorry.
This is in San Francisco.
My bad. Sorry, I got the bad DAs confused. Chisa, I can't pronounce that name either.
Villanueva.
Always note the irony of Cenk Uygur not being able to pronounce anybody else's name. Anyway,
it's a similar sort of thing as the Gascon, which by the way, you cannot go into a Target over the last 2 years without being somebody's going to try to get you to recall Gascon. The strike back against literally any reform in the criminal justice system has been very well funded, and it looks like successful, at least in this case.
Right, but man, those prosecutors did not handle it well at all. So I don't blame. I mean, I think recalls are ridiculous unless someone's actually been convicted of a crime or something. I don't think we should do a recall. There's a thing called the next election. That's your recall, right? But outside of that, I don't even want to call them progressive prosecutors. I don't think they did a very good job at all. I think they set us up for not good results. Let's put it that way. All right, more results.
Okay, yes, so I mean, we all knew it was likely that Nancy Pelosi was going to win. She's currently at 73% with almost half of the vote in.
Yes!
We had Shahid Buttar on earlier.
No, hold on, guys. So the question there is who's in second? Because yeah, of course Pelosi's going to come in first. In all these races, the question is who's in second.
John Dennis, the Republican, is currently at 11.7%.
It's not really relevant. She'll also win in November.
No, I got you. But it just is a matter of having a race.
Yes, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. More.
Yes, more. Okay. So let's see. I believe that.
Yeah, all the California races will all run off in November, with the exception of the mayor of Los Angeles, which is because it's a special election. That's why it will not run off to replace Mayor Garcetti.
So we should be clear, Gavin Newsom's opponent is going to be a Republican, Brian Dahle. I can't even say his name. So it's 60.5 to 15.4. So it doesn't look like it's going to be a heated race.
And again, less than 30% turnout. I mean, it will be different, and the politics will shift, and November will be good for Republicans. And if you know, I don't know, I sense the support for Gavin Newsom is wide but not deep, and you know, I mean, yeah, he's a prohibitive favorite to run and then perhaps run for president in 2024. But you know, the Republicans have won in California in the past often. So
yeah, I mean, almost no chance. But there is one Republican that is leading in California, so that's a big news event. It's for controller, but Lanhee Chen is at 33%,
and was endorsed by I think the lone Republican for statewide office that endorsed by the LA Times and some other papers too.
Okay, so apparently LA Times has sway with the voters, and he's leading by about 10 points above the Democrat Malia Cohen. So they'll almost certainly go to a general election there with only 35% reporting.
We had William Somerville on earlier on the program. We have 28% in California's 42nd district and unfortunately the Reverend is trailing by quite a bit.
Yep. Okay, lots of people running in that race, as he explained. The two Garcias, it looks like one of them is not going to make it. So that's interesting that the Democrats winning that. That's Devin Nunes' old district. So the Democrats got a really healthy lead in that newly drawn district. And as I explained to you, when Devin Nunes went to become CEO of Trump's organization, he's partly running away from that district. Apparently, first time Devin Nunes has been right in his life. He probably would have lost in that district. All right, now let's go to California 34. Do you have results in California 34 before we get David Kim on? Who is the more progressive candidate in that race?
Right here. It's closer than some that we've talked about.
Okay, David Kim in solid second place. That means with 29% reporting, he's going to go to the general. All right, speaking of which, David, welcome.
Hi, can you guys all hear me?
Yes. So I'm going to give you an early congrats. It looks like you're going to go to the general election. How do you feel?
Yeah, I mean, we feel great. And moving into the general election, we were actually hoping for over 40% because we ended last cycle's general cycle with 47% of the vote, nearly 100,000 votes. But obviously, we're in a midterm election right now. We're seeing we still have 50%, according to my website that I'm monitoring on NBC, we still have 50% of votes to be counted. So it probably won't be for a few days. Hoping that we'll bump over 40%. So then going into the general, usually what we saw from last cycle. So last primary cycle, in comparison to that last primary cycle, we ended up second place out of 5 candidates. We had 22% at 22,000 or so constituents voting, but that was a presidential election. And so kind of in terms what we saw in that last primary converting to the general is everybody who voted for the 3rd place, 4th place, 5th place candidate voted for us. And so that's how we amassed the 47%. And so I would predict that most likely the Republican candidate who you see that's placed 3rd, those votes would transfer over to us. And so we still have sort of that margin that we do need to overcome that we weren't able to overcome last cycle. And so we're still on a good footing and we're hopeful for what's to come. But thank you so much for the early congrats.
No problem. So David, that's an interesting phenomenon. You're more left-wing than Jimmy Gomez. Is it that the Republicans know Jimmy Gomez's name and just want to vote against him? Why do you think you're getting the rest of the votes when it goes to the general?
Well, it's multiple fold, Cenk. For one thing, Jimmy, before he almost lost last cycle, he did absolutely nothing. He's one of those, although he might have somewhat be more kind of associated with being progressive, because after almost losing to us, he's tried to insert himself into squad photos. He's obviously tried to be buddy with Representative Jayapal, getting her endorsement and whatnot. And a lot of people in our district just feel like our representatives aren't doing anything from the city, county, state, and federal level. We have all of our politicians, including Jimmy Gomez, who are taking money from real estate developers, military industrial complex, big pharma, big oil banks. And so I think a lot of our constituents are just fed up and they just want somebody who's completely powered by the people, and that's what we were. And I was able to connect with a lot of independents, Republicans last cycle when we were door knocking, and they too just want real representation. And I think during the general, that's when they push away. I mean, they put aside their party labels and really vote for representation. What I'm actually happy about though, is the fact that in there's a city, I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with the city controller race, Kenneth Mejia, he actually ran for the same seat I'm running for back in 2017 and 2018. He, as a Green Party candidate in 2018, won 27% or so of the total vote for the general. And that's huge because in our district, it's a Bernie district. There's less than 1% registered as Green Party, but as a Green Party member, he got 27%. So that means a third of Democrats didn't like their current congressman. And so when I saw that, I was volunteering for Kenneth at the time, and I said, "Hey, Kenneth, are you going to run again?" And he said he was burnt out. And I was like, "Yo, can I take the baton?" And then that's how I ended up running last cycle, and we came really close. And so I think we've been sowing the seeds since 2017, and I think this might be that last cycle that we have to run.
Yeah, I voted for Kenneth today, and I got a flyer. A scary flyer about him. I was like, oh, thank you for reminding me. I'm definitely voting for him. It was paid for by some PAC, some corporate Democratic nonsense PAC, and I was like, right, Kenneth, excellent. So
yeah.
Well, yeah.
Well, no, I was just going to interject. What we've seen is these incumbents here in LA, and it's probably everywhere. They've been sending attack mailers like crazy. And so even Jimmy Gomez, he was really scared and he sent a series of attack mailers against me the past 2 weeks, all of them lies. And so I actually had a cease and desist letter served to his residence this morning. Obviously that's not something I want to do, but I mean, I'm an attorney and I know that there's certain lines you can cross and can't cross, and he crossed the line that he shouldn't have. And so hopefully for the next 5 months, he'll stay away from crossing that line with that cease and desist letter today.
So, you mentioned something really interesting there, David, that people are tired of nothing getting done. And I mean, if they were tired of it last time around when you almost won, it feels like they should be exhausted of it by now. But on the campaign trail, did you sense any difference between the two runs on how frustrated people are that nothing ever gets done?
Yeah, I mean, it's nothing ever gets done. And so I think you kind of see that frustration with our California elections with Los Angeles. The fact that right now, even though we're only 50% reporting, the fact that Jimmy has a little over 17,000 votes and the fact that I have over 11,000 votes compared to the over 100,000 votes that were cast in total for the primary last cycle. Of course, last cycle was a presidential, but still a lot of people are disillusioned. They didn't vote today. They didn't vote this primary election. And I think that from off the bat just shows that disillusionment. And it's a matter of us letting people know that, hey, we're running again. And to be honest, some people actually didn't know that we were running again. And so they got excited, and we met a lot of constituents in the last 2-3 weeks. And so I think for right now, it's kind of activating that base again, I think, for us. But yeah, people are disillusioned, so they're not even voting.
So one more thing, David. Which way do you think low voter turnout breaks? Because I used to think, hey, you know, the energy that our side as progressives have will probably be an advantage in a low voter turnout situation, but I'm not sure that it's played out that way. It feels more like the more standard establishment mainstream Democrats come out and vote in low voter turnout. So what's your take on that?
Yeah, I would agree, because it's, I would definitely agree. It's sort of kind of giving you metrics for that. If you look at the 2018 general election results for our district and the 2020 general election results, in the 2018 one, Jimmy got 110,000 votes. In the 2021, it reduced to 108,000. In the 2018, the challenger Kenneth, he had 42,000 votes. And then 2020 general, we had 96,000 or so votes. So we brought in actually 50,000 new voters last general election. But then those 50,000 didn't show up this primary, and those were new voters who voted for the first time, and they didn't see their choice made. And so they decided not to vote around this time for the primary. And so I think it's really a matter of kind of getting those who traditionally don't vote to vote, because they haven't been voting for years, because our government, our representatives have never showed that they keep their promises, that they're fighting for what they claim that they're fighting for when they go and campaign. And so I think we're going against decades of this disillusionment, this jadedness that our politicians and leaders have created for us, and that's what we're really going against right now.
All right, David Kim running in California's 34th district. Thank you for joining us, and I just want to double down on one thing. David winning is really important, because if David beats Jimmy Gomez, it's going to scare the bejesus out of all of the establishment incumbent Democrats, and they're all going to want to go further left so they don't get primaried by people like David. So that's how you move a party, and that's why your race, David, is so important. So tell us your website one more time.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with you. I just want to add, Jimmy flew Representative Jayapal out here because he was like, yo, I can't lose. But anyhow, yeah, go to our website, davidkim4ca.com, forca.com. Definitely read about our platform. It's very comprehensive. It's really co-governed with the people, with organizers, with activists here. So check us out. If you're not in LA, you can still volunteer for us. I think being a people-powered campaign, we can't win in the millions. Jimmy spent over $2 million in last general election. We spent 180,000. He's outspent us 10 times, yet we almost won. And so we really need to flex our people power. And so, yeah, we would love to get support, even if you don't live in Los Angeles or California. And thank you so much for giving me this time, all three of you. And it's good to see you again, John.
All right.
Good to see you.
Great to see you, David. All right, guys, we're pretty much out of time here. I do have one important result to give you. Attorney General in California, Rob Bonta, has finally put away Steve-O. So Steve-O will not be the Attorney General. Rob Bonta with 58.4% winning. So in all seriousness, we're going to do the bonus episode next for members. So there, we're going to update you on some of the results. Michael's race, the Christy Smith, Mike Garcia, things have changed in that race. We're going to update you on that. And then we'll do our 2 new segments for bonus episode on election nights. First one is, what just happened? And then the second one is, blame game. So you'll enjoy both of those. tyt.com/join to become a member, or if you're on YouTube, just hit the join button below. Members, we'll see you there in a minute.